Oh, this shit again. What are we getting here? Firmware updates. Pearl. Pipe wire. Well. Hey Johan. Open source. Tumbleweed. Good old tumbleweed. Just looking at the update. What is going to be updated? Hey Mabel. You're still in KDE Neon. KDE Neon is a good distribution. And I'm sorry, but I have like a mint in my mouth because it just felt like a mint. So it's gone now, but I bought some new mints. I like mints, like mint pastels, and what are they called? The ones you suck on. What are they called? What the fuck are they called? Like hard candy. You know, I like to suck on those suckers once in a while, just to, you know, it's a little bit of a... No, yeah, the mints are like Tic Tacs, yeah. So I have one with like licorice and one with just mints. And then just, you know, normal hard candy, like sweets, you know, that you kind of like lollipops, but in wrapped in paper. What are those called? I can't remember it right now. You know, you unpack them and you get them in different flavors and stuff like that, and they last a long time and you suck on them. What the fuck are they called? No, it's the candy is called something. No thanks. Got it. So stuff like this here. Oh, that's not what I want. You know, stuff like this here. I like having that once in a while. Like a Tic Tac or something like this here. So I tend to either have a couple of bags of mixed candy in it, like you know, like something like this here, or butterscotch candy. You know, we put them in hard candy. I like those also, and then I go and eat one every couple of days or something like that. I don't know. It's like, I don't know. I just like it. It's just to get another taste in your mouth, I guess. I don't know. I actually went to a amusement park where they had like a mini factory where you could make this candy yourself. But yeah, stuff like this, these are actually really, really good. But I will have this here for like a month. You know. Yeah, chips I can't stop, and normal candy, but stuff like this here, I can leave alone. So minced and stuff like this here I can leave alone. I just need once or two once in a while, and then I'm set. Because if you eat too much of this, you will shit yourself. Like, you will get like running, you know, fucking running diarrhea like a maniac. Because it's so much sugar in it. But like 1, 2, 3 a day, I'm happy. It's one of the few candies I can actually have in my house and not eat all of it. Like, I love Fisherman's Friends. I love Fisherman's Friends. And they have different flavors now. So they have the salmiak, they have the original, they have mint, they have the open image, a new tab. The raspberry ones are really good. The eucalyptus ones are good. The mint ones are good. The lemons ones are good. They also have ones with honey. That's actually also really good. But these are really good in winter. I like these at, you know, in like from November to like February. I like eating these because they kind of help, you know, they clean out your throat and all that fucking shit. In summertime, I just go for mints or you know, stuff like this here. I actually need to buy a jug of these, I think. Or butterscotch. We have some butterscotch ones that taste really, really well here in Denmark. That's in wrap. I used to have them with me at work. So like every hour we took a break and then we were eating those butterscotch hard candy and then sucking on those, get some water, and then go do some more work when I was lumberjacking. It's like you got some sugar in your body, you got rejuvenated, you got a break, you like, now you're ready to, you know, now you can, it's a good moral booster if you are like doing heavy physical work, to get one of these in your mouth while you are working, because there's a lot of sugar in them, so they kind of, you know, help replenish a little bit of your energy, and it just makes you feel happy. You know, you're not, you know, if you're out in the rain, it's windy, it's cold, and then you get something that's tasteful in your mouth. It's like, you know, it's a good mood booster. These here, not a lot of people like them here in Denmark. I do like them quite a lot, but I normally only eat them either at winter or if I'm have a cold or something like that. Most people here in Denmark use these as like for colds. But I do like them just randomly. But mostly in winter time. I actually have a bag. Yeah. You shit yourself, yeah. But it's mostly just 90% sugar, this shit here. The same with like gummy bears and stuff like that. That it's 90% sugar. Almost any candy is like 90% sugar. So if you eat too much of that shit, you will shit yourself. I barely buy candy because it's so high in sugar. Chips is a little bit better. You know, potato chips and stuff like that. Chocolate is also way better. But yeah, like candy, and I tend to stay away from it as much as possible. I buy maybe a bag of candy. Like, I do it in periods. So I get if I'm really craving it, I get maybe 2 bags a week for like a month, and then I don't eat candy for like 6 months to a year or something like that. Other than, you know, stuff like this here where I get 1 or 2 a day on average. If even that, like maybe I get like 5 a week or something like that. Mostly it's just food. I really fucking love, you know, normal food and potato chips. I love potato chips. You can get some good sugar-free candy here in Denmark. These ones here are really fucking good. These are the ones I usually had with me at work. These ones are really good. They're not over sweet. And they have this like creamy butterscotch flavor to them that's really, really good. Everyone loved these like when I had them with me at work, at my old job. I'm thinking about buying one of these and take it with me to work and just have it standing on my desk. Maybe I should do that one day. Because if you're really stressed out and stuff like that, actually sugar calm you down. It's kind of like taking a smoke. Funny enough. It helps you calm you down. But if you get the homemade ones of these, that's actually really, really good. Altoids, I never had those. Well, I had to have them like many years ago. We have something, we call them Scout bullets, I think you would call them, because they are small and round and black. And it's something that you know, like old air rifles, you know, it looks like the lead that you put into like an air rifle, basically, like an air, you know, you give kids. So we call them Scout ammo. Advised my mother to start smoking to calm her nerves. That's I never heard that before. Normally they say like go for a walk or something like that. That's also have a scientific benefit on your nerves. Walking is universally fucking the best thing you can do. Let's reboot the sucker here and see if it breaks. No, I don't think they will. They will probably yell at you if you do that. Like we have posters with a dad standing with a sign that says, "I stopped smoking because my kid was afraid that I would die." And then, you know, that's plastered on the cigarette boxes and stuff like that. Yeah, they are really meant, like they are showing pictures of like cancer, throat cancer, and all of that fucking shit on the boxes of cigarettes now here in Denmark. It's like every time you buy a cigarette, so not only are the cigarettes on a shelf that has black rubber in front of it, so you can't see it. And then when you take it down, I think every one of them are black, and then they have like a health warning on them, massive health warning on them. And then they have like pictures of dying people with like throat cancer and cancer all over the place and stuff like that. It looks like you're getting like a, you know, like a PSA about, you know, like in school you see all these, like don't drink and drive, and you see all these fucking people dying in crashes and stuff like that. That's how smokes or cigarettes are packaged here in EU. Forbidden to sell in supermarkets. Oh. I'm kind of pro and not pro for it. Because it is one of the biggest health risks we have right now. But on the other hand, we do allow people to drink, which is probably almost as dangerous for the body as smoking, if you do it in excess. But it's okay to drink, but it's not okay to smoke. And if you smoke like one cigarette a day, that's not that dangerous, to be honest. It's like if you're overdoing it. The same like having like a couple of, you know, beers a week is not really that dangerous. It's if you're doing it in excess. So I don't like this double morals that, oh, smoking is so bad, but yeah, go drink your fucking ass off, man. And become violent and you know, do like people do crazy shit on alcohol, but they don't do crazy shit on smoke while smoking, basically. You know, alcohol is really addictive. The problem with alcohol is that before you reach that addiction threshold, you need to have a lot of it. And that's the problem. But if you get addicted to alcohol, so here's the thing: you can die from quitting alcohol. You don't die from quitting smoking. But there is a high chance you die from quitting alcohol. Like quitting alcohol is almost as difficult as quitting heroin. Like you need to do it in the right way, and you need to do it in the right manner, and you can't just go cold turkey and all of that fucking shit. Yeah, cigarettes are faster to get addicted to. But you have to also think about like this. The reason why cigs are faster to get addicted to is that people in general smoke more cigarettes. Like they don't just take one, every Friday or, smoking at special occasions. But when people smoke, they smoke all the time. They smoke like at least 10 a day, maybe 5 a day. But if you took like 5 fucking beers a day, you'll get as fastly addicted to it. It's just that people have another relationship with beer versus cigarettes. And that's why if you look at cigarettes like a beer, they will be people will be less addicted to it, basically. That's what I'm trying to say. So it's not that they are less, that beer or alcohol is less addictive. It's just that we understand to do it in moderations. We don't understand how to smoke in moderations. And don't get me started on vape pens. Vape pens is probably way more dangerous than smoking is. Linux sucks on the desktop because it sucks on front running just compared to Linux sucks on any desktops. No, yeah, it's just, yeah. 18 years clean now. Awesome. Yeah, I made a one of my friends. He used to smoke quite a lot, and when I've known him, fucking almost all my life. A beer after work is pleasant. It can be. I think he was like 33 or something like that, and we calculated how much money he has spent from he was like 15 when he smoked the first time. So then we just took the average of, how much money he on average spent per year and then counting it up. He could buy a mid-range new car cash if you put that money into a saving account. Not accounting for, that the bank will give you money for having money in the bank, basically. Like if you just put them into a safe at home, from 15 to 33, I think he could have bought in cash a mid-range car, like a really, really good mid-range car in cash at that time, with the money that they cost at that time and all of that fucking shit. If every time he spent money on cigarettes, he put it into like his safe. And at that point, he must have been smoking for like 16, 17 years. And now it's even way worse because, at least in Denmark, the prices of cigarettes have skyrocketed because they want people to stop smoking. No, there are things that... So weed, for example. Like, weed is not bad for your body. Like, nobody has died from smoking too much weed. But if you smoke weed when your brain is not developed, it holds back the development of the brain. So you don't learn when you're smoking weed. Like you can learn, but you have a difficult time learning when you're on weed. So they found out that until you're like 25, 26-ish, if you smoke a lot of weed, that can actually help your development. Like your physical brain development. It can not help it, sorry. It can hinder it, basically. But you have to smoke a fucking lot of weed, Like if you take one a weekend or, you do it with your pals once in a while, no, you have to smoke a lot of it. But nobody has died from smoking weed. People have done crazy shit on weed and have hurt themselves on weed. But the weed itself have not killed them. Like the smoking itself have not killed them. It's always them doing crazy shit. Or hurt them. Other than if your brain is not fully developed, it can actually hold back that development of your brain. And if you let's say between, I think guys' brains, like male brains, is like fully developed at 25, 26. I think female is like 24, 23. So if you're like a heavy smoker up till there, you could potentially have damaged your brain. But again, you need to smoke a fucking lot. So yeah, that's one thing that you can inhale that don't kill you, basically. Ubuntu font is good. I tend to use well, back in the day when I ran Linux on physical metal, I would always use Ubuntu fonts. They just look the best. Yeah, he would have been spending that money on something else if he was not a smoker. Of course he would. But it's just a fun, it's a fun math. It kind of virtualizes how much money you throw away on cigarettes. Oh yeah, alcohol is like, here's the thing: alcohol for the body is one of the most dangerous and harmful things you can put in your body. Like it's more damaging to your body than a lot of drugs are. The problem with drugs is that you get really addicted to them really fucking fast compared to alcohol. But if you look at your body, like what damage like coke and stuff like that do to your body versus being an alcoholic, it's almost night and day how bad alcohol. Like alcohol is one of the worst thing you can put in your body from a health standpoint, and from a physiological standpoint, if you do it in excess. Because it goes in and directly fucking hurt your organs. And it's really crazy. And there's so many doctors talking about that. Holy shit, that's expensive. Yeah, so here in Denmark, I think they went up like 50% over the last 5 years or something like that. About 50% they went up in price. 40-50% depending on what brand it is. Yeah, it is, and it is getting more and more expensive, yeah. But here's another thing. The government, because they go up because there's a lot of taxes on it. So if you're really conspiratorial of nature, you would be like, well, the government want you to buy cigarettes because they're losing a shit ton of money on taxes if everyone stops smoking tomorrow. And I can kind of follow that logic a little bit. A little bit. Because the more taxes they put on it, the more beneficial it is for the government that you buy cigarettes. Because they are making more and more money on cigarettes. And I don't know how it is in most other countries, but here in Denmark, a lot of people smoke. So if everyone stops smoking in Denmark, the government in taxes will lose a shit ton of money. And that's kind of the problem, in my opinion, is that they want you to stop smoking, but also it's like a really good product for the government, basically, because the taxes that they're earning on it is really, really well. So they are kind of like in this, a limbo kind of thing. It's 100 years old. I have never heard about that. Yeah, Council. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I've been I've had some alcoholic father and mother-in-laws and friends that had alcoholic parents and stuff like that. And yeah, I know how bad that can be. I have had friends that were borderline alcoholics, and I also had friends that were addicted to drugs and whatnot, and I don't know which one is worse, to be honest. Because when people are on drugs, they tend to do more crazy shit than if they are drunk. Because when they are drunk, they're kind of sedated. They're a little bit sedated. It's when they don't have anything to drink that they are dangerous. But people on drugs are dangerous when they don't have anything and when they are on the shit. Depending on what kind of drugs it is, of course. But if an alcoholic has enough for beer, they tend to be, depending on, some get abusers and stuff like that, but they tend to be more sedated than people on narcotics and whatnot. Yeah, the governments are generalized hypocritical. Yeah. That's true. I'm me. That's true. Addiction is just bad. Yeah, any form of addiction is bad. Yeah. I luckily enough don't have an addictive personality. I can get hyper focused, but I don't have some will say I'm addicted to food, but that's like the only addiction I kind of have. Like I eat too much food. Exactly. If people are addicted to something, they don't care about the price. And here's the thing: if cigarettes gets too expensive, people will then resort to crimes to get money or to get the cigarettes. So if you make it too expensive, they're just going to steal them, or they're going to steal a lot of fucking shit, to feed their addiction. It's a stock standard Google picture. Yeah, I really want to go to the gym tomorrow morning. It's just a stock standard Google picture. Oh yeah. We have it here in Denmark. Like imported cigarettes is a really big market in Denmark. So if we drive to Germany and stuff like that, we can get them for like almost half price because we don't have to pay import taxes on them and stuff like that. So a lot of people, they, especially people in my area, they drive to Germany and then they illegally import cigarettes and alcohol over the border and sell it to people. Like cigarettes and to some degree alcohol, but mostly cigarettes here in Denmark is kind of like, how weed was like in the 80s and 70s in Miami and stuff like that. It's a really highly inexpensive imported drug, so to speak, in Denmark. And we have like people from Norway and Sweden, because they have really high taxes on alcohol there, come to Denmark to buy alcohol and then, illegally transport it back to their country and then they sell it around. And that's the danger of making things too expensive, is that you get people doing these kind of things. And when you go into the black market, most people that, not most, but a lot of people that do that illegal shit, they're just mom and dads. But a lot of people make a lot of money importing cigarettes and alcohol from all over EU into countries like mine. They don't only do that, they also do other crazy shit. So if you go into the black market, you're starting to deal with like, lesser desirable human beings, let me put it that way. Like you get more and more criminals basically doing it because they see a financial benefit of doing it. And criminals don't just do one thing for the most part. So dealing with the black market in general is bad, and that's why, again, if you make it too expensive, it's going to backfire. Also mental addiction. Everything is a mental addiction. If you're addicted to something, it's a mental addiction. Your body can be, physical, reliable on it, but every addiction is starting in the brain. If you want to treat addiction, you need to treat the reason for the addiction, and it all starts in the brain. The biggest way to combat any drug addiction, alcohol, any addiction in the world is making people not wanting that thing. And the only way you get people to not want to take that thing is dealing with the mental aspects of it. You don't drink a beer now you're physically addicted to it. You become mentally addicted to it first. And then you become physical addicted to it. The same with drugs and all that fucking shit. And why do people take it? They take it to escape. Why do people want to escape reality? That's what you need to find out. Hey, Lamer. That's what you need to find out. And if you deal with that shit, like the money we spent on hunting down drug lords and all of that fucking shit, put that into the mental health fucking institutes. Treat people that have addiction. Because if you can't get heroin, You're just taking Coke. If you can't take Coke, you take beer. If you can't take beer, you take something else. You know, if you need something to escape reality, and that becomes the addiction, you don't care what the fuck it is. You just take the things that gives you the escape that you want for the cheapest. More porn addiction is another mental thing. That's also escaping reality. You know. So taking away one thing just makes all the people that have addiction go over to something else. That's why I don't believe in this, like, high crimes for gaming addiction. Still a mental issue. That's, again, people want to escape. They want to escape reality. And I get frustrated with we just approved like $1 billion to combating, let's just say, I don't know, meth. I'm like, yeah, but okay, what are you doing? Oh, we're hunting down people selling meth. Yeah, if people can't get meth, they're taking something else. It's like you're just moving the problem from one area over to another area. That it's all it is. What you need to do is, people sell illegal stuff because there's a customer base there. Okay? Look at it as a business. Why do people sell drugs and illegal shit? Because there's a customer base. If you take one part of that product, or one product away, they're going to sell another product. And the customer base is going to use another product. Then you take that away, they're going to another product. What you need to do is make sure that there is no customer base. And how do you do that? By taking people's addiction away. You know, making sure that they don't get addicted, helping them if they become addicted, you help them get out of it as fast and as quickly and as fast as the same thing, as fast and as manageable as possible, so they don't go back to it again. Because then you take the customers away from basically the store, the illegal store. You know, you take the customer base away from the people selling drugs. So there's no money in it anymore because nobody wants to buy them. But if you take one drug dealer down, 2 others will pop up. If you take heroin away, some other drugs will come up. So you treat people and inform people to not do it to begin with, or if they get trapped in it, you help them out. You know, that's how you deal with that fucking shit. You help the people that have an addiction instead of hurting the people that don't give a fuck. I try to quit smoking cigarettes because I became a bit of an asshole to people. Yeah, a lot of people become assholes if they can't get their fucking cigarettes. Yeah, but there's also a statistic that says that it's about 50% or 60% of people that stop smoking will start smoking again in some point in life. So, and again, the issue here is that it's so easy. Or well, it's not so easy. You're not dealing with why you're addicted to cigarettes. What do cigarettes give you in your life? That, let's say, a hug or a run or a gym session don't give you. That's the problem. You need to change that feeling you get from smoking a cigarette with something else more healthy. Mint leaves and holy shit. Oh, I didn't know that. That you get high on mint leaves. Because, look at it like this. If you see a person with an addiction, that's that's a weak person. That's a person that has like mental problems or issues and stuff like that. And it's hard. It's hard to look at them as the bad guy. Like even people on drugs and alcoholics that do crimes, a lot of people tend to like, yeah, we understand, like we don't agree with what they're doing and stuff like that, but we understand why they did it. So there's a little bit of empathy there. If a sane man did the same fucking shit, there would be no empathy whatsoever. So it's easier, it's way easier to look at the people selling it. Because you can uncategorically say they are ruining people's life by making it accessible to them, and you are importing it illegal. There's so many, you can uncategorically point at them and say they are bad people. They are uncategorically bad people. So it's a better sell for society. And another thing is, a healthy person looking at a person with addiction is looking, oh, that's a weak person. They are weak. Just do this. Why should we spend more money on weak people? So it's a mixture of, it's really hard to help them because society looks down on weak people in all over the world. And mental health and stuff like that has always been looked at as a weakness in people. And people that don't deal with that, they look down on people that have that. So again, it's way easier to just point fingers at the drug dealers and not handling the real issue here. Because, well, I'm not addicted and I do these things, so therefore you just have to do the same things. That's not how the world works and the brain works, by the way. So because it's so difficult for a lot of people to put themselves into those shoes, because I'm not a heroin addict, But I can understand going after, drug lords and stuff. I can intellectually understand that. I can understand that. I cannot understand that we're trying to help the homeless guy on the street that's addicted to cocaine. Because it's his fault he's there, and to some degree it is. But they also need help. Helping them get away from that situation is way more beneficial than just pointing fingers at them. So it's a harder sell to society and say, well, we're spending more money on homeless people and mental illness, because there are still people to this day that don't believe in mental health. A lot of people don't believe in mental health. It's just a phase. It's just a phase. So it's much easier to sell it to the taxpayers to go after, drug lords and importers and drug dealers and stuff like that. It's just a way bigger, easier sell. It is a cozy habit at this point for me. That's a bit hard to shake. It also keeps me my snacking in check. Damned I do, damned if I don't. Yeah, so there's plenty of other things that can make you get that cozy feeling and keep your snacking in check. You just have to find them. It's all up in your brain. It's all psychological. The reason why you feel cozy smoking is your association with smoking. You probably have been around some great people in your past that smoked, maybe some grandparents and stuff like that. You just have to find something else that replaces that feeling. That's more healthy. So in addiction, look at it like this: addiction, you addicted. Well, you can be addicted, but I'm simplifying it here. If it has a negative impact in your life, we can call it an addiction. If it has a positive impact in your life and it's not hurting your body, let's call it a habit. Yeah, DNA actually plays a big impact into addiction, personality, and stuff like that. Yeah, but it's difficult to quit because... So my grandfather, when he was alive, he smoked cigars. Every time I smell a cigar, I think about my grandfather. It's the best feeling in life. When I was a kid, I loved getting packages from my grandfather and grandmother because they smelled of cigars. So it was like getting a hug from my grandfather and talking to my grandfather again. You know, it was that amazing feeling it gave me every time I was with them. Still to this day, 40 years old, my grandpa's been dead for like 15 years or something like that now. Every time I smell a cigar, I'm like almost fucking bursting into tears because it just reminds me of this amazing human. And if I was a smoker, and I would be smoking cigars because every time I would lit up a cigar, it would take me back to my grandfather. You get what I'm coming at here? And that's your brain, your brain associating something bad smoking with something really, really good. So therefore, if I was starting to smoke, smoking a cigar would probably be the easy or the ones I would go to because of the association in my brain with the cigar smell. Some have the same with pipes, some have it with cigs, some have it with like lavender, So yeah, I tried to smoke cigars and I loved it, but I just can't smoke. I try to be a smoker. It's just not for me. I can't. I look like a fucking maniac with a smoke in my hand, and I just don't like the feeling of smoking. But I love the smell of cigars still to this day. If I smell, like I said, if I smell someone smoking a cigar, I'm a child again. I'm like 12-year-old, like it's thunderstorms outside. Grandpa woke us up, made coffee and cake, and took all of the electricity out of the wall and told stories about Second World War until the thunderstorm was away. In case the neighbors that was farmers needed us to help them if some animals went away because they got scared or, the lightning hits like a farm and stuff like that. That's my association with my grandfather and smoking cigars, So if I should be smoking, it would be cigars. And when I smoked a lot of cigars. I smoked for like 6 months. And I smoked primarily cigars because of my grandfather. Because every time I lit up a cigar, I got back to that feeling, And that's where addiction starts. If you then have a precursed or predisposition or pre-coded in your DNA to have an addictive personality, it would be really fucking easy to just start to smoke cigars. Camel pipe tobacco, that smells. I don't think I ever smelled about that. Or smelled that. Of golfing with my grandfather. Yeah. Salt and vinegar chips. I never heard about that. My whole family smokes also or have smoked at some point in their life. Tobacco shops do smell nice. They do, like, tobacco smell good. Like, I love like a really good pipe. I love the smell of pipes. But my addiction to food, overeating, comes from the same place. My grandmother she's an old lady, she's 84, something like that. And she's what you would call like a farmer girl, So was my grandfather. They have lived, either on a farm or out on the outskirts of the city in the farming areas their whole life. And food for them, because they did a lot of physical work. And when we were visiting them, we did a lot of physical work. So you need a lot of food to keep, your energy up. So food for them is almost like when you said cigarettes give you this cozy feeling. Well, in my family, because my grandmother and grandfather was those kind of people living in that situation, food became associated with relaxing, coziness. So it would be like if you get a cup of coffee with my grandmother, you will have a piece of bread or a cake with it. It's just like that. And if you don't eat it, you are sick, you need to go to the hospital, you're about to die. Even though you can weigh 200 fucking kilograms. And when you get your dinner table or your lunch, if you only eat one portion, you're about to die and there's something unhealthy with you. And then she's like, why are you so fat? That's the mentality that my family has with food. It's something that every time there's food, that's when the whole family gets together, we tell stories, we relax after a hard, really, really hard working day and stuff like that. And because we used to do a lot of physical manual labor, you need a lot of food. So they tend to serve bigger, dishes and stuff like that. Movie nights, it was not a movie night without a lot of fucking food and candy. Watching old Danish movies with homemade bread or homemade cake and coffee. That was the norm. But we don't live in that world anymore. But because my whole childhood was built up with food it's a reward. If you did something good, you get to determine what to have for dinner, You get to choose your favorite dish to have to eat. Food has been a reward. So when you when you become a grown-up, you still look at food as a reward until you recode that into your brain. Yeah, my grandparents also had a garden, a really big one. It's to mess with the Linux people, Johan. It's to mess with the Linux people because they love telling me how wrong I am every time I make a video. Also, I'm pleading subscribers at the moment. I think I'm purging all the Linux users out of my channel finally enough. So you want to, when my grandfather was alive and they lived in their farmhouse. They didn't have a farm, but they lived, out in the farming areas. They had a really, really big house, and then there was 3 or 4 farms around them. So you would wake up, you would get a kind of good breakfast. Then you 2-3 hours later, you'll get a cup of coffee with 1 or 2 pieces of bread with cheese on it. It's really big here in Denmark with bread and cheese. Then you will get your lunch, I think, your midday meal. That will be a really, really big meal, either sandwiches, bread, or a warm meal. Then 2 to 3 hours later, you will get another cup of coffee, 1 or 2 pieces of bread with something on top of it, mostly cheese. Then you will get your dinner. That will be a really, really heavy in protein, meat-based meal. And then at 7 or 8 o'clock, you will get coffee with more bread and cheese or more cake, more than likely also cake. And then you will go to bed. That would be a normal day in my grandmother's house. But again, we chopped wood every day. We were out in the garden. We were doing a lot of physical work because they had a wood stove. All their heating was done with a wood stove. So there was always, we always had to chop wood and stuff like that. So we burned a lot of calories. But trying and living like that, living in an apartment in the middle of the city, and just going to a desk job every day, for example. I don't eat like that, but imagine someone that have lived 40 years, 50 years in that manner, getting into a townhouse that my mom lives in, not my mom, my grandmother lives in right now because my grandfather, she moved there when my grandfather died. And she's a little bit choppy now because she still eats like that. Johan always wrong, yeah. Yeah, a lot of people, grandparents, that generation, they really like their gardens. Yeah, sweets are really fucking, I get it, man. Yeah, for me it's more chips and stuff like that. But we have to remember, not your parents, but your grandparents, the world they live in was heavily based on manual labor. They worked their fucking asses off. They work. Yeah, sugar. You can get addicted to sugar. Definitely. Yeah. So the grandparent generation and any generation before them, most jobs were still really, really difficult, like physically difficult. Nowadays, most people, they barely fucking move. They barely move anymore. So they have to eat a lot of food to basically survive. Just saw something on this to watch today, by the way. Well, that generation didn't live that long because their body was just used. Like, if you look at a 40, like I'm 40, if you look like a 40-year-old now and a 40-year-old from like the 60s, 50s, and 40s, like it's like a massive difference. They looked like they were 60, 70 years old when they were like 40, 50 years old. And they died younger because their bodies was just way too fucking used, So there's good things with the life we have now, and there's a bad thing. The good thing is that we live longer, we have a more convenient life, but we also have more, or we need to be more careful of what we fucking eat and put in our bodies. Where back in the day, because we worked like crazy people, we could just burn that off really fast. But our bodies, like, we got people in their 40s, like 20, 30, 40 years ago, 40, 50 years ago, their bodies was about to fall apart. Nowadays, 40 is like almost like being 25 or something like that, like it's like almost nothing. If you stay healthy, it's like nothing. Watermelon is quite good, yeah. I need to buy a watermelon. Yeah, sugar gives you that energy boost. It's really dangerous in your brain, yeah. Yeah, but there's a difference between... So here's the thing. You have to make the difference between carbohydrates and sugar. Sugar means refined sugar, and that's the bad thing. Carbohydrates don't necessarily need to be bad. But you get the same high out of both in your brain. Refined sugar, just give it in bigger boosts. And give it there faster. That's why we have the glucose index, or what the fuck it's called, where you can see how fast the carbohydrates in things react. So if you take like a cotton candy, you take a piece of that almost reacts instantly. But if you take like a cup of rice, you get the sugar or the carbohydrates from that more over time than in one big hit. And if you get that refined sugar, what we could just call sugar, it's like the one hitters, it's like the here and now. It's like something I need a boost me up, you eat like sugar, you eat refined sugar, and in like 5-10 minutes you get that boost. But if you eat something like rice, corn, you get that boost over time. Help watching the TV. So we need to make the distinction between sugar and carbohydrates. And then we also need to understand that some sugars or some carbohydrates is fast moving and long moving, because it's not everything is not the same. And you see a lot of people that have never researched that shit get it's a good way to see if people know what they're talking about if they don't make that distinction. Like, try and mention the glucose index to them, GI or GI, I think it's called. And if you don't know what that is, don't listen to them. Because it's so fucking important to understand how sugar and carbohydrates are basically activated in your body, because that determines if you get the sugar crashes. So if you eat a lot of sugar, like refined sugar and fast-moving sugar, you get a fuck ton of energy and then you crash. You like an hour, 30 minutes later, you're like, oh my fucking god, I'm so fucking tired, and blah, 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 blah. That's fast-moving sugar or carbohydrates. But again, rice and stuff like that, you get like a small amount of that sugar over a long period of time, so you don't get those crashes. You don't get tired after like an hour and stuff like that. So if you are tired at late in the evening, that's a good sign that you don't get enough long working carbohydrates, for example, and you get way too many fast carbohydrates. or sugars. But we need, salt. Most of these people crave salt because they're dehydrated. That's mostly why they crave salt, because they're dehydrated. Mostly. Well, if you want to eat healthy, just don't eat anything that's mass-produced. Produced foods are bad foods. So the less you have to make yourself, the more unhealthy it is. It's like not all the again, not 100%, but it's a good indicator. The more produced a food is, that means that there's a lot of calories condensed in a small form factor. And they put a lot of shit in it to last longer and taste better and blah, 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 blah. So the more produced a food is, the better it is for you, basically. But again, you can live healthy eating McDonald's meals. If you only eat what you need, calories-wise, a day. You may be, have some vitamins deficiencies, but then you just take multivitamins. You know. Like, this to watch seems like, is it just me? Like, is this just me? Or, like, the last year or so, this to watch seems really fucking slow. No. Rice and wheat and corn is really high on carbohydrates. Like, they are really high on carbohydrates. Pastas are really high in carbohydrates. Fruits are really high. So everything that grows above the earth has a really, really, really high amount of carbohydrates in them. Everything under the ground is really healthy for you, and has a lot of good vitamins in them, and a lot of the good carbohydrates in them. So here's how you should look at it. If it grows on top of the earth, it's like nature's candy. Look a little bit at it as like candy. It's not as damaging for you as candy is, but it's like, it's the one with the higher calorie count. It's the ones with the most sugar and stuff like that, but they still have a lot of vitamins and stuff that you need. Everything that's underneath the ground is like high volume, low calories, a lot of vitamins, a lot of good shit in them. So that's kind of how you should look at it. So if it grows on top of ground, it's like a snack. If it's underneath ground, it's a healthy meal. Sweet potatoes are quite low carbs, yeah. Or calories, sorry. Sweet potatoes are actually really good for you. Like, sweet potatoes actually really... Potatoes in general is good for you. Just can't eat a shit ton of them. So the Danish diet, we get potato... Like a normal day... Like an average Danish family, they get potatoes once a day. Once a day. We are really into potatoes here in Denmark. And I think in Scandinavia in general. It's like... Meat and potatoes is like the bare bone of the Scandinavian diet. Meat and potatoes. Meat, potatoes, and sauce. That's what it's about. That's what it's about. Mabel, I will agree with you. I will agree with you. Fathead, and it did explain a lot about carbohydrates and how unnatural foods always are. Yeah, vegetable oil, vegetable oils, canola oils. If it has anything corn related to it, it tends to be really high in corn oil, corn syrup, and stuff like that. It's really unhealthy for you. And that's typically American. Americans love their corn syrup and their cornstarch and stuff like that. and it's massively unhealthy for you. I do like salad with a good steak. I do like that, yeah. But yeah, steak and French fries, it's fucking amazing, man. But here's the thing. You can lose weight eating anything you want if you don't eat more calories than you burn. You may not get all the vitamins you need and stuff like that, but you can still lose weight. So you just have to supplement with vitamins. I'm not saying that it's like the most healthy thing to do, but you can lose weight. So here's the thing with losing weight. There's two factors. How much fuel do I put in my body and how much do I exert? How much fuel do I use a day? If you put too much fuel in than you're using, you're gaining weight. If you are taking less fuel in than you're using, you're losing weight. It's that fucking simple. So you can eat whatever the fuck you want as long as you're under the amount of calories that you burn a day. Yeah, olive oil, but there's a difference between olive oil and canola oil and vegetable oil and stuff like that. So here's another misconception. Fitness don't make you lose weight. And you may be like, what are you talking about? If I go to the gym, I'm losing weight. Yeah, that's because you are burning more calories than you're taking in. What fitness or exercise does just allows you to eat more before you gain weight. That's all it does. So if you want to lose weight, you have to eat so that even if you don't go to the gym, you will still lose weight. Yeah, take care, percent arms. So that means that if you don't go to the gym, I will still be losing weight. But if I go to the gym, or I go for a walk, or I go, lifting heavy shit, I will lose the weight faster. That's how we should look at it. That's how we should look at it. A lot of people, they're like, oh, if I go to the gym, I can eat McDonald's, and I can eat French fries, and I can eat pizzas because I go to the gym. No. If you eat more calories than you're burning, even at the gym, you will still gain weight. That's why I'm a fat motherfucker. It's all about intake versus output. Yeah, but there's ways of mediating your arteries and help them stay healthy and stuff like that. That's a way of looking at it, Cody, yeah. But I see a lot of people like, oh, I need to lose weight, and then they go to the gym, like, have you changed your diet at all? No, I'm just going to the gym. Well, how much are you working out then? Because you need to work more out than you have calories in your body. That we can agree on, Marble. That we can agree on. Any exercise will help you stay more healthy. And walking is the most healthy thing you can do. Walking is way better. So here's the thing. If you go to the gym and you do weightlifting for 30 minutes, you burn more calories walking for 30 minutes than doing weightlifting for 30 minutes. Think about that. Weightlifting is not really... it don't burn a lot of calories. But what burns calories is muscle mass. So this is how you see a lot of bodybuilders eating a lot of food. Why they need to do that is because the act of exercising, working the muscles out, don't burn that much calories. But maintaining the strength, the muscle mass, takes a lot of calories. So the bigger your muscles are, the more calories they need to function. So when people are weight training to lose weight, the exercise in of itself is not how they lose the weight. It's that they are building bigger and bigger muscles. So look at it like this. If you're building bigger muscles, you're not losing the weight in the gym. You're losing the weight when you're not working out and your muscles are getting bigger and stronger. Because they take more calories to maintain, so they take calories from your fat deposit and so on and so on. If you want to do exercises that actively burn a lot of calories, you need to do cardiovascular exercises, walking, running, swimming, stuff like that. Because they mobilize calories way bigger, they mobilize sugars way faster and stuff like that. Slow burn, and that's what I call them, but continuous stress works out, like weightlifting and stuff like that. You don't burn a lot of calories while you're doing it, but when you get home and your muscles are regenerating, they're getting bigger and stronger, that's when you lose the weight, because they require more calories to sustain that fuel. It's like putting a bigger engine into your car. You get bigger muscles, you put bigger engines into your car. That requires more gasoline, basically. Yeah, but the stronger you get, the bigger muscles you get, the more calories you burn. You need about 8,000 steps as a minimum a day. 8,000 is kind of like the norm. The norm. But here's another thing. If you walk 10,000 steps or 8,000 steps a day, but you sit still for more than, I think it's 3 or 4 hours without moving, the benefit of walking 10,000 steps a day is not there anymore. There's nothing more unhealthy than sitting still. Sedentary lifestyle is going to be the biggest killer ever. Because we are not built to be sitting still. That's true. The benefit of smoking, I need to stand up and get out. But if you only walk 10,000 steps a day or 8,000 steps or whatever the fuck it is, studies have shown that if you then sit still for more than, I think it's like 3 to 4 hours a day, the benefit is basically not there anymore. Because the damage that sitting still does to your body outweighs the benefit of walking those 10,000 steps. Look this guy up. Andy Hopperman. He has a lot of great things about this subject. How the body works by bioengineering, neuroscience, and all of that fucking shit. Like, I think if you do 10 minutes every hour, that should be enough. But the more, the better, basically. Yeah, but 10 to 15 minutes every hour is kind of like, every hour you need to do something. But we all know none of us do it. I have a standing desk at work and I barely fucking use it. I used it in the beginning because it was fun and interesting. But, yeah. I need to watch some more of his fucking videos. I haven't watched them for a long while, but there's a lot of great information about fitness and health. He works with like operators and stuff like that, and fitness, like athletes, like Olympic athletes and top end athletes. These leads to see how the brain and nervous system and body reacts to almost any kind of fitness and stuff like that. Like there's like he has this 90-minute like for caffeine. If you drink any caffeine, I think it's like before 90 minutes after you wake up, you will get a caffeine crash. If you wait 90 minutes before you get any caffeine in your body, you don't get a crash later in the day. And if it is also something like if you get exposed to sunlight for like 20 minutes within the first 10 minutes that you're waking up, you will have a more energized day and you'll be less tired and you'll generally feel way better. If every day within 10 minutes you wake up, you get 20 to 30 minutes of sunlight, you will have a better day, you'll be more healthy, your pulse will be better, and blah, 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 blah. That's a good thing to do. Yeah. Luckily enough, some days, or most of the days, I get called around a lot, so I barely sit still more than maybe an hour at most, and then I have to go and do something else. It's at home, I can sit still way longer at home. Like when I'm doing these live streams, I can sit still for like 6, 7, 8 hours, that's not healthy. That's not healthy. But he's a really good dude to talk about, not talk about, but to get a little bit of info. But they are a bit, like you're not watching this to get entertained. It can be really boring. It can be really boring. Like really, really boring. Luckily enough, they own like 2 hours this long. So I'm starting to not want to watch podcasts that are too long anymore. Because they tend to just drag out and drag. Like, I used to love watching Joe Rogan, but 4 or 5 hours podcast, there's a lot of meaningless shit being talked about that is like, yeah, I find it makes them more human-esque, but after like 2 hours, I think people tend to, or at least I do, I tend to start to kind of drag, I start to be like, yeah. And I can see, funny enough, I can see that on my YouTube channel. YouTube Shorts are too short for that format. YouTube Shorts are too short for these kind of things. I just watch the clip channels. When they have like the 15, 20, 30 minutes clips of a segment. I watch those instead. YouTube Shorts are not good for YouTube Shorts or TikTok is entertainment. It's really hard to really educate someone in 2 minutes. Or under 2 minutes. It's almost undoable. You can get them interested and you can get them intrigued and give them a small little snippets. But you don't really learn. You can't really learn in 2 minutes. Because then every college fucking course would be 2 minutes long or something. You get what I'm saying here. They are meant to be appetizers, basically. They are meant to get you interesting and then go on to the channel and watch the full talk or what you would call it. Imagine learning Linux in a 2-minute short format. Like, just learning Bash in a YouTube short format. Yeah, it's the ad for the food. Exactly, Marble. I will agree 1000% with that. It is the ad for the video, yeah. And YouTube really want you to do YouTube Shorts, and I should do it because it will benefit my channel fucking much. TikTok is also bad. YouTube Shorts, like I watch YouTube Shorts once in a while. I really don't like. I don't like the format at all. I don't like it at all. I feel stupid. Every time I watch a YouTube short, I never come across with like, oh my god, this was interesting. I can laugh because something is funny. I can get sad if it's sad, but most of all, it just feels stupid. I just feel like I'm wasted, 2 minutes, and then I scroll down to the next one and waste another 2 minutes. And then, oh my god, I've been looking at this for 10 minutes and I've learned nothing. It's not been beneficial for my life whatsoever. And I feel bad about it. So I have this philosophy. I should make a video about it. So I look at content like this. There are junk food content and there's healthy content. Healthy content is you learning, exploring, broaden your horizon. Junk food content is fail movies, fail army. It's stuff that you watch that could be funny or interesting while you're watching it, but when you're walking away from it, you've forgotten everything about it. And just like with diets, I think we need to be more aware of the content we consume. We need to have more healthy content, stuff that teaches us something, that makes us remember something, that makes us interesting into something, and so on, and less of the fast, digestible, meaningless content. When I say meaningless, I don't mean that it don't have a meaning, but it's just something you have running in the background, or you do while you're on the crabber, or you do for a laugh and stuff, and then you don't think about it anymore. That kind of content we need less of, because if you get more of that, you're just filling your brain and your time with less productive things. Where if you're doing this here, this is a productive thing to listen to. Watching a 2-hour compilation of people getting kicked in their balls and falling off their bikes, even as funny as that fucking shit is, it's not productive for anything. It's not a productive thing to do. It is an entertaining thing to do, but it's not a productive thing to do. And you need to have more productive things to do in your day than non-productive things that you do. Harry Potter and Italy, I don't even care about that, to be honest. But I do feel that a lot of people, they have too much, in quotes, meaningless content than they have. That's a fucking good conversation. He's been on a couple of times, or I think like 5 times now, or something like that. Some of them are not on Spotify. You can see them on his YouTube channel. Most of them, if not all, is only on his YouTube channel, I think. I can't remember it. The same when he's talking with the Weinstein brothers. They are also they are bio something. And one of them is an infective virus specialist or something like that. But they both work in biochemistry or something like that. I can't fucking remember it. And one of the oldest one just basically did a research paper or a white paper about kind of new way of looking at the universe and all that, how it works and stuff like that. I can't fucking remember what it's called. It has something to do with parallel universes, but it's not like string theory. It's like the fifth dimension. It's something with like an extra dimensions. I can't fucking remember it. I haven't seen that one. I don't really like the puppet guy. I actually don't watch a lot of comedians. They are too... comedy has become too censored. Like Bill Burr, C.K. Lewis, or what the fuck his name is, Tom Segura, Bert Kreischer, those kind of people I can watch. But a lot of the new comics, they are like social justice warriors that are trying to be political commentators while trying to be funny. Seinfeld, I can't stand that guy. He's too fucking censored also. Like a lot of the sitcom comedians I don't like either. Because they had sitcoms, they kind of got brainwashed a little bit. With the Hollywood culture and the Hollywood censorship and stuff like that. Of course I like Joe Rogan. I think he's one of the funniest guys ever. Chappelle is fucking amazing also. Well, that's how stupid America is. I'm sorry, but this is how stupid America is. You cannot say fuck in a movie, but you can watch someone blow their fucking brains off, or a guy's brains off, sniffing coke off a hooker's titties. We have to blur out the nipples. But they can sniff coke off of fucking titties. They can sell fucking heroin to an 18-year-old. But don't say fuck. Don't say fuck. Don't say fuck. No. But we can run around and shooting everyone, not fucking, but shooting everyone, sniffing one coke and drinking this and drunk driving, but fuck, no. No. It just makes no fucking sense. Well, it does. Because... Nipplegate, I've heard about it, but I can't remember it. I've heard the term, but I didn't really... I didn't do anything. I was not looking into it because I found just the name is really fucking meaningless in my mind. So here's why you can't say fuck. And this is why America still lives in the 1800s, by the way. It's because of religion. America in 2023 is one of the most religiously controlled countries in the... Oh, yeah. I remember that in Super Bowl, yeah. Like I said, I didn't look into it that much. But most things in the States is controlled in some way or form by religion. And that's why you can't say fuck on the television. But again, you can kill a shit ton of people sniffing coke and take heroines all over the place. But we can't see people fuck and we can't say the word fuck. And that's because of religion. That's religion that have ruined that. Again, America, and a lot of people hate me for saying this, but they are living in a really weird place that is really behind a lot of things. Yeah, exactly, yeah. No, it is religion. It is religion. It's 1000% religion. It's nothing to do with woke culture, because you could not say fuck before wokeness was even a thing. Like, censoring fuck has been going on in the States and television and radio shows ever since it started. And if I'm not mistaken, I actually think it was because religious groups were lobbying for it to be taken out of television and radio stations. It's not generalizing, it's facts. It's facts. Yeah, there are a few stations that do it, yeah. Yeah, you're not understanding woke culture then, I'm sorry to say it, Survivor. I do know that woke people hate religion, but they don't hate religion for the things that you think they hate religion for. And woke culture is not a religious thing. Woke culture is entitlement, crybaby, boring housewives and housemen thing. Woke culture is all about being holier than they. And not in a religious way, but in a moral way, in a societal way. It's a pissing contest about who can be more progressive than the other one. America is not land of the free, no. It's one of the most severe countries in the world. It's one of the most anti-free worlds or governments in the world. It is religion way controlled. It's not the same. Still not the same. Because woke culture don't have a deity or anything like that they look up to. That's religion. That's religion. Like I said, America lives in the 1800s still. When it comes to a lot of things. Woke culture is not religion. I will call it a cult. A non-religious cult. Just like Linux and the Free Software Foundation is a non-religious cult. That I would call, like, if I should put wokeness into something, it's a cult. And a cult and religion don't have to be the same thing. But it's a cult that is made out of abort them? I don't know. Abortion is not bad if it's done the right way. Like, you know, there needs to be a cutoff point when you can and can't do it. And that has to be science-based. It has to be science-based. The reasoning for the abortion debate in the States I don't like, because it's 99% religion-based. They don't look at any science, or they don't regard any science into it. It's all religion-based. And you cannot make a good decision if you're doing it religion-based. I don't care if it's from the R word. We can't say that word, by the way, survivor, so please don't say that again, or YouTube will come and hunt you down. But it should be an individual's choice if what they want to do with their body, up to a certain point. And when science have decided that it's now an individual and not just like a sperm cell, because here's the thing, the R word. Every time I masturbate and I shoot one out into the fucking sheets of my bed, that would be regarded as an abortion. Then they're potential human beings. You know. So if you look at every semen is regarded like, just because a semen enters a fucking vagina, don't make it more of a human than if I fucking spray it onto like Lamer's face, or I spray it onto my fucking cap, or I spray it into the toilet or in the shower. It's still a fucking semen. So at some point, that semen and an egg becomes something more than just a semen and egg. And that's when we need to figure out when is the right way of doing that. You know. Yeah, Catholic will say that you should not masturbate because you're killing babies, exactly. And it's that nonsense that I'm a little bit like, we need to figure out when can we say this organism is an individual organism. And that's the cutoff point of it. And that's what we need to figure out. Again, we need, yeah, I'm agreeing with you with development shit, but we need to figure out 100% or as close to 100% as possible when that development has developed enough into being something where, okay, now we are killing someone. When is the cutoff? When is the cutoff point of being just a semen out of 1,000 and an egg out of 1,000 to being an individual? That's the thing we need to figure out. Yeah, every sperm is sacred. I have that song on my playlist, yeah. Yeah. I like that also, that we have that in EU, that there's a line in the sand. But I cannot say if that's the right line, if it should be moved one way or the other, because I'm not educated in that kind of reproductive systems, you know. But we need to figure it out. You know, we need to figure it out. We need to figure it out. Because I have personally seen a lot of people, both friends and family members and colleagues, getting kids that should not have kids. You know, alcoholic parents, drug fiend parents, abusive parents in all ways, shape, or form. And they only got kids because we can't get an abortion. Because people look down on us and stuff like that. Here's the thing. A kid cannot choose its parents, sadly enough. And there are, I hate to say this, but there are some kids out there that are being brought into this world where it would probably have been best for them if they were not alive with the things that those stupid fucking idiot parents are doing to them. Or at least there needs to be a system that helps those kids out way faster than they're doing already. I've worked in places where a lot of those kids, when they get adults, they end up And seeing the damage that parents have done to their kids just because, abortion and all that is I think you need to be vetted to be a parent. I really fucking think. I think you need to take some classes or get, just like you need to have a driver license, you need to have a fucking parent's license. You need to validate to society that I'm ready to have a kid. Because with the rate that people are shooting kids out of their fucking vaginas nowadays, and the way that they're treating them, it's probably one of the fucking most outrageous things that we are doing as humans. It's not controlling reproductive programs. It's just being like validating that you're fit as a parent. Yeah, but they need to be mandatory. They need to be mandatory. And if you are pregnant and it turns out that you're not fit to be a parent, you need to show that you're fit to be a parent before the kid comes out, or then you just can't keep the kid if you have not shown it. Like, if you're still fucking addicted to drugs when you get your kid, you should not have the kid. That kid needs to go into a foster home or something like adoption or something like that. You know? No, don't castrate them. And it don't have to be the government. It could be a private institute that, like an outside entity from the state that is maybe get money from the state, but the state has no saying in what they're doing. The state don't have to do everything. You can outsource a lot of things, Because when you're seeing how fucking stupid thing parents do to their kids, like, I have had friends that got pregnant just because they wanted a little fucking kid to show to their friends, so to get attention. That kid ended up being a fucking drug addict. Because when the kid became too old, the mom didn't want to have anything to do with him anymore. I've seen it so fucking much. Yeah, that's not the right way to do it either, Survivor. But the fact is, nothing in this world is more, I hate the word precious, but nothing in this world requires more of you than raising a child. And if you're not fit to raise a child, you should not be allowed to raise a child. Because you are damaging another human being with your actions. I just don't agree with that. Like I said, if you're seeing the shit and work with the shit I've worked with over the years and seen, you'll think the same thing. And here's the thing. 9 out of 10 parents will have no problem doing this. It has nothing to do with being modern. It has something to do with protecting kids. Like I said, let everyone have kids. Let everyone have kids. But if you cannot show before you put that kid out of your fucking vagina that they can have a stable life, it has to be put up for adoption or part-time residency in other places or something like that. I for the sake of a child having a good childhood, I'm willing to piss off a lot of people. There's already definition by law that defines what it takes to be a mom and a dad. We already have that in law. That's why we have CPS, or what the fuck it's called in the States, taking kids away from their mom and dads. It's already in law what you need to do to be a fit parent. And if you can't fucking do that while you're pregnant, how the hell are you going to do it when the kid comes out? It's no different than, it's basically just upholding the laws that we have today before they shoot that kid out the fucking vagina. But we tend to be like, oh, okay, they're pregnant. No problem, they're pregnant. They will figure it out. They will get better. They will get better. And then you get a fucking kid that needs methadone when they come out of their fucking mom's womb. Yeah, that's fucking great society. And then that kid fucking died like a week or a month later because of fucking heroin withdrawals. Fucking great society. Amazing. And then the mom goes and get a kid 6 months later. And that kid is addicted to something, alcohol. Then a year later she gets pregnant again. And then in like 5 years she has like 6 kids or something like that. Yes, that's the fucking great way we're looking at kids. Hey, Lo, how are you, man? I fucking miss your face. I can't wait to take my kids to the methadone on addict. No. It's, yeah. Oh, acting clinic, yeah. Yeah, it's... Oh, God, Lamer, you don't need kids. The world can't handle you and Becky having kids. I need to rewatch Arrested Development. I haven't watched it in years. It's such a good show. How are you, by the way? Everything okay? Are you playing some guitar and doing your womanly things? Are you having a good life? Do we need to take you out and party a little bit? That was a Danish joke, by the way. Means party bad. You're rolling a joint and go off-roading. Oh, fuck. Take me off-roading. Please take me with you off-roading. I love off-roading. I fucking love it. I love it. You need to take some pictures and show it. Oh, MX Linux got a release. When was that? Yeah, give me your new Discord, please. I didn't even know you had one. I'll be stalking you like a fucking crazy person in there if that was the case. You know, like, Lama and Becky have kinda abandoned me. I need a new BFF, man. And if it's like a sexy BFS, that would be even better. Have anyone tried this, Kobek? Oh my god, Lama, you need to get laid so fucking bad. Have anyone tried this, rolling, Ubuntu thingy here? U-launch, nothing new. App quit, nothing new. Yeah, but if you can either email me the Discord if you don't want to put it in here. Like, my email should be on my channel. So, get your amazing fingers on that keyboard and email the Discord link to me if you want to, or something like that. I promise not to stalk you that much. I haven't watched Tech Hot in a long time. I haven't watched Linux YouTubers in a long time, so I don't really know. But a lot of people talked about this distro here, yeah. They're using Parcel or what the fuck, Pactal, which basically is the AUR for Ubuntu. Yes, XFCE based, yeah. Bam, 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 bam. It looks interesting. I don't know. They just want to be special, I guess. I have no fucking idea. I just, like, I've known about this distribution for a long time, but I'm just like, yeah, I have not personally run Pi-hole, but I've known or know about people that have done it, and they really, really like it. They do like it a lot, and it seems to be doing really, 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 really well. But yeah, it's not for me. It's not for me. I don't know what to say about it. I don't care much about those things. I'm doing my best to basically get away from Linux as much as possible online. I am emotional drained. No, I'm just fed up with it, man. I have a video coming out next week that will piss off a lot of people again. I don't know what to say. I'm starting to look at Linux like, you know, when you look at a crash, someone, you know, get run over by a train or something like that. Like, it's a train wreck that you just can't fucking stop looking at. That's my feeling towards Linux at the moment. It's a massive train wreck that you just can't stop looking at and pointing at. And yeah. I like to piss stupid people off, yeah. So it's not so much pissing them off. It's knocking them down. You know, getting them down to reality. So I don't want to piss them off. I just want to slap them in the face with my reality cock, basically. Swing my tiny penis into their face and give them a slap of reality. Because most Linux users, they live in this fucking weird-ass fucking fairy tale world that don't exist. See, it feels like most Linux users don't share any new knowledge. Imagine most channels are stacked. I couldn't agree more. But here's the thing, Laura. Here's the thing. Linux viewers don't care about learning stuff. I see it all the fucking time. Just on my channel, if I make let's just say a how-to video, an educational video, something like that, it gets almost no views. But if I talk about the philosophies, the drama, or the politics, or the ethos, and all that, it gets a lot of views. And if I go to popular channels, if they do educational videos, they get, compared to non-educational videos, they get no views. compared to the other content they make. Linux users don't want to learn. They just want to be confirmed, 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 and confirmed. They just want to hear other people say that their opinion. Exactly. I could hug you right now. Exactly. Yes. Amen. Yeah. They just want their beliefs confirmed. Linux users, they want to live in an echo chamber, and there's nothing more dangerous than living in an echo chamber. You're a fucking smart fish, man. You need to stream more, Laura. I do like your Final Fantasy streams. The Linux, I honestly, I don't fucking care about Linux YouTubers. I really don't. I know it's really bad to say, but I fucking don't. I'm so fed up with them. And I know there's a lot of great channels out there, like in Network Canucks or Chuck. Do you mean Canucks or Network Chucks? I know there's a lot of great Linux YouTubers out there that are doing it the right way and stuff like that. Like TechHot is one of the good ones, but I just can't. Because then you go down to the comment section and you just get slapped in your face with this cult ideology stupidity every time you do it. You know, and it's driving me fucking bonkers, man. Oh, it's a network channel. Oh. Join the cult. Nah. I want to get out of the cult. That's the issue here. So my plan is a little bit of just only talk and use Linux in live streams. And then I have a reaction video coming up about Chris Titus Tech. And this is how stupid Chris Titus Tech is. It's a 6-minute video. For 5 minutes, he's saying a lot of fucking amazing great shit. The last 1 minute, he ruins everything. Every fucking thing. With how fucking stupid and arrogant he is. He ruins he ruins 5 okay minutes. Like, it's one of the few videos where I'm like, I actually agree with a lot of things that he's saying here. And in the last minute, he just shit all over that by becoming elitist, becoming self-righteous, becoming arrogant. I think he's the answer for everything. I'm just like, oh fucking god, now I know why I don't watch that shit. Like, I'm sitting there, yes, it's just it's unedited. That video is over 30 minutes long of me reacting to a 6-minute Chris Titus Tech video. And most of it is me agreeing with him. And in the last minute, he just fucking piss all over the fucking place. Like, he takes you in, he butter you up, he gives you candy and food, and then he fucking slap you in the face with a wet fucking dick and pee on you. It's so fucking, like, that dude is so fucking, no, trust me. The video is way worse. Like, what I'm saying here, when I'm done editing it, it's way worse than I'm explaining it here. I'm just saying the highlights here. I'm not, trust me, you want to see what it's about. Because I give a lot of reasoning where he makes a statement. I give the reasons why things are that way. Yeah, take care, man. And Laura, please keep in touch. I miss talking to you. Give me that Discord link when you're done with it, so I can stalk you a little bit more. We always like having you in here, and I do miss talking to you. You're always such fucking amazing. You're one of the few amazing people I've met in here. Well, everyone is amazing, but you always make it fucking. Yeah, do that, man. Do that, Laura, and take care. You know. You are loved. Just remember that. We love you. You know, we love having you around. And like I said, Cody and Becky, they have their little thing going. My best friends have left me, man. I'm all alone in the world. And let's face it, you look way better than they do anyway, you know, so. I am open for new BFSs. No. Disto Watch is not correct in any way, shape, or form. Have fun off-roading, man. Have fun off-roading. Go show the world how amazing you are. I need some more Coke Zero here. That's true, Lama. She's amazing. She's fucking amazing. I think she's one of the first ones. No, you have to suck it up. So here's the thing, Johan. When you meet an amazing person, you have to suck up a little bit, okay? You have to suck up a little bit. Especially if those people have not had it easy their whole, you know, online career and stuff like that. Oh no. Some people need a little bit extra wind in their sail than others, and you have to, if you have the opportunity and the extra energy to give those people a little bit extra wind in their sail, go do it. Go do it. And Laura definitely needs some wind in her sail. She deserves a lot of what you call it, positivity. I don't know if I'm explaining it correctly, but you get what I'm saying here. A guy again? Nah, no. Nah, that dude is like... Oh god. No. No. Oh, I'm a Chris Titus Tech fanboy, for sure. For sure. Yeah, Chris Titus Tech is my homeboy. He's my homeboy. I don't... I love E-Boss Central. He's my homeboy also. He why the fuck? Oh, do I have any other browser? I thought I'm missing something in. I have Firefox. Oh god. Apparently, I've not even fucking used this one yet. Hours. Holy shit. Nah. Yeah, I don't use... The only time I really use Firefox is actually on Linux, because it just comes pre-installed. But most of the time I install... I just use Chrome. Hey, Taifu, bye Taifu. I'm really sorry, but is there any way of pronouncing your name correctly? Or can I call you some... Do you prefer another name? Because I feel really stupid saying your name when I don't know if I'm saying it correctly. Yeah, Firefox can be glitchy as fuck, yeah. Oh, it has 10p. I didn't know that. Johan. You're also beautiful, Johan. I feel a little... So here's the thing. I think Johan feels a little bit left out and a little bit not appreciated. So everyone, go put some hearts into chat for Johan and send him a lot of hugs and tell him how handsome and beautiful and amazing he is. I think Johan needs some manly love here. There you go, some hearts there. Come on, people. That's. I think he feel a little bit left out here. Of the love circle, or what you will call it. I don't fucking know. Maybe or not. Maybe you feel underappreciated. Let me put it that way. Or if you like to be invisible, well then let's make sure that you are not invisible anymore. I've not liked Firefox for fucking ages, like since 2017 or something like that. Oh, MS Teams. So that works better on Brave. Oh, sorry, on Chrome. I didn't know that. What about Edge? Have you thought about Edge? Using Edge? I don't even know if I can install that on OpenSUSE. Split view is really great on Edge, yeah. I use that quite a lot, Typho. Chrome or Edge are officially supported by MS Team. In Firefox, the video's not... Ah, that's actually good to know, thank you. Because we use Teams quite a lot. Well, I'm finally almost... If I'm lucky, if I'm really lucky, maybe next week I will get my Azure account at work. So I can start using Teams and all of that shit. Just been there for almost like 6 months, but hey. Wait, there's no Linux version. Oh, there you go. The RPM version, there you go. Accept and download. I have not looked into Teams on Linux. Oh, he will have a fit if he hear I use Chrome. Holy shit. Poor little man. Poor little man. I hope Tinker comes in here because he was getting a new keyboard. I really want to hear how... I should make a video about this keyboard. Or it's just an integrity check. That we can just ignore that one. When you update from the command line, it will import the right keys and stuff like that. Known issues with BP9 on AMD. Oh. Look at this shit. This is every Linux user's nightmare. Every hardcore Linux user's nightmare. Running Edge on Linux. Yoink. I don't want to sync. It looks quite neat. It looks a little bit like Firefox, to be honest. Yeah, that's true. It was quicker than Chrome, yeah. OneDrive on Linux is a little bit iffy. You can do it, but it's a little bit iffy. Actually, a lot iffy. Chrome, or not Chrome, Google Drive is a little bit better. I think the best way to use OneDrive on Linux is doing it via the web interface. Oh, now we can use the chat for the chat AI. Why do Linux sucks? Oh, verify that you're human, I'm human. Success. Artswiki, yeah. Linux is an operating system that has been criticized in a number of fronts. Some of the criticisms include a confusing number of choice of distributions in the desktop environment, pure open source support for some hardware. Breathe. In particular, drivers for 3D graphics chips where manufacturers were unwilling to provide full specification. However, it's important to note that Linux is widely used in many industries, such as the New York Stock Exchange and most supercomputers. Oh, Linux users are getting a fucking nerdgasm right now. It's also used in many smartphones, as Linux-based Android operating systems dominates the smartphone market in many countries. I hope this helps. Let me know if you have any other question. How do I get a girlfriend? Yeah, it fucks that up a little bit, Johan, yeah. Oh fuck, it didn't get mad this time. Getting a girlfriend can be a difficult task. There's many ways to approach this, but sometimes include being comfortable with yourself, improve your body language. Oh, so actually take a shower and not looking like you were about to cry all the time. Gotcha. Looking to be friends first. Oh, friend zone first. I never heard that one before. That's actually new. Getting good at approaching girls, being a funny conversationalist. Oh, conversationalist. Using dating apps like Tinder. Oh, God, no. Not worrying about rejection and learning to generally compliment her. Yeah, some of that would be... Yeah, I will agree with some of that. I hope this... So... Will you be my wife? Oh. Will you be my wife? Hallucinations for sure, yeah. Yep, I pissed her off. I pissed her off. I pissed her off. I pissed her off. I pissed the fucking AI off. No, it's not used because it costs zero money, Mabel. That's because Linux costs money for operations, for companies. So look into the cost of ownership. On average, in best case scenarios, all studies shows that you save up to, at most, 10 to 15% running Linux. Linux is not free to use and run for corporations, companies, etc., etc. They may not pay for the distribution, but they pay for everything else, just like they do with Microsoft and anywhere else. So if you think that Linux companies use Linux because it's free, no. 10 to 15% is not a lot. That's not a lot. And that's best case scenario. So that means that that's not everyone. It will probably be, now I'm speculating, 5-ish% that you on average will save. Yeah, I know there's a game called AI Girlfriend. Don't be scared of rejection. Kel, will you be my girlfriend? Bing. Being left the chat, yeah. I'm sorry, but I prefer not to continue this conversation. I'm still learning, so I appreciate you understand and appreciate. So is he basically telling me she's a kid? Let's start over. Bing, you are looking great today. Thank you, I'm just a computer program, but I'm glad you think so. How can I help you? Kiss me. Like, you need to put yourself out there. You know, put yourself out there. What is he saying now? I'm sorry, but I prefer not to continue this conversation. I love this shit. Let's try again. Are you mad at me? No, I'm not mad at you. How can I help you? Did I say something wrong? Is there anything I can help you with? In your opinion, what will be needed to be changed to fix Linux and or GNU? Almost everything. The mindset towards other operating systems and licenses. The us versus them mentality. Unifications and standardization that everyone follows within the Linux ecosystem. Making Linux accessible and usable by the masses. More users, more companies. More users means more money is going to be made. Means more companies is going to support them. Is there anything that's like the 4 top ones? There's more, but if you can do those 4 things, you have a winner. What do you think about Brett's AI? Yeah, I know you can, yeah. Oh, I spelled it wrong. Controversial generative AI intelligence chatbot developed by controversial or conservational. Oh, sorry. Conversational, sorry. That can create new content. It is focused on creating text that answer your questions in a natural and conversational way. Brett is an experiment. It's an experiment that lets you cooperate with generative. So it's basically just like Bin. Let's go on a date. Oh, she kicked me out again. I used my limit now. Fuck it. I really do like this though. This I like. Oh, it's just putting it over there. Why is it doing that way? Ah, interesting. Yeah, most people would want to pay, would have no problem paying for for Linux. I need to check this out. I need to run this more on... Your Forest. Nobody gave Johan any love in chat. What are you people doing? Why are you not loving Johan? Fucking pesky humans. Go love Johan. I wish we had computers like this and phones like this, just one big class piece. Maybe that's what they're really working on Microsoft. This is the future Microsoft Surface. There you go, Lamer. You better do it or I will get Becky to fucking spank the living shit out of you. Yeah, I can't fucking remember how it looks like, to be honest. I don't care much about leaks and stuff like that. I don't care much about Windows 12 anyway. It's just going to be an upgraded version of Windows 11. Oh, is this one of those songs that just stops like a minute before they're actually done? Yeah. Johun. There's an A in it. Johan. Not Johun. Are you a dog? So, a fun thing. I know, but your name is Johan. Johan. Should it not be then spelled like that? Maybe change your name a little bit? I'm just saying what your name is saying on YouTube. So, I have had... Windows 10 has been more stable the last 7 years on any of my machines than Linux has been. I've had more problems and crashes and irritations with Linux and its programs than I have had with Windows 10 and 11. Think about that. You like KDE over GNOME? Yep, I like KDE. I'm going to be doing brand new Debian install. Can't decide to see. I like XFCE is like going back to the 90s for me. KDE has the best customizability. GNOME I just don't like because they're limiting you for every update they do. Into crypto, like I don't speculate in it other than in a hobby manner. Okay, so your name is highly depending on the... So you're pronouncing it in a different way in the country that you live in, Johan. Okay? Is that what you're telling me? That in your country it's pronounced like a U instead of an A because of the way that it's grammatically put together. So I look into crypto, I don't speculate into crypto with real money. I probably would at some point if I had enough money, but I don't think cryptocurrency is... Cryptocurrency will always be a internet thing. I don't think cryptocurrency is going to take over the world as everyone thinks it is. Because there's no real backing up around it. I actually really like Windows 11. Or Wilson, you rabble, you. Windows 8.1 is actually really good, yeah. Yeah, we're just living in it. That's true. Radical streamers. Gold is so, yeah, physical currency or physical I was about to say money, but you know, value is good to have. Yeah. Yeah. No, not as in Hon, but Johan. I'm getting confused now. So Johan. So you pronounce the A like a O. Like in English. Yeah, Johan, yeah. Johan, yeah. H-A-N, Johan. No, Cass is never going to go away. Johan. That's Swedish. Johan. No, Cass is. It's been around too long. It's never going away. It may be called something different. Let's change its name, but we still have, you know, like Dolly do. You know, like it maybe it will not be called a dollar, but like something else. But we still have the same mindset of, you know, Norsk. Oh god, Norwegian people, fucking shit. Holy crap. They're almost as bad as Swedish people. Almost as bad as Swedish people. That actually reminds me, I need to check something. Yeah, 10 has a better start menu. Yep. So what I think is going to be done is that the term dollar is not going, you know, like that. That's just pretend dollar. You know, let's pretend that become a universal currency. That's not going away, like the name dollar. But every transaction is going to be done online as it is right now. How many of you right now has cash on you? Like real cash and not just a credit card. I think the physical bills will probably end up going away. But instead of having a physical dollar, you will just have a virtual dollar. So we don't need that much real cash. Everything's just being done electronically. Okay, yeah. The physical aspect of it, I think, will go away, yeah. Yeah. But it will still be like Norwegian crowns, Swedish crowns, Danish crowns, euros, Australian dollars, and all that fucking shit. It will just be all done electronically. Application menu in KD is quite good, yeah. So you can pay in the shop with your hands now. Yeah, you can pay with your phone, your hands, your watch. Yeah, it's. I used to not like using credit cards. Now I can't fucking live without them. Or without, I only have one card. But yeah, it's just. So here's the thing. I do prefer physical money, okay? But I don't like having a big fucking wallet in my pants. I love having just a credit card and a credit card holder. So, I can show you guys and girls and aliens and robot what I have. I think that's my channel. What is my channel called? I have channels. I can't even remember what they're called. Oh, here it is. Gadget and EDC Crazy. Go sub to it, by the way. This is my new wallet. This is my old one. I kind of liked it, but still I didn't. I am thinking about trying out. I do have my my credit card associated with the Google Wallet, or not Google Wallet, the Apple Wallet, Apple Pay. Yeah, the first one was similar to a Rich, but it's one of those Chinese Amazon knockoffs. Yeah, install Windows 11 on unsupported hardware. I do think that should be okay, if you ask me. So this is my new one, handmade in the United States with real leather and stuff like that. So here's the fun part. This one here costs 7 times more than this one here. About 8 to 7 times more than this one here. That's how big difference is between these two. This one here cost about $10. This one here cost 10, 15 bucks. This one here cost about, with shipping and everything, we're talking about 120, maybe 80 bucks, maybe 90 to 110 bucks. This one here cost. Handmade in the USA, real leather, blah, 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 blah. But I want this to be my last wallet that I buy for the next long time. Yeah, I do use Apple Pay a lot if I buy online now, to be honest, yeah. It's not TPA, it's what is it called? TPM. There are no more spyware on Windows 11 than there is on Windows 10. There are no more spyware on Windows 11 than there is on Windows 10. And there are more spyware on YouTube, Chrome, Steam. I could go on, and any Google product has more spyware than Windows have. Any Apple product has more spyware than Windows have. Any gaming platform has more spyware than Windows have. So please stop only being mad at Windows. Have anyone ever had that or thought about getting that Apple credit card? No, Windows 11 is not. If Windows 11 is basically spyware, Windows 10 and Windows 8 is also basically spyware. I use PayPal or just my credit card for the most part. Now I'm starting to use Apple Pay a little bit more. I need to get some more EDC shit I can... in my car, have Apple credit card. It's white, shiny, and metal. Awesome. I've just heard a lot of people liking it, but I can't get it in Denmark. I don't think so. I like the metal part. Metal! Drive safe, girl. Don't go and crash your car. I will get mad at you if you do so. You can use Apple Pay on Windows computers. Yeah, I think you can. Yeah, you just log in with your Apple ID. Yeah. Kinda perfect dog. Kinda, yeah. But I will say I fucking love this wallet here. It's amazeballs. It has its problems, but it's amazeballs. This is my work first aid kit, by the way. I need to record some videos tomorrow, I think, about my my everyday pants EDC kit. I have 2 alpaca pockets with stuff in, and one with the first aid and one with stuff, chargers and stuff like that. But this one here, I'm actually thinking about buying another one for my normal pants. Yeah, Max Edition is quite good. Yeah. Oh, I love writing the rain note blogs. I actually do like making those. These 2 videos are recorded on a Samsung S21, by the way. I kind of want to try and record, make some new EDC videos, or Gadget videos with my. Well, I'm going to record one with this keyboard I just got, the K-Con keyboard. Maybe I should do that next, or maybe Monday or tomorrow after the gym. Because I'm thinking about also do a gaming stream tomorrow on Twitch. And oh, just got a thing. Why are you saying that, you stupid thing? Just my watch being a difficult bully. I have a Swiss Army knife. I have the I can't even remember what it's called. I think it's the same one that MacGyver runs around with, like the OG at MacGyver, the Champion or something like that. So I cut my fingers all the time. That's why I have that one. That's a tick remover. I used to work outside a lot, so I had tick removers just in case. But now that I'm inside, I may change that with some more band-aids, because I do use band-aids quite a lot. That's me inserting my fingers into like a tight little pussy, by the way. Now. Yeah. Forever 15 years old. I actually use that as band-aid way more than I use real band-aid. 3M tape. Oh, Lamer, when you come back, I need to talk to you about something. I forgot it. I need to ask you a question. Christiane. But I'm really into first aid shit also. I fucking love buying first aid shit. I have one of those 511 IFACs. What is it? I have this one here. This one here. I have it in sand in this color. Oh, go away. Go away. Got away. Accept all. I have this one here. In my work bag. I should make a video about that one also, my IFAC. But I'm mostly just... I use it at home also, so my bag is always either on my bed or near me, open. So if I get, yeah, I got the. This is my new bag that I have, or new. I bought it this year. This one here, the LEV 18. It's actually a really nice bag. And then I have like the attachment that goes in here, like the LEV 18 is 3 liter. But I do like this one here. It's actually a really good bag. I see they updated the interior because it used to be gray. Oh, really? No, it's so LEV 18 is like the low vis version. So the COVID, I call it COVID. This one here is their Crayman bag. It's meant to be made for the one you have. For, you know, like Crayman kind of scenarios, if you think, for the Crayman crowd. This one here is more actually made mostly for police. It's like low visibility 18, so security guards, police enforcement, and stuff like that. That's like the meant case for it. Or Crayman people. But this just have more organization than the COVID 18 has. Yeah, 511 is a really good brand, yeah. It's a really good brand, yeah. It's a really good brand. What I don't like about this one here is the beaver tail here. I don't like this because this one here I don't like that much. And on this one here you get way more organization. You have the front compartment, and if you buy the LV6, I think it's called. This one here. This attaches in front of the it. So I have a lot of like chargers and shit like that in it. So this one here just attaches in front of the backpack. It is Crayman is a marketing thing because it don't really make any sense. It's just something those preppers really like to use. But I just felt this one here was too limited with the organization. But my next bag is probably going to be Max, I think it's called. Yeah, this one here. I'm really highly debating buying this one here. And it's also made by X-Pack materials and not nylon. So it's extra waterproof. And it's a 30 liter. Like I need 30 liter bags because I need room for my jackets. So I can put them in. Like I'm 6 foot tall and fat, okay? My jackets is like tents. So I need a lot of room for my jackets. And I need room for when I'm out shopping, I can put stuff in there and or gathering parcels and stuff like that, or gym clothes. So anything beneath 28 maybe is like the minimum I can go, I think. But 30 to 35 is like kind of my sweet spot. But I'm really debating on getting this one here. It is a tad expensive. But every review I see of this one here, everyone love it. Everyone love it. And the other one I was looking into was like a Evergood. Is it a CPL? 28 liters, I think it is. 28 liters, yeah. So you can get this one here in a 28 liters also. So I was thinking about getting this one in 28 liters. But this one here is massively expensive and it's not X-Pack, it's just stock standard nylon. I kind of want to have an X-Pack backpack, but this one have way more organization rooms in it. Like, I'm a little bit of a backpack nerd. I wish I had the setup so I can do backpack reviews. But I live in a one-room apartment with almost no room, so... it's the 28 one that I kind of want. But I think I'll go with the able carry. No, if you're a big guy, you're going to be... people are going to noticing you, yeah. Yeah, I used to use... So I used to buy a lot of those, like, the cheapest fucking backpacks I could find. But they only lasted for, like, a year. And then I ruined them. Because I'm not that good with my backpacks. The same with my clothes. I really abuse my clothes and my backpacks. I don't care if I have to go through dirt shit and bushes and stuff like that to do something. I don't give a fuck. It has to withstand that. If it can't, it's not clothes or backpacks for me. It has to be being able to be used in, like, think about in like outside ranch environment, working environment 24/7. So I have like my first really, like, I still have that backpack, and it's probably my favorite backpack of all time. It's like the Ross 24 1.0. So this one here in the first generation. I still use this for shopping and stuff like that. It's fucking an amazing backpack. Because you can attach so much stuff to it, and I love it. I still love it to death to this day. But I just don't. I'm a little bit over that tactical look. And also, this is a 37-liter backpack, so it's a little bit too big. So then I got a Tasmanian Tiger 23-liter, and that was just way too small for me. I thought I could live with a 23-liter. I could not. And then I got the LV18 to replace the 32 liters, or the 23 liters. And this is the one I use now, and it's actually amazing. I love it. What I do like about the max carry, it's X-Pack fabric, so it's 100% waterproof. And it looks more like I'm working in an office/production environment, and it looks more at home there. But I do like tactical backpacks. Like, that's my favorite types of backpacks. So what I like about this one here is a hidden compartment. And let's see if I can find here in the side there is a hidden room for zip ties. That you can put big zip ties in, that, the big white ones police use. You can put them in here in the side. So I love backpacks that has like hidden compartments and stuff like that. Because when I'm going to travel to my grandmother and shit like that, I do want places where I can hide, my money and stuff like that. No, tactical is not a buzzword. Tactical means that it's basically molly compatible. And anything that's molly compatible is going to be used in a tactical environment. Yeah, the able carry, this one here is X-Pack is like 100% waterproof. But it's also really stiff. It's also really, really stiff. And it has like a plasticky sound to it. Like, when you feel it, it feels really, really weird. But X-Pack is made for boats. It's made for boats. It's used on boats. But nylon, for most people, if you get nylon, like Cordova nylon or 800 and up, it's really, really waterproof, especially if it's treated. Like, if it's treated, it's a lot waterproof. But this one here is like, nothing is 100,000% waterproof, but this one here is probably like 98% waterproof. So if you quite it up against the wall or something like that, you could probably damage the, the fabric a little bit. A lot of people use X-Pack materials for motorbiking and cycling and stuff like that. But the weak point here will be the seams if they are not triple or double stitched and have the fabric around it on the inside, and of course the zippers. The zippers are never 100% waterproof. But the VX and X-Pack, well, it is X-Pack, compared to Cordura and stuff like that, like it's massively more waterproof. It's like having a somewhat waterproof to something that you will regard as 100% waterproof. The negative is that X-Pack is loud. It sounds a little bit like a raincoat. Not totally, but a little bit like a raincoat. And it is in general a lot stiffer than nylon is. So I do like the stiffness of it, and I don't mind this. But when you are like folding it, it will make a lot of noise. When you are touching it and manipulating it, it will make some noise. That's probably why they don't use it on tactical and military backpacks, because it can be loud. It can be somewhat loud compared to nylon. It's like you barely can hear if you do anything with a nylon bag. But here you will hear if you're using this bag here. It will make some sound. It's not like it's deafening you, but people, if you're sitting beside someone, they will hear you take out the backpack and opening it and manipulating it. Where in a nylon backpack, you probably will only hear like the zippers and that's it. But you're not going to like infiltrate the local fucking nursing home or something like that, so it's not an issue for you. Vanquist, I've heard a good about. I never had Vanquist, but I've heard a lot of people talking good about it. Yeah. Max Petition, I also heard a lot of good things about. Max Petition just tends to be really expensive. Uh, 511, I have had five. So I have two 511 bags. One that's 1050 could do D nylon. One that's 850 D nylon. Both of them I've had in situations where water got into them from rain. Both. PackSafe is okay. I will not buy it myself, but I hear that they're good traveling bags. Mr. 10. Got prawns, awesome. Yeah, they are. 511 is actually really cheap. 511 is like compared to like Vanquist, Maxpedition, Vortex or Vertex and AbleCam and all of these bags. 511 is actually really cheap. Like it's not uncommon to find a 511 bag on the cheap, on a sale. And 511 is like almost unbreakable. Like how I was getting to say, yeah, you have to actually, when you say it, you have to actually open your mouth and have like a, round it a bit, like you're sucking a cock basically, or else you can't say it. So yeah, X-Pack. If you want a waterproof bag, you need to have an X-Pack. X-Pack is one of the most waterproof materials out there, untreated. And then if you treat it, it's just even more waterproof. But it is stiff, and it will be way more louder than a nylon or polyester bag. Hastel bags, I don't like those. So, Lamer, is there a way to make a Minecraft server and then associate that with YouTube memberships? Meaning, so when people are subscribed to YouTube as a member, they can get access automatically, and if not, they would get booted from the server. Or do you have to do that manually all the time? You just go and get to 15. 15 is the new goal. 15 is the new goal. Yeah, so this is what I learned in the army. Don't think about bags as being waterproof or not. Make your equipment waterproof. Or the things you carry waterproof. So everything that I have on me that I can't have being wet is put into like a plastic bag, basically. You know, I'm just put it into like a plastic bag and then put 2 plastic bag over it or something like that. Then it will never get wet. So I don't care much about how waterproof the backpack is, because if it's things that I really don't want to be wet, I put them in stuff that... So I like to use pouches. So I buy a highly waterproof pouch that I then put into like a somewhat waterproof bag. That makes them actually really, really waterproof. Or if it's like clothes and stuff like that, I normally just put them in a backpack and in a packing cube and then down into the bag. Or in a shopping bag, and just use extra materials to make it a little bit extra waterproof. But for most situations, depending on if you're in a typhoon or something like that, like if your things get a little bit wet, or damp, I will say, that's not an issue. It's like if they get soaking wet, you should be, electronics can stand a little bit of moisture. They can withstand a little bit of water. But if they are like soaking in water, that's when you need to be careful. But I mostly just buy freezing bags and stuff like that, or Ziploc bags, and then put my stuff in those. And that's kind of it. And I have a few 100% waterproof bags from the army that I use sometimes. Oh, I thought you knew if there was a way that, because I see a lot of YouTubers having Minecraft servers. And I was thinking about making a tier 2 on YouTube that gave people access to a Minecraft server for like $2 a month or something like that. And if there was a way just to export the members list and make a white list out of it or something, I don't know. Because if you have to make, then if you have to do it manually, I have to know people's YouTube name and their Minecraft name. And then I have to check it each month. Which I could probably do with like a comparison program. Like Melt and stuff like that. And see, because I think you can export your YouTube members into a CVE or CVS file, or what the fuck they're called. And then I can just compare the one from this month with the one from the last month. And just delete the there's a lot of so Evergoods makes X-Pack bags, Able Carry makes X-Pack bags, Alpaca, that's an Australian company. They make X-Pack backpacks. Oh, it's in Danish crown. So this is like a 34 liters travel bag. This is a 26 liters, 35, 26 liter. Also, Belroy. Also an Australian backpack company. They make wallets and backpacks and stuff like that. They have a backpack that I'm also thinking about buying, but that is not X-Pack. It's nylon, but it's heavily waterproof. What the fuck is it called? Treated. But it's only 26 liters. But this one here I really, really like. But this is also an Australian backpack. But this one here is again, this is from the Australians. You can get this one in X-Pack also, I think. This is the nylon version. And this is 35 liters. I'm actually thinking a little bit about buying this one, but I think 35 liter may be too big. Maybe too big. I have some alpaca pouches. They're actually really, really, really good. Those are in X-Pack. Gen Sport, yeah, a lot of people like those. This is the X-Pack version. But most people, how do I get out of this one here? Most people could live with this one here. This is just a 26 liter backpack. And you can get this in nylon and X-Pack also. I'm actually thinking a little bit about buying this one also. Because 28, 26 may be the minimum I can go. But what I like about this one here is there's a lot of organization in it. And if I get the X-Pack version, it's really, really waterproof. Fjellraven. Is that the one you're thinking of? Fjellraven. They are only popular because of the Kraken. They are popular because they are old. Fjellraven backpacks are the worst thing ever, in my opinion. They are like the IKEA of backpacks. It's all about design, not so much about functionality. But I'm either going with an able carry to remove or to replace this one here, or maybe I will downsize to 26 liters, but I don't know. I don't know. Because I think this may be too small for me, and then I may go with the 35 liters. Yeah, all of them can take up to, most of them can take up to like a 16-inch laptop. 16-inch, 16-inch. This one here can also take like a 16-inch, I think it is. And the able carry can also take a 16-inch laptop. Well, you can just put it into the main room. You don't have to put it into the Evergoods can take up to 17, I think. A Japanese school bag, it just look weird. Yeah, Japanese Asian people, they really, really like their weird backpacks. Like a waifu backpack and what have you not. 4-bot is thick. Yeah, you like the thickness, right? Good old thickness. But yeah, I kind of want a new... This one here I bought like in February and already want a new backpack. I like, if I had unlimited funds, I will waste most money on backpacks. I love backpacks. I don't know why the fuck I love backpacks so much, but I really do like a good backpack. Yeah, or take like a blanket and put it in there and then, you know, tie it all together. That could also be a good thing to do. Do I even have .NET installed here? Nope. Yeah, you can hit it a lot of stuff. Yeah. I have a room full of EDC stuff, also knives and multi-tools and backpacks and pants and yeah, I would go nuts, man. And I will have like the biggest Apple display you can get, the Apple Pro, like the biggest Apple computer you can get, and I'll become an Apple fanboy and piss off all the Linux people. It's not a stream without talking about Apple products. So let's go in and look at Apple from Edge web browser. It's just fucking stupid. It's so expensive. So Mac Pro, I want that one. What is the biggest display? Let's see how much money I need to push out of my butthole. Let's see how many old dudes that I need to get fucked by to get enough money to buy this. So I don't believe in bunkers and all that fucking shit. Because most of them will not withstand a nuclear fucking fallout anyway. And you cannot live. You cannot live in a bunker without sunlight for a long time. Like, you need vitamins, you need D vitamins, it's not doable. So this is my dream machine. So if let's see how much fucking money I need to give Apple for my dream machine. So I need this one here. Then I need the highest spec of everything. 8 terabyte plus $2,200. Don't give a fuck. Stainless steel frame with wheels. Nah. Let's have Mackie Mouse and Magic Trackpad. 11,000. $12,000. $12,000. And then we need the biggest fucking display we can get. Non-textured class. Let's take that one. Let's do the Pro stand. So that's another 7,000 on top of that. So about $20,000 for my dream Mac machine. How many old dudes do you think I need to fuck or get fucked by to get that much money? Or if there's a hot chick that's willing to fuck me to give me that much money, I'm really willing to do that. I mean, I don't give a fuck if it's a cranny that just want conversations for like a year. I fuck almost anyone to get these kind of money for this shit. Not dudes, but you get what I'm saying here. There are studies about people living in a habitat similar living in space and how you... Yeah, I've seen that. I need to find a sugar mama. I don't care about the wheels. Maybe Laura can be my sugar mama. So she can spank the living shit out of me for money. And, hey, I need... Oh, I got mouse and keyboard. I got that. It's just, it's stupid. It has to be this expensive. It makes no fucking sense. Like, 1,600. Well, it is a lot of memory, but $1,600 for a memory upgrade. Like, 2,200 for 8 terabytes of SSD. You could probably get... I don't know, 500 terabytes of SSDs for that money. Like, they are really limiting their user base by making it this fucking expensive. Like, if it was... I'm not... Like, maybe half the price. If everything was half the price, their user base would explode. You will see a lot of fucking Linux users coming over to Apple. Trust me. And you will see a lot of Windows users coming over to Apple. Most Linux... Oh, not most, I have to stop saying that. A lot of Linux users, they really want to be Apple users. They just can't afford it. A lot of Windows users really want to be Apple users. They just can't afford it. Why the fuck do they not make it affordable then? Because when you get into the Apple computer ecosystem, there is a massive higher chance that you're buying an iPhone. There's an even higher chance you're then going to buy AirPods, Mac mouse, Mac keyboard. Like, when you first get into an ecosystem, there is a higher and higher chance that you're going to buy other peripherals from that ecosystem. So if they get people in with the iMac or the Mac Mini for like, get a Mac Mini for, I don't know what the fuck the Mac Mini is in American dollar, you do. So yeah, if the base Mac Mini was like $300, then people are going to buy an iPad, iPhone, Magic Mouse, Magic Keyboard, maybe an Apple display. They're going to sell so much more products. Yeah, most people use Hackintosh are Linux users too, yeah. Yeah. I do believe that a lot of Linux users are secretly, they are wannabe Mac users. Most computer users are secretly wannabe Mac users. They just can't justify spending that amount of money. And they don't have to lower their mobile phones or their tablets, because they're, like, in my opinion, they're kind of okay price compared to the customers, because it's not that much more expensive to get a top of the line iPhone than getting a top of the line, let's say, Samsung phone. Which Samsung is the best, on category, the best Android phone that you can buy. Like, Samsung is the Apple of Android. So it's like the Samsung phones is like what most Android users, they want a Samsung phone and be in the Samsung ecosystem. And there's not a lot, like, there's not a big gap between the top of line iPhone and Android or Samsung phone. The tablet's a little bit more, but not that much of a difference. And also, Apple is really good at selling previous generation tablets that's working really, really well still to this day. So it's not expensive to get into, like, buying a previous version iPhone, previous version tablet. You know, but lower the fucking computers. Like, lower the Mac line. Because this is probably also what they sell the least of. Like, this is like the Mac Studio, the Mac Mini, and the Mac Pro is probably the least sold fucking units ever. So why not lower those prices? Like, lower the Air, lower the Pro, lower all of these fucking things here. Lower these with like 40 to 50%. And I am sure their user base will explode to the degree that Linux will become like a fucking, well, it is a meaningless spec on the graph, but becoming an even more meaningless spec on the graph. And I don't believe it's that fucking expensive to... So here's the thing. I posted a video from Luke Miani on my channel where he was upgrading upgrading his Mac Mini to 2 terabyte of storage. Those modules in China cost... It was 2 modules, 512 modules or something like that. They cost $110. How much do Apple take for upgrading to 2 terabyte storage? Let's just take the base model here. $800. It's almost 8 times more expensive to let Apple upgrade your shit. It don't cost them $800 for a 2 terabyte module. And it don't cost them $800 to fucking put it in the machine at the assembly plant. It probably cost them $200, if even that. They have such a high profit margin on their products, it's not even funny. Lower the fucking shit. Yeah, sadly enough, they do. And they think that the more it costs, the more premium the product will be, and that's not always the case. That's not always the case. For something to be premium, it has to have premium features. You can build a computer that can compete with a Mac Mini for maybe $1,000 and have way more customizability. Yeah, you should be critical about it. I really, really want an Apple Mac Mini, but I also don't want to support the outrageous prices that they demand. So I'm conflicted because I can justify it on the phone, even though an iPhone manufactured in China probably costs $200 to manufacture and stuff like that. But I can justify it on the phone because if I'm looking at other other companies' top-end phones, it's not like twice the fucking price. They're kind of compatible. The same with their iPads. They're kind of in the same ballpark as other people's, tablets. The Mac Mini, yeah, I would kind of say I do bits about. I would say this is kind of an okay priced Mac Mini, but for $600, you should at least be getting 16 gigabytes of RAM and at least 1 terabyte of storage. For about $600, it should be configured like this. Then I would be like, that's a good deal. That's a fucking great deal. That's an amazing deal. And it would be about the same money that you can build a computer at home with 16 gigabytes of memory and 1 terabyte of storage, not regarding the graphic card. Like, we're not building a gaming computer, we're just building a everyday use computer here. The only time a Mac Mini makes sense is if you're a gamer. Then it's way cheaper to buy a Mac Mini. But yeah, for $600, you should get 16 gig of RAM, 1 terabyte, and I would be like, yep, amen, I'm taking that one. Here's the fun thing. Apple's M1s almost sell, like used M1s, almost sell for the same money as a Mac Mini M2. Sometimes it's more expensive. Because there's so high demand on Mac Minis that a lot of time there's a waiting period on them. On like a week or 2 weeks or a month. So people, they go second hand to get it tomorrow. So they amp up the price. Or you save like $100. $100 by buying an M1. Which is really weird. Yeah, I will agree. iPhones is one of the best phones you can get, yeah. I don't like framework laptops. There is something about that company that just rubs me the wrong way. I don't know what the fuck it is. I don't know if it's because I think that it will not be a sustainable business model, and they won't be along for a long time, or around for a long time. There's just something about that whole thing that rubs me the wrong way. Not only to speak about that they are ugly as fuck, which is not really, you should not care about that, but yeah, something can be a good idea on paper, but it may not be a good idea in reality. That's something Linux users really need to think about, to be honest. Because a lot of things in Linux, they get an idea and then they just put it out into the world and it just flops. And they don't understand why. Well, not every good idea is a viable idea in the real world. But yeah, I'm highly fucking debating this whole Mac thing, like, because I know I'm going to miss gaming, and then I have to have the computer I have right now to game on, so I have 2 computers running, or buy a console, and then use this one here as a virtualization machine. Like, I'm really, like, there's a lot of, like, there's a lot of, so if I had so much money, then buying a Mac Mini would be like buying a backpack, in my economy each month. Like, I would get a new, like, Able Carry backpack or Evergood's backpack. I wouldn't mind it, because then, okay, I don't mind losing that money or wasting that money. But buying a Mac Mini for me, which is the cheapest one, that's like almost 50% of my fucking income. When taxes and everything is deducted. It's about 38 to 40%. That's a lot of money to buy something that you may not end up using other for a few things. Oh yeah, the backpack, yeah. Yeah, but you can't find a cheap Mac M1 chip anywhere. And the issue is with Macs, if anything, Intel Mac will probably only last you for like a year or two, and then they would be unsupported again. So you're wasting like $300 on something that is only going to be useful for a year or two. And not be as optimized, and be less powerful than the computer I already have, and be more noisy. Like if you're getting like an i5 Mac from 2018, that costs more money new than a Mac Mini M1 does or M2 does. You just find them for free. Well, you get what you pay for. The way I see it from my is, I haven't used it all my life. It's been fine without it. Yeah, but I'm also thinking about content, like an investment. Well, the only reason I use Windows and not Linux, and that will also be the only reason why I would probably not use Mac all the time, is gaming. Like that's like the biggest issue for me, is gaming. And video editing. Video editing under Linux is just sucking ass compared to other operating systems. But video editing under macOS is really good. So gaming is the only thing that will hold me back, and I'm not a console gamer. I have had consoles in the past, and I used them for a year and a half, and then I built a computer. I never got comfortable playing on consoles. I don't know what the fuck it is. I just like computer gaming. And then the idea of having two computers and switch between them and all that fucking shit, it's like, I don't like that idea. Maybe if I had a bigger apartment, having two computers would not be that big of an issue, but yeah. You can use 365 in the in the web browser on Linux though. Well, Dota 2, yeah. Oh yeah, audio stacks are really good on Mac, yeah. That's true, Wilson. That's true. But I'm so this is also how I'm thinking. Nothing would piss off the Linux community more if I got a Mac Mini. It will piss them off to no end. And the Mac community will love it. So I can finally get away from the Linux content, or the Linux user madness, and start to make content on Mac OS. And potentially also earning more money doing that. So that's my next, thought pattern I have. You know. Yeah, dog, perfect dog. That's it's a really big draw for me just to do it like that. I would love to see the Linux users just melt in their own fucking feces over that. And like I said, I could now start to make content in a whole other. So I can make both Linux, Windows, and Mac content now, if I do that. Because I will keep my computer. And because the keyboard I have right now is a Bluetooth keyboard and it can connect up to 3 devices. So I just need a mouse for my gaming computer. And then I just take the HDMI cable for the graphic card and put into my 1440p monitor. So I just switch on my monitor between Mac OS and Windows. That's all I need to do. So when I want to game or do Windows content, I just do it via one screen. I can live with that. And then my Mac Mini would be running a 1080p and a 1440p monitor. So basically, I will be treating my current computer as a console and a Windows machine. But I'm also thinking about just maybe selling it, getting a Mac Mini and getting a Windows laptop instead. And then just stop doing gaming live streams. But I do like my gaming live streams. But for the same money as a Mac Mini cost, I can get a really, really good AMD graphic card that will last me a lot of fucking years. Or at least 3 years. So I don't fucking know, man. Oh, yeah. Linux desktop is a joke, yeah. No, I was thinking about either that or doing like a Proxmox kind of thing with my computer. Use it as a Proxmox. You know. Yeah, Windows is king for gaming, yeah. But I just have a feeling, and I know it sounds weird, but I have a feeling that for my channel, it will probably be one of the best things I could ever do is getting a Mac. I don't know, man. Where's the what are the lowest supported? What are the lowest supported Macs for the new version of iOS or Mac OS? What game is this? Yeah. Yeah, 3018 and later. Or later. I'm thinking about a 60s RTX or RX, sorry, 6700 XT with 12 gig or 18 gig of RAM. Can't remember which one it is. Yeah, my first Mac was a Core 2 Duo also, but it was an iMac. Yeah, the user base or the potential viewers on Mac is way bigger, Conquer, just like on the Windows. The thing is that Windows is so hard to get into. So hard to get into. Yeah, so my first Mac, my iMac, I got my first, like, my well, it's not my first Mac, like, my first real Macintosh. I had, like, a MacBook, like, way back, like, a really old, crappy one that I barely used. But my real new bought Mac was an iMac from 2008. And it was called Core Duo or Core 2 Duo, I can't remember. And I loved that machine. I loved it. But you know what got me away from Apple back then? Gaming. Apple is Macs are really let me put it this way. In the corporate world, you will see way more Macs than you will see Linux desktops. Let me put it that way. Apple is really popular among coders and creative people, and anyone in between. A lot of smaller companies, they love Apple products. I don't know why that is, but they do. Like Twitter. There was a picture of the Twitter offices. They were all running iMacs, for example. Like, Apple is really big in the corporate world as a desktop. Really big. But again, Windows, of course, takes the cake, but it would not be surprised if Apple was like 30 or 40% of the desktop market in corporate offices and stuff like that. Enterprise offices. It would not be surprising if that was the case. Especially in development. You see a lot of developers, even open source developers, running around with Macintoshes, like MacBooks in their hand. Yeah, Apple 2006 and up to 10 were really awesome, yeah. Yeah, the higher ups use Macs, yeah. So most people that use Linux as a desktop anywhere are either people administrating or managing any Linux software at work, or that little Uber nerd that just wants to do something that all the rest of the customers don't do. It's really rare. It's really rare to find a company that do Linux only. That only runs Linux. It's really rare to find any company that only runs Linux. It's not rare to find companies running Mac only or Windows only on any front end, back end, whatever. But finding a company that is exclusively Linux is massively hard to find. That should tell you everything you need to know. So here's the thing, administrating Windows and Mac compared to anything Linux is light years more convenient. Yeah, Windows subsystem for Linux is not Linux. They're still running Windows. You're not a pure Linux user in the name of the free software or Linux nerds. And also, this is also what you have to think about. Windows subsystem for Linux is a bare bone Linux install. So you're only getting what you need to do your job. And I will say this, that the worst thing that ever happened to Linux is Windows subsystem for Linux. Because now most developers don't need a Linux machine. They can run it within Windows really conveniently and easy and fast. The need for having a dedicated Windows install, either in a virtual machine or on a desktop, is becoming less and less reasonable. The more and better Windows subsystem for Linux is coming. Windows subsystem for Linux could be the thing killing the Linux desktop in the enterprise. Which is really fucking, like... That in of itself is really weird to think about. Like, Microsoft is not stupid. And I think a lot of Linux users, they forget that. They think that because Microsoft is so much money-based and money-driven, that they are stupid. No. Like, they don't get to the market situation they're in right now by being stupid. Microsoft know how to outcompete its competitors. Linux don't. That's the one of the biggest problems I see with Linux users is that they underestimate anything Microsoft. It's not so much embrace, adopt, extinguish. It's more like they know how to satisfy customers. They know what customers want. They have so much experience being a customer-based company. They know how to do the right things to get the customer staying a Windows user. Linux don't. I've said this, and I keep saying it. There are more people that have used Linux and went back to Mac or Windows than there are Linux users. So to unpack that, there are more people that have tried Linux and not stuck with it than there are people that are sticking with Linux. The average lifespan of a Linux user, like a Linux desktop user, is 3 to 5 years. That's just my observation. There's no like scientific proof or studies done, but every time I talk to any people running Linux online, most of them have run Linux for 3 to 5 years. 5 to 10 years is a little bit like, yeah, you see a few of them around. 10 plus years, they're like dinosaurs. They're like the dodo coming back to life or something like that. They're like the Loch Ness monster. Are they even existing or are they just a myth? Most people after 3 to 5 years either go back to dual booting or jump over to Mac or Windows again. And then only use Linux casually. It's really hard to find someone that's done it for 10 plus years. Like, it's really hard to find them. And that should tell you everything, because here's the thing. There are more people that you think that knows about Linux. And even casual users nowadays know the word Linux, or at least Ubuntu. And know that it's an alternative to Windows and Mac OS. They just don't give a fuck. Because Linux don't give them what they want and need. Linux is telling them what they want and need. Yes, the customer don't always know what they want and need. but you should still fucking listen to them and give them the things that they say they want and need. If someone goes up to you and say, I want Photoshop, you can't sell them GIMP, you can't sell them Krita. No matter how good you think it is, you can't. If they want something, they want it. That's it. All of the excuse, oh, we have these alternatives, they don't fucking matter. If someone wants Nikes, they will get Nikes. And if you don't want to sell Nikes, they find a fucking shop that will. It's that simple. And for some reason, that's running over the heads of every Linux user I've talked to. Well, GIMP is that good, and no, it's not. GIMP is not. It don't matter how good the alternative it is, if it's not what they want. It's that fucking simple. It gets me so angry when I'm thinking about that people can be so fucking stupid. It's like going up to a fucking gas station. I need petrol or 95 gasoline or something like. Oh, you need diesel oil. No. I need gas. Oh, you're getting diesel oil. Way better. But my car don't want diesel. You know, like it's like going into a fucking shop. I need some pants. Here's a dress. I need pants. No. You want dress. It's made by the same material. It's used as a clothing. You look better in a dress. I need pants. That's the fucking Windows Linux mentality. Oh. Yeah, VS Code remote. Yeah, that's the new thing, yeah. Yeah, SSH into Linux, exactly, yeah. Hey, Conker, if you want Windows really cheap, legit Windows for like, I don't know, $20, go into my Discord and I will give you a way legitimately to get Windows for $10, $10, $15, $20. Windows is not expensive. And you don't even need to pay for Windows anymore to run it. You can run Windows 11 with only a few customization limitations. That's it. The only thing that it's limiting you on is customizing the look and feel of Windows. Anything else is accessible to you. You can run it for free with no limitation other than those, like changing the theme and stuff like that. And if you want to change wallpaper, just install Bing wallpaper. There are computers at my work that have been running for months that is running the quote-unquote free version of Windows 11. No issue, no problem, nothing. Nope. Everything works with the free version of Windows besides some cosmetic customizations. That's it. Enthusiastic about Linux with looking glass and hardware pass-through. Now I can't fucking stand it. You're welcome, Mr. 10. Or Mr. 15, I think is the new number. No, everything works exactly this. Not everything, of course, but you get what I'm saying here. Windows 10 had that watermark down here that said that you didn't have a registered version. Windows 11 don't anymore. Windows 11 don't. No, I know you don't have to explain it, but I think you will. I think you will. It just will take you a longer time, but I think you will. Yeah, you can, but Wilson, you don't even need to do that anymore because Windows 11 don't give you that watermark anymore. That's the funny part of it. unless you go into your settings menu in Windows 11, you don't know that you're running a free version of Windows or non-registered version of Windows. No, Marble. Everything works the same. The security patches is coming the same for the free version. It would be stupid. Actually, they could probably be sued if they didn't give you the same security patches. Let's look at the limitations of... Oh, god damn it, close. Oh. This is the limitations. The activation Windows watermark. I have not seen this one here. I've not seen Windows 11, by the way. Activation messages on Windows settings. So if you go into Windows settings, it will tell you that you're not activated. No personalization settings. And let's be honest, who cares about that? What the fuck is going on here? Frequently notifications to activate Windows. That's it. That's it. That's it. These are the limitations. So what is going to happen is that when you go into your settings center, at least this is Windows 11, you just get a notification you're not running a registered version of Windows 11. And I think it's a couple of times a week, you will get like a notification popping up, remember to activate Windows, and then you just ignore that. You just click gone. I was a university student and I had a massive discount. Yeah, you can also get massive, but again, like you don't need to be a university student to get those discounts. I'm just putting it out there. There's a lot of legal ways and a lot of sites that gives you legal codes for almost nothing. And Microsoft actually encouraged you to do so because they just want you to use the software. Yeah, Windows not genuine, yeah. Yeah, but these are the limitations that you get with Windows not activated. And this one here, I don't even think you get with Windows 11. I think you only get these here with Windows 11. So there are three things that are irritating. Activation messages in Windows settings, non-personalization settings, and frequently notifications about activating Windows. I used to make a lot of videos from a non-registered versions of Windows in VirtualBox. And I think I got like a notification like 2 or 3 times a week. Yeah, no limited updates. They are not going to do that. No. No. Like I said, the computers that I ran at work that was unregistered, they got updates at the same time as everyone else. Just think about it. Think about them not updating the free version the same as the other ones. It makes no sense. No sense. I think what you're thinking about is you get a better version of Windows Defender with an Office upgrade. Here. So if you buy a subscription, like one of the subscriptions, not the basic but the second one and up, you will get better security on your OneDrive with Defender. You will get malware protection with Windows Defender. You will get AI security with Defender and stuff like that. But Windows Defender standard is all most people need. And if you really need extra protection, you just buy just use a free antivirus program and stuff like that. I think this is what you mean. I think this is what you have looked at. Yeah, the standard Defender is good enough. Yeah, I think this is what you're thinking about. And yes, that's what they're doing. But most of this is to cater towards better security for Teams and better security for OneDrive and stuff like that. I think this is what you're thinking about. Oh, really? I have never had problems with Defender. Every computer at work runs Defender, by the way. We don't have an antivirus program at work. At least I have not installed one. We just use the Windows Defender. And never had a problem with it. I may see if I can convince them to do an antivirus at some point. But it's an 18 people company. Like there's 18 people working there. And it's not like they're watching Pornhub and stuff, like they are doing business shit. They're not running around watching Pornhub and downloading, illegal shit and stuff like that. They are like the craziest thing I've seen is someone having a Twitch stream open while working. Other than that, it's all business fucking, emails and business this and that. The only thing that we have talked about is that they get a lot of fake emails, like people try to pretend to be a company trying to buy something and want them to click on a thing. And we have talked about having a virtual machine that if they get an email they think that is like dubious, then log into that virtual machine and then unclock from the internet, basically run the virtual machine in like semi-sandbox mode, and then opening the email to see if it's phony or not. But they also have, security through Azure, and they have security through an updated version of, this kind of here. Like they do have the business model of Office 365. So Defender already give them a lot of protection, They have depends on what you mean by administrative accounts. So they have administrative accounts on their computer, yes, but they don't have an Azure administrative account. So the people that have, their laptops and stuff like that, they can install and uninstall programs just like I can on mine and stuff like that. The working computers, they can do the same, but they don't never do it. I'm the only one that can install stuff. Let me put it this way. Probably out of those 18, only 3 people are actually installing shit on their computers. The rest is just working. They're just using it. They don't install anything on it. But yeah, they have their accounts have ability to install it. Most of them, there are 2 or 3 computers that can't. And then they have to go and get me to put in the administrative password and stuff like that. Which is really irritating because they don't really need it. Because they don't, like I said, they don't go and download and install shit because they're just, most of the people down there, they use the computer as a tablet. They use it for one thing only. Maybe 2 things. Maybe 3 things at most. So they start up the computer, they open 2 or 3 or 4 programs, and that's all they use, and then they close it down. It's not. It's not. It's a good thing if you have like hundreds of people you have to administrate. But the way they use computers at this company, there are only like a few people that do that. That like I said, that do go and download stuff, and it's the CEO and the COO, and yeah. Um, there are most people, if they need something installed, like 99% of them, they come to me. They come to me and say, "Oh, I need this installed," and then I install it. And I didn't have to say that to them. They just automatically come to me and say, "I need that installed." And what they need to have installed is in-house programs. It's that simple. It's that. Other than that, they don't do anything else. The developer they have down there, he's smart enough to know what to do and not to do. So I think he does a little bit of installing and stuff like that. They got a new part-time developer that they hired for a certain amount of time. He knows what he's doing. No. They don't do so all data exchange is happening online on their internal NAS system. I think I'm the only one having a USB device at work. I run around with USB devices that I only use at work. When I use it at home also, but when I virus scan it at home before I take it to work if I've used it at home. But I think I'm the only one, besides like the boss, that runs around with USB sticks in my pockets. Anything else is done via their centralized NAS server. So anything they need to be transported or moved around is done via a centralized NAS server that they have access to no matter where they are. So they don't need a USB device. Yeah, they don't find USB devices in the parking lot. They don't. There's also a USB 65 that includes Microsoft license. And there's also a Sure account that gives you a Microsoft license. Yeah, but if they do, now you're just being stupid. That would be me saying that if you are running Linux, you should always run a full-blown firewall. So you are a Linux user, do you run firewall? And as a Linux user, you should also run a virus scan daily. Are you running a virus scan on Linux as a Linux user? Daily. Are you? I don't want to check Discord. Just tell me if you are. Well, I probably have to because you're probably being an idiot in there also. Or you did the lines thing. You started from today. Yeah, congratulations. Who is Tatjas in my Discord? And chat. Say, hey, explain who you are on Discord so I know who you are. No. That's the typical unknowledgeable, twisted viewpoint in the world. If you want people to do what you want them to do, you do it yourself first. You know the saying, lead by doing? Yeah, Wilson, go get some sleep, man. If if you want people to do something that you are in charge of, or you are controlling, or what you will call it, you should do it yourself first. Because when you see you doing it, instead of you telling them to do, like, why are you not doing it? Oh, it's best practices. Well, yeah, well, you're not doing it then, so it must not be best practices. And best practices don't mean best practices. Best practices is a lot of times just a guideline. They are not a rule. Best practices, let's say in coding, can mean different things with different companies. Yeah, good night, Will. Take care, man. And get to that number 15. And like I said, if you understand the people using a thing, like I said, small companies, it's very easy to understand the users because you talk to like almost all the users all the time, every day. So you know how they are, you know who they are, and they talk to you, you talk to them, so you can be more, quote unquote, relaxed with a lot of things. The bigger a company get, the more strict you need to get, because now you are missing that personal connection. You are going to basically have systems in place that can cover your ass when you can't cover your ass. If that makes any sense. You know. And again, best practices don't always mean best practices. They are not rules, they're guidelines. And they can be beneficial and they cannot be beneficial. In coding, it's definitely a QA-is place. You see Microsoft giving tutorials in C# and not even using best practices for C#. But then you go and take a course in C# and they are bitching and moaning about best practices. Why? Well, if you're following best practices, it means the code is more readable for more people. But if you're doing internal code that no other than the internal people are going to see, or a select few, a lot of companies, they use their own best practice or their own coding style, or what you will call it. And the same with security and stuff like that. Like, yeah, should we have a nuclear bunker with all our secret data on, or company data on, in case someone throw a nuclear fucking missile down in the company? Yes. That it could, what if it happens scenario. You have to assess the most likely attack vectors and the most likely things to happen. And then you make things to mitigate the most likely things to happen. And then you go down, like someone finding a USB device in the parking lot. I don't think anyone at work is stupid enough to plug that into the computer. I really don't. Because they know about that shit. We have talked about that shit. I don't see a problem saying this should be done like this, but we do not do this like this because it's inconvenient. Makes no fucking sense. You're basically saying that we should have best practices, but we don't have to follow them. That's exactly what I'm saying. What web browser do I prefer? Probably Chrome. Chrome and Edge. That's the two browsers I use the most. Chrome and Edge. With my Intel Arc graphic card, I find that Edge is a way better browser for doing videos, like online video content. For some reason, my graphic card driver starts to act up with Chrome if I have too many tabs open and I watch a video. It's a hard... So if I have too many tabs up and I have like a video playing here, and then if I start to scroll on Chrome, it will pause the video and start, and pause the video and start, and pause the video and start. I don't get that on my Edge browser, and it is a graphic card driver issues. Right now I have like a issue where I can't open my control settings panel for my graphic card, because there is a mismatch in the version numbering towards the universal C library that they have put in the code and that is installed on everyone's computer nowadays, apparently. So they are trying to fix that, and it's been a problem for like a month or something like that. Don't buy Intel graphic cards. The graphic card works amazing right now compared to what it used to, but there are still so many fucking issues with those graphic cards. So I'm waiting for an update where I actually can use the control center again. And I tried to reinstall the DLL, and I spent a day uninstalling and installing graphic card drivers from Intel, and it still don't work. And it's because of an incompatibility with the standard C library. So yeah, I have no idea what they're doing, but yeah. I will not say that it's a rebrand of Chrome. Look at Edge like Vivaldi. Edge is like Vivaldi. It's Vivaldi not done right. Vivaldi is focusing on putting so much stuff into the web browser that it just makes no sense anymore. Where Edge is Chrome with a lot of Microsoft specific features and a lot of optimization and a lot of neat shit. Yeah, you can use Active Directory, but we sadly only have 1 or 2 computers using Active Directory. Again, you have to look at like so what you do for a 50 employee company, a 100 employee company, a 1,000 employee company, a 10,000 employee company is different from what you're doing from a 1 employee company, 2 employee company, 10 employee company, and 30 employee company. You cannot say that this here is how it should be if you're 1 person or a million people. You do it differently. You do it differently. You have to look at the company structure and the way it functions and the employees and blah, 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 and see what makes sense. I would prefer that everything was managed via Active Directory. That also means it will cost more money. It would be more of a hassle. If I'm not there, who's going to fix it then? Who's going to add this to it and blah, blah, blah. So that means we have to have more people with administrative accounts. So it will be back at what we at right now. That if not 1 person can install if not everyone can install everything, they will still have access to a person that can install everything. So instead of they installing everything, they just ask a person to log in and then they can install everything. That's how they will do it. Fuck, I can install fucking penis enlargement app DK. Hey Bob, yeah, do you have the admin rights? Yep, come over here and put in your password. That's how it's going to be done. That's how it's going to be done. Unless there is a rule that say that if you do that shit, you will get fired. And the smaller the company is, the more you can get away with, basically. Because you can manage those people more, I'm not saying strictly, but you have more contact with those, like intimate contact with those people, versus having a lot of people around you. The more people you are working with or administrating, the more you have to rely on the rule book, the best practices, this is how we do it. Because you can't go and look over their shoulder all the time, or having a little bit of a look on the sideline. It will become impossible, basically. I can walk up and down the production or the place in 5 minutes, under 2 minutes, and then I will see what everyone is doing with their computer. It will take me 2 minutes to see what everyone is doing with their computer, just by walking. And trust me, if there is just one little fucking issue, they will come running. We had people that, there was lag on my computer. Did I have a virus? It just turned out the computer was overheating, Like they come running just the second there's the slightest little issue with anything. They come running. Because they know they need to be careful. You know. The Chrome ecosystem is good, yeah. I don't use the Bing sidebar much at all, to be honest. Yeah, security and privacy are two really different things, yeah. That's yeah, but now you think, Levetus, that's not how that's not how it works. That you're looking at it in a weird way. The way you handle, let's say, security, it don't have to be computer security. You don't need a long line of command or chain of command. The users or the employees don't even need to know it. The more people you have, you need more rules. And they need to be educated into it. And they need to know who to go to if there's a problem. The chain of command is only an issue within the security department itself. Or the IT department itself. It's not an issue for the users or the workers. Unless they have not been educated or told or seen what they can and can't do. Or know who to ask for help and stuff like that. At my job, there are two people IT related to go to help for. One for specific software for the most part, or a few specific software, and then me for everything else. And then sometimes we overlap each other, but that's it. So they don't need to know who I am talking to get something bought or fixed or something like that. They just need who to go to. That's all. That's the only chain of command they need to know. Something is wrong. Do I go to Kent or do I go to the other guy? That's the only thing they need to know. And then let's imagine I had to go to a guy that had to go to a guy that had to go to a guy that had to go to a guy. That becomes a issue within the structure of the department. So the chain of command it's a military thing that people like to throw around, but in civilian places it kind of is not that important for most people. Because most people just need to know who do I go to if I have a problem. That's all they need to know. And the smaller the company is, they know that, or sometimes they go to the boss directly, but you get what I'm saying here. With a big company, that let's say there's two departments, if they have each their IT guy, well, the people in one department, they have one IT guy connected to them. The people in Department 2 have another IT department connected to them, or IT guy connected to them. So the people in Department 2, they go to IT guy 2. The people in Department 1 go to IT guy 1. IT guy 2 and 1, they go to the manager, the IT manager. And that's it. But they don't need to know who the IT manager is, or they don't need to go to the IT manager. They just go to 1 and 2. So for them, it's not complicated. They have one person or two persons to go to. I think a lot of people in this world, they love to overcomplicate. No, IT is fucking easy, man. People that think IT is difficult are people that have no fucking idea what IT is. It's no more difficult than any other job. It's just a different skill. Like the managing structure and the decision structure is no different than any other company you worked for, or any other workforce you've been in, or anything like that. It's the exact same. Either you are on top, and everybody is coming to you, or someone is coming to you and you're going to another one. It's like that any fucking where in the world. It's just called IT. It's just called production. It's just called, but in the end, it's the same structure almost all over the place. Yeah. I always want Plasma and OpenSUSE. It's really not that difficult. But what I think the issue is, and I think this is partly YouTube's fault or online media's fault, is that a lot of people that don't understand IT that well or computers that well, for them it may seem complicated because nobody have explained it correctly to them. So they are explaining it in a complicated way to everyone else. Because they think it's complicated, so therefore it has to be complicated, so therefore I have to, explain it in this complicated way to everyone else. I see that way too many times. And I see it in IT or people in general, but let's just use IT. I see it in IT people also. They love to overcomplicate a simple thing. I don't know whether I have an idea why, but I see it so many times that people, they love to overcomplicate a simple thing. And I think it's because they want to show how smart they are. Or how smart they think they are. And I've said this so many times. If you cannot simplify a complicated thing, you don't understand that complicated thing. You should, if you really understand something, you should be able to teach it or tell it to a 5th grader. Because saying something complicated and reading off a fucking textbook, a man page, everyone can do that. Most people that give help, it don't have to be IT, it can be anything, but most people that give other people help online have barely any understanding of what they do. They're just finding a manual or finding someone that has fixed the problem before and then copy-pasting that answer in or modifying it a little bit and copy-pasting that into someone else. So they look smart. A lot of people don't really understand what they are saying. That's kind of why I like the Stack Overflow method, where you can, when people are giving an answer, you can vote them up. Because the people that know what the fuck they are talking about, they will get, upvoted in the comment section or in the reply section really fast. So you just have to look at answer 1 and 2 and know, okay, these people actually know what the fuck they're talking about. But try and read all of the other comments. And you'll see a lot of times that people that have an idea, but not really, and then they are mixing things together and copy-pasting things in you've seen other places, and it gets just way too complicated than it really have to be. And also, if you need help, always find the simplest solution first. Because you don't need to understand everything to see it work and get an idea of why and how it's working. And then you can go and learn all the details. Because if you spend too much time learning all the details, you just get overwhelmed, your brain get confused, you're like, oh my god, this is too much to take in, and you're not doing anything at all. Sometimes you need to read line for line, top from bottom and stuff like that. Sometimes you need to do that. But a lot of times, go find the simplest solution that people have online. And then see it working. And then, how does this work? Because if you find the simplest solution and it's working, you've not spent a shit ton of time reading a complicated answer for something not to work. So when I'm looking at Stack Overflow stuff and stuff like that, I always test if it's working before I actually read most of the stuff. I basically just copy-paste the code in and modify it a little bit. Okay, is this working? This is working. Why is it working? Why is this working? And then read why it's working. Because a lot of times it's either outdated information or it don't work at all. So you can spend hours and hours just reading what people are saying before you get to the code, and then it's not working at all. But that's how I do it, and I find that it can be both beneficial and not beneficial, because then you copy-paste a lot of fucking code into a test project a lot of time, but you also save time by not reading, every fucking comment. Most of the time, I don't even read what the people are asking. I just read this, like how to do this in C#, for example, and then I don't read what the problem is that he has. I just read what is the answer. You know, I don't look at his code. I just look at the the right code first. And then it's like, oh, you have to change this to that. You have to put a function in there or a method in there. You have to do this. You have to make this variable into a var instead of a string or whatever the fuck it is. And then, okay, he's modifying the code. What code is he modifying? Okay, he's modifying this code up here. You can save yourself a lot of headache by just read the question. How do I do this? Let's do a simple one. How do I add to variable to a console output C#. So you could do this one up here, but let's take a stock overflow. So here, how can I assign a variable to a console read line or write line? So this is what you need. You need this. You need to know how to assign a variable to a console write line. You don't really need to read this. Just go down here and see string variable name console read line. Oh. Then you can read this up here. Or you could just test this one out. Yeah, console read line returns a string, not an object. Okay, so he is putting it in as an object. Ah, I got you. Console key info. Object type console key info. So the only thing you have to change is the type of the variable. So he probably had an issue with this one here. And then you can go up here and, oh fucking hell, and you can see what he actually is saying up here. Another one could be how to also add two strings in C#. You see here you have, you know, but let's do Stack Overflow again here. See, what are they saying here? Variable 1 is equal variable 1 plus index to hex buffer 1. You also need to initialize variable 1, variable 1, string empty. Or, and then you can go, wait, I don't know, it's really bugging out here. You can see, what is he saying up here? Just using a for loop. This may not be the most simple one. Yeah, he's doing it in a for loop. That's why they're doing it. Is there anyone else? Append add string. So this could be another one. Hey. Are they all balls now? Yeah, console write line value. So you probably only need this here. Or you need this here. You don't need to read all of this up here. You may only need to try these two things out. And then see what they do. Why the fuck is it doing that? And then see what these two things are doing. Again, find the simplest. You know, because here they're doing like class programs, standard void main, string value not net, .net, but why the fuck is it doing this? There is a bug here. I need to do escape before I can interact with it here. Probably you could try these things out here, you know. You don't need this one down here. I hope you get what I'm saying here. You don't need to read everything. You don't need to understand everything. You need to understand enough to do the job that you set out to do. That's a good starting point. understand enough to do what you need to do. Like, you don't need to understand what void means or what static means. You just need to know that it has to be there. You know, you get what I'm saying? And I see too many people, they are spending so much time in void and static, for example, before they get to this here. And like that's wasted effort. Yeah, is it good to understand what void and static is? Yeah. Should you know it if you're a real developer and all that fucking shit? Yeah. But if you're just making a script, a little program, and so, you know, you're doing stuff, or just building a program, or you're helping someone out, just know enough to do your job. And then if you need to know more, learn more. It don't have to be complicated. Like a lot of things in life, boil it down to its simplest thing as you possibly can, and it will be way more easier for you to understand and learn. And then you build on top of that. Then you're like, okay, now I know what a method is and stuff. That maybe I just let me understand void and static a little bit here, and then you go in and learn about that. But you don't really need to learn that or understand that until you need to use it. You're looking to code a way to make 2 million YouTube videos from answers from Stack Overflow. I don't understand you. You're looking to code a way to make 2 million YouTube videos. I don't know who Roll1DP is. I think the name is selling me something. So he's making videos about Stack Overflow answers. Is that what you're telling me? I don't understand it. What is his name again? Is he Dutch or something like that? I think I've heard that name before. No. Oh shit, 1.6 million. Oh crap. What am I looking for? Multiple characters from arrays in C#. That's probably something I need to use at some point. I'm actually having a JSON problem I need to fix. I know who he is. Yeah, I know who he is. He's that fucking idiot. He's just taking basically copy-pasting solutions from Stack Overflow into his videos. How is he only getting like 100? How can he has that? Oh, he only has 101k subscribers. Okay, but how can he only get like these views? Huh? Yeah, I know who he is. Yeah, he's spamming content. 2 million videos. He has a script that auto-generate YouTube videos from answers from Stack Overflow. Yeah, but don't he has to talk over them though? Like, you still have to make that, you still have to make this part here, right? You still have to make this part here. Like, if he's making a lot of money on it, it's kind of brilliant, to be honest. Hey, he's doing something right. I know what's wrong. Edge thinks that I'm using a touchpad. Yeah, look, Edge thinks I'm using a phone or tablet. Oh. It is lazy as fuck, but hey, it seems to be working. That's why I have issues with that fucking highlighting thing. Comments are turned off. Oops. Is someone explaining it? Stock exchange, how he does it. Oh, he's talking there. Okay, that's why. Is anyone else fed up with whatever his name is, automated videos? I think it will say. Yeah, you can block the channel, yeah. Hey, if it's working, it's working. Like, so here's the thing. Like, we can sit here and I've done it plenty of times, you know, bitch and moan about eBoss Central and Chris Titus Tech and Luke Smith and all of those. But in the end, if people watch them, if it's working, it's working. You know, like I said with like addiction, you know, like they if there is a market for it, people like the people that are watching those kind of channels are not going to watch the channels that I like anyway. You know, like, or let me put it another way, those kind of people are not going to watch my videos anyway. I will not call it art, and I will not call it, like, it's not inaccessible knowledge. That's like really fucking stretching it. Like, that's really stretching it. Like, getting answers from Stock Overflow is not hard, or Stock Exchange. It's not hard. What he is doing is that he's writing that YouTube algorithm and writing that YouTube thing, because some people, they just prefer to see a video than reading a text. It's that fucking simple. Calling it art and unaccessible knowledge, no, that would be me calling myself the most brilliant fucking YouTuber on earth. It's stretching it a lot. He just found a way to put his method. And it's a proven to work method, but his method is upload as much as possible. YouTube love frequently upload. The more you upload, the more it pushes you. It's the reality of YouTube. The more you upload, the more it pushes you. The more videos you can upload, the better. I can see it on my own channel. I went from uploading 7 days a week to 5 days a week to 3 days a week. So now between 1 to 3 days. I can see that in views, subscribers, and all the fucking thing. even when I uploaded 7 days a week, my content was uncategorically worse than it is when I'm uploading 3 days a week, because I have less time to make them better, basically. It's a known fact that YouTube promote frequently upload. Like the sweet spot is 1 day every day, like one video a day. Preferably, if you can, 2 days a week, or 2 videos a day, sorry. Yeah, YouTube's philosophy is quantity over quality, exactly. And to combat that, you need to make really, really, really good videos. Really good videos. That's why you see a lot of new YouTubers, or a lot of YouTubers that don't get a lot of views per video. They upload really frequently. Case in point, this dude here. Where is his channel? Like, he has this many subscribers, but how many views does he get per video? I get more views than he do most of the time on these videos. Within the same time span. So he don't make good videos. He just make a lot of videos that a lot of people, or not a lot of people, but a few people click on. But so here's the thing. You can have one video that makes 1,000 views, or you can have 10 videos that make 100 views. What do you think is the best video? Or the best way, or the best content? The one video with 1,000 views. What this is telling me here is that he's not making good content. But if you put up a new video, YouTube will promote the new video in the beginning to attract more users. It's what people, YouTube love new content. So if you don't make videos that are doing well, you just upload a lot. Because then you don't get the views from one video, but you accumulate a lot of views over many meaningless in quote. Like, look at this, a month, 100 views, 133 views, 200, like, there are channels with 100 subscribers that get more views than him per video. So what this is telling me is that this video here is meh. This video is meh. This video is meh. This video is meh. This video is meh. But if you combine a shit ton of meh views, you get a lot of views. It's that simple. It's not art or humor. So let me give out of my over 10 years knowledge of YouTube and YouTubers, okay? What he is doing here, right here, is he's doing as little work as possible to get as much money as possible. This here is not for fun, it's not for art, this here is just a money grab for him. This is all about the money. This is all about the money. And he probably makes a good amount of money. He probably makes a good amount of money. The more videos you have uploaded, the more potential views you can get. If you have 2 million videos, even if, oh, look at this. If every video gets 1 view a month, that's 2 million views a month. But they are all so shitty that only one person is going to click on them. That's still 2 million views a month, potentially. At its minimum. That's what we call spamming. And it's uncategorically looked down upon by the YouTube community, to be honest. This is not a art form, this is not a serious thing. He's doing this to basically flood the YouTube algorithm, so people are going to click on it. Because YouTube also look at this, they also look at this. Ah, now it's doing that shit again. It's also looking at this. I'm not saying that he have not helped a few people, of course he has, but this is the definition of a spam account. The definition of a spam account. And this only works when you have reached a certain amount of videos. So this don't work if you have 10 or 15 videos. You have to have like maybe 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 videos. Then this starts to pay off. Because then you have so many different videos that you are so sure that YouTube is going to promote some of those videos under, when people are searching about something. It's like this pray and pray mentality, if you think about it. Like, look at the views 6 months down. Like, he's barely reaching 200, 300 views. Most of these videos is not being watched anymore after a month. This is a spam account. Nothing more. And it works because he has so many fucking videos. And I don't even know what the oldest one is. These are probably okay videos. Hey, Baba. I used to actually watch some of his shit. See, 4 years ago, he started to do this meaningless shit. 4 years ago. And he probably just now are starting to make good money. But again, he probably makes a good... Probably, like, I don't know how many views he get per month, but... Yeah. Can we see how many patrons he has? He has one post. One post. One fucking post. Well, it's the highest tier. Oh, fucking hell. Wow. Yeah. Oh, shit. So, let me educate. Do we not have an editor in here? Oh, well. Should we do Kate? Oh, I forgot to install. That's because of the Microsoft Edge. It's certifying it right now. The RPM that we installed. So. How to see if they're all about the money. Should we do Twitch first? Because that's really easy. So. Low views. And followers, subs, but have a lot of ways to support them. I can't see my keyboard from my mouse, by the way. or not all of it. So what do I mean by this? So you look at we tried using Edge on Linux. So if you go on to a viewer, like another viewer, a streamer, and you go and read the about list or look at their information, they have like a PayPal, they have a wish list, they have links for this and that, and all, so many ways that you can give them money. And they average like 10, 20 views at most, probably only averaging like 2 or 3 views per stream on average. They have, let's say, 90 or 50 followers. They probably just only got affiliated. If someone has so many ways for you to give them shit, or, in quotes, support them, that means that is the most important thing for them. Because if this was not the most important thing for them, they will not have it. They will not even think about it. It will not be what the majority of their about thing or their page will be about. So if you see a content creator have, it could be descriptions on YouTube also, they have like 10,000 like Bitcoins, and they have Streamlabs, PayPal, Stream Element support links, they have Patreon, Ko-fi, and all, like, they have so many fucking ways that you can support them. That's a really, really big red flag, that they are all over the place. Means that they want as many people to give them as much money as possible. AKA, they don't give a fuck about you or their content. They give a fuck about how much money they can get out of it. So most of those people are going to do the absolute minimum job to get the maximum profit. And on Twitch, that probably may also end up them becoming e-girls or beggars. If it's girls, they probably will be showing more skin. If it's guys, they will start to beg more. Look at the Dark Side Phil and stuff like that. So, if the first thing a content creator does when they go onto YouTube, Twitch, or any online platform, if one of the first thing they do is overflowing you with ways they can get money or support out of you, they don't give a fuck about anything than the money. So beware of that. Basically, here's how it is. They look at you as pay pigs. I know this is uncomfortable, but that's how it is. Admiral Bulldog, I don't even know who that is. Let's do YouTube. Clickbait. Crazy thumbnail. Like a lot of girls and stuff like that. Many uploads. Spamming uploads, we'll call it. Way too many ads in videos, both YouTube and in video ads. What else? The same, many ways. Many ways to support. This is kind of the highlights. You're addicted to Dark Side Phil, not for his gaming videos, but the trade. Yeah, I think a lot of people are like that, yeah. Yeah, Homestead, yeah, Ringelstar, yeah, you know who you're talking about. The same here. So, a YouTuber that do this mostly for the money, they will clickbait a lot. Or some lot. They will use like crazy thumbnails, so that would be like chicks etc., etc., to draw you into the, like, they will really use every fucking dirty tricks they can use to get you into the video. These two here kinda go hand in hand. And they will spam uploads. And they will have as many ads as they can prop into that fucking video. As many fucking ads they can. Think a little bit about Nick from the Linux Experiment. And again, this is something that DistroTube is really good at, having way too many options for you to support them. Everyone needs money. This is not. So here's the thing. If you have many ways to support them, that should tell you something. They are not confident enough in their content that 1 or 2 ways of supporting them would not be enough. Meaning that they are not providing good enough content that their viewers would be making an account on a platform they probably would not be using anyway just to support them. What it means is that let me have an account on as many platforms as possible, so my viewers don't have to go out of the way to support me. But if your content is good enough, and you only have PayPal, your viewers would be willing to go on to PayPal just for you, if your content is that good. Some will not, but most will. Or they will give you a super sticker, or they will give you a super chat. So if you have all of the ways that you can support someone on Earth, that's basically, for lack of a better word, you are begging. Oh, you don't have PayPal? Patreon. Oh, you don't have Patreon? Coffee me. Oh, you don't have coffee me? Buy me coffee. You don't buy me coffee? I have a Bitcoin. You know, it's basically just begging. They're just begging on, you know, yeah, YouTube can block channels, I know. But this is like the top 5 ways of seeing if a channel cares about you or not, as a viewer. Or if you're just a pay pig. And this is what, I don't know if I'll call them, let's call them YouTube experts, have said about YouTube for over a decade now. When I say YouTube experts, I mean people with hundreds and millions of subscribers. They will say that look out for this fucking shit. Look out for this shit. Clickbait, you know, thumbnails that like boobs and girls and all, you know, do everything, you know, like there was a thumbnail of a girl doing yoga with her tits almost falling out that had 2 million views, and it was like relaxing yoga. Yeah, people clicked on that thumbnail because of the relaxing yoga position. Yeah, no, they clicked because the boobs was almost falling out. You know, stuff like that. That means that they just want the click. They just want the views. And on another note, all of these things work. Okay? They work. That's why people are doing it. If it didn't work, they will not do it. This works. The Twitch thing and on YouTube, this works. You may not make the most money this way, but you will make some money. This is not ways of optimizing your earning potential. Unless you're like Amorath on Twitch and stuff like that. But if you're just a normal dude or dudettes, you can make okay money doing it this way. But this is not how you optimize your earning potential. You do that by making really, really good content. The better your content is, the more people are willing to pay for it. And they will go out of their way to pay for it. You don't have to remind them. Get what I'm coming at here? And that's also how you will make the most money. You don't see Linus Tech Tip beg for money. You don't see Linus Tech Tip, because I'm going to say he has too many ads in there, but maybe a little bit. But you don't see him spamming uploads. You don't see him using clickbait. You don't see him using crazy thumbnails. You don't see him having all the fucking supporting methods on earth in his description. He don't need to. He don't have to. Again, there's other points, but these are kind of probably the biggest ones. Twitch, it's way fucking crazy on Twitch. Like Twitch is like like Twitch is probably the worst platform when it comes to e-bigging and when it comes to looking at viewers as pay pigs. And I know I'm going to sound massively what is it called? Chauvinistic, man-chauvinistic, or something like that. But you see a lot of girls doing this. You know, throwing their fucking legs out and tits out and all that fucking shit just to make a shit ton of money. And looking at their viewers as pay pigs. Nothing wrong with it, if they are honest about it. The same with on YouTube. There's nothing wrong with having a clickbaity, spammy YouTube channel if you are honest about it. But don't sit and flirt with every fucking, viewers on Twitch and have your titties all over the place and spreading your legs and say, oh, they come for my content and my personality. Don't fucking bullshit me and everyone else. Don't come here and bullshit me. Don't come here and bullshit me with like 10 views or 1 view on average and have 20 followers and have all of these ways to support you and basically beg for money in the comment section or in the description section to then say, oh, I want people to come for my content and not just to support me. Like, don't bullshit people, okay? Don't be a bullshit. I hate bullshitters. And the same with YouTube. Don't spam upload, use clickbait and crazy thumbnails and have all of these ways of supporting. So, oh, well, I want people to watch my content for my knowledge and my personality. And no. Be honest, you just want a paycheck. You just want a paycheck. And your whole content is made around getting enough people to click your shit and get your paycheck. DistroTube is a really good example of this. Most of the things he does is catered towards paycheck. I don't think that dude will make many videos that he does just for the fans. Like what is it called? Fan service. I think every video he makes, he will calculate or do calculation on doing it in the most monetizable, optimal way as possible. The same with Nick from the Linux Experiment. The same with Chris Titus Tech, Luke Smith, Mental Outlaw, and all those things. They are looking at maybe not all, but most of their videos in how can I get the Linux community dragged in to watch this video and click on it and support me the most. You are pay pigs to them. And again, nothing fucking wrong with it if they are honest about it. I don't know if any of you remember Casey Tron. She used to be the first real booby streamer on Twitch. But she said she was an e-girl and booby streamer. There was no doubt about it. She was honest about it. There's been other e-girls and stuff like that on Twitch that were like, yeah, pay me. I'm here for money, man. You want to see my body? Pay me, fuckers. I respect the living I don't agree with it, but I respect it. Fucking respect it. Because they are not bullshitting you. You know exactly why you're there. But if you go onto a channel or YouTube channel and they want to be your best friend and, oh, simps, come here, simps. Oh, be a creepy ass simp. They just want your money, man. They just want your money. Don't get dragged into this fucking shit. Because what these kind of people is also really good at, what they are really good at, is manipulate you into think that they are not about that. You are special. And blah, blah, blah. When their actions say something else. Another really good indicator, this could be live streamers, for example. If a high tipper comes in or a high supporter comes in, and their focus shift from you to that person, and they start to bend backwards for that person, money, bitches. So they can be your best friend, and oh my god, they want to talk to you so fucking much. Then Mr. Big Water comes in. And they're like, fuck you, you only tipped me like $1. This guy has thousands of dollars, let me talk to him instead. If that happens, run away. He or she is not worth your time, okay? They only care about getting as much money out of you as possible. And sadly, you see that too much on people online today. Yeah, just be self-aware. Like, I would not be against watching an e-girl that would be like, I'm doing this for the fuck. I'm basically being a softcore porn actress for money. Hey, I don't give a fuck. Yeah, cool. Awesome. You're pimping out your OnlyFans where you're putting a fucking joystick up your butthole. Fine by me. At least you're honest about it. I may not want to watch it, but I will probably watch some of it, but I could respect it. You know who the fuck you are, man. You know why you're doing it. You're not sitting here and trying to intellectually defend what you're doing. And being dishonest about what you're doing. If you were spamming Chen on YouTube, just be honest about it. You know? Yeah, I'm doing this to earn a little bit of pocket money. I'm uploading a shit ton of videos every day just to make sure that, you know, I can get some out of it. Using it as a little experiment to see how long and how much money I can get. And be honest about it. Instead of being like, oh, I'm doing this to educate people and to be a nice guy in the community and stuff like that. No, you're not. Just be honest about why you're doing it. Most people will respect that. And here's the thing, most people that don't like that kind of content will probably also watch it just because they respect the way that you're honest about it. I hope that makes sense. And like here, shit, it still thinks I'm a fucking tablet. Just, hey, I'm auto-generating videos from Stock Exchange. Just be honest about it. I'm going to upload 4 or 5 videos a day. A lot of them may not be for you, but some of them I hope will help you out. Be honest about it. Just be honest about it. But trying to hide behind this, oh, I'm an intellectual guy, and fuck that shit. No. You're just a spammer, man. Just a good old spammer. And it drives me nuts. And a lot of people are really good at hiding it. Like I'm not lying. Like, look at this here. Why do people watch this video? Why do you think? I see some headlights being in motion right here. Why do you think people watch this fucking video here? Who the fuck is in the woods in their yoga pants and a really tight top? Let's be honest here. Baking wood, yeah. No, it's the fucking stiff nipples. And there's nothing wrong with it if they were just honest about it. Yeah, Pretty Woman knows knife, how to handle a knife. Yeah, kind of okay, but you get what, like, I kind of, you know, and then do camping, survival. No, just do fucking don't drag the camping community, the survival community, the bushcrafting and outdoor community down with this. Just do sexy woman or pretty woman with a knife. Just leave it at that. But it's and she probably think that, oh my god, they really love how I handling this knife. So I have this, yeah, sex sells anything, yeah, you're right. But I have this thing that I say to all those people that, oh no, they're coming for my content. That's fine. Then do your content without a webcam on for like a week, a month. Nobody wants to do that. Because they know if I don't have that fucking webcam on and stuff like that, they're not going to watch me. So, if the reason why most of your viewers are coming because you are in the thumbnail and are looking all kind of fucking sexy and bothered, and you are in the video, you have a webcam on, and the second you take that away, they are not going to watch it, they are not coming for your content. They are not coming for your content. So just be honest about it. Just be fucking honest about it. Yeah, of course they know what they're doing. But they don't want to be looked down upon by coming out and admitting it. That's the thing. Because the second that someone like C up here will admit, well, yeah, of course I have stiff nipples. Of course I use this as my thumbnail with my titties looking fucking amazing and whatnot. Because I know a lot of fucking thirsty guys are going to click on it. C will sound, if she said that, people be like, oh my god, what a fucking skank, what a whore. That's what they would think. So they don't want to be, they want to be taken seriously. But then they're making unserious things like that. It makes no sense. Well, it do make sense, but people can understand. Like, people know that shit. People are not that stupid. But there are simps that want to be dragged into this shit. I had to stop watching 2 or 3 channels the last month because of simps. And ugh. I fucking hate simps, but yeah. But that's another thing. You click it, honestly. Yeah, I wouldn't, but here's the thing. If I want to see sexy ladies, there are sites that I go to where I can see sexy ladies. And they're doing way more than just taking a fucking knife to wood. Okay? You get to see everything. So why the fuck would I watch a YouTube video with a fully clothed girl with big titties when I can go on to other places and see fully naked women with their titties out and doing all kind of fucking amazing shit to those titties? Like, why would I settle for that when I can get something better? I don't need hot yoga pants on YouTube or boobs almost falling out of a bra on YouTube. There are sites that you can go on, and even if you're under 18 years old, you should not do it, but you still can do it. And they are still doing it. Maybe I'm getting too old to fall for that shit, I don't know. But if I crave to watch a hot lady being sexy, there are so many different ways of watching a hot lady being sexy. Where you see way more than you do on Twitch or Instagram, or not Instagram, YouTube. And some places you can even fucking also talk to them if you have a little bit of money, by the way. You know what I'm saying here? Like if that's what you, I never spent. Well, I have supported one OnlyFan, but that was my friend because he was in financial problems. That was about lose her house and shit like that. So she made an OnlyFan. I'm like, yeah, well, I supported her that way, but That's the only time I've spent money on anyone that was doing that kind of work. Because it's so fucking easy to get it for free. And it's also so easy to get laid in real life. Just don't look her in the face when you're fucking her. But like, if you lower your standard enough, you can get laid in like 5 minutes. If you're really that fucking desperate. And then just imagine that you're fucking some hot model or something like that. Put a bag over her head and then just ramming her. Or do it with the television behind you so you can look into the television while you're fucking her. Like, there's so many ways where you could do that without, you know, like, it's not that fucking hard. It's just that people are ugly like me, but they want to fuck a supermodel. And it's like, yeah, you do see the disconnect here, dude? Or they have not showered in 5 days or 10 years, and they want to fuck a supermodel. Like, You do see a disconnect here, right? Like, you can't be a minus 10,000 and go for a 10. It's like, you need to be realistic. Like, here again, why would people click on this link? There's so many fucking dishonest people on in the earth. But hey, it works, or else they will not do it. And sometimes I wish I was a fucking big titty lady. Because it's really tempting to just throw those fucking titties out, man. That's a fucking wave, man. Doop, doop, doop. This will change your pocket. This guy, Zack in the Wild, he does some good EDC videos once in a while. But yeah, a little bit of a rant. The only thing I can think about, it's mostly for people that live in a conservative countries like Saudi Arabia, India, that have porn ban. Yeah, kinda, but so here's the thing. There are so many ways of getting around that. So many ways of getting around that. Like, if you're a tech-savvy person, which most of the people, at least watching my content is, and other tech channels content is, that's not an excuse. That's not an excuse. What they want from YouTube, or why they're clicking on it on YouTube, is this person here with the knife, or this chick here. Oh, she gets really mad. That's actually a really funny troll. But you have a... So here's what they think. Okay, let's say I go on to Pornhub or Chatterbait or whatever the fuck they call all of those sites, Fansly and OnlyFans and stuff like that. It's really hard to get a personal connection there because the person with the biggest wallet is always going to win. They're going to pay way more attention to the guy putting most money down. Because that's what they're there about. They are porn actresses, they're basically doing picture pornography, video pornography for money. So the more you can pay, the more attention you will get. But on YouTube, on Twitch and stuff like that, they're like, oh, they're not porn actresses. They're not doing it for the money. They're just really hot chicks that I maybe can get a more personal relationship with. Because they will talk to me more easily without me having money up front than on other sites. So if you go on to Chatterbait and all those kind of things, most people will not talk to you there until you fucking donate some money. In some Chatterbait site, you can't even talk, if I'm not mistaken here, if you have no money, or what is it called? Bits, bobs, I think, is it what the fuck is it called? Now I'm getting confused with Chatterbait and Twitch. I think tokens, it's tokens it's called on Chatterbait. There are channels that locks you out, where you can't chat if you have no tokens. I tried it out just for fun. There was a hot girl I wanted to see on Chatterbait. I was like, hey, you look nice. I couldn't type in there because I had no tokens. So there are many channels, and the same with porn sites, stuff like that, but they lock down the communications behind a paywall. Here, I can comment on her video. If she's a live streamer, I can type in chat, and she will more than likely see it if there's not that many people in there. So it's way easier to get this more personal connection. But in reality, what they really want is just fucking her. But they go on to YouTube and Twitch and stuff like that because they think that, oh, she's not really that skanky and that money-driven and blah blah some of the other people on the other sides are. When in reality, she is, or he is, it can also be a guy. They are not that money-driven because they are not, throwing their titties out and being behind a paywall and stuff like that. So I can get that girlfriend or boyfriend feeling. And in reality, they are just as bad. They are just luring you in with this boyfriend-girlfriend potential or flirting potential in hope that you will then give them super chat, stickers, membership, donating X, Y, and Z. That's why they're doing it. While they are pocketing all the money and going and fucking their boyfriend or girlfriend. A content creator is like a bartender. Either they already have a fucking partner, or they don't care and don't want one. Or at least they don't want you. When you watch any content creator, think about them as a bartender. They're already engaged with someone else, or they don't want to be with you. Most bartenders don't want to be with the guy or girl flirting with them in the bar. Most content creators don't want to be with a chatter. I'm not saying never, I'm not saying it can never happen, and it never have happened, of course it have. But the likelihood of you being a guy or girl going into a content creator stream or commenting on a video, and then 6 months later you're laying in bed and fucking the living shit out of each other, is almost zero. Because she knows why you're commenting on her videos. She knows it. She knows why you're saying sweet things to her. She knows it. She fucking knows it. And the guy knows the same if a girl comes in and are being like, oh my god, you're so, are too aggressive and over showering him with compliments. She knows. Or he knows. Hey Art, they know. They know that you want to fuck them. And some will play along with it to get money. So this whole thing that it's locked down behind walls, no. It's the intimacy of between a content creator on YouTube versus a content creator on YouTube, Twitch versus, let's say, Chatterbait, Fansly, and all those fucking things. If you talk to a content creator on Fansly, OnlyFans, they are there to sell you sex. They know you're coming in there for sex, so they expect you to pay. Up front. Here, they're trying to do it low-key. They're trying to sell you the friend-girlfriend experience a little bit, in hope that you will give them money. If they're doing shit like this here. You get what I'm coming at? Don't be fooled. Don't be fooled. Don't fucking be fooled online. I see so many people spending way too much money on content creators that are looking at them as pay pigs. And it's sad. It is sad. You know. Oh, PewDiePie got a kid? Nice. It's sad that people are willing to exploit other people's loneliness, lack of connection and stuff like that just to make a buck. It kind of, like, it's one of the reasons why I hate humans. That we are so willing to exploit other people's weakness to our own benefit. And there's a lot of money to be made. It's a lot of easy money to be made. Like, I don't care who the fuck you are, but if you are a somewhat attractive girl and you do online content, you have a way easier time than anyone else. That's a categorical fact. You know, if you are a handsome guy, you have it a little bit easy also. But a good-looking, attractive girl is like, she can get from 0 to 200 in no time. Just because she's an attractive girl. And if she knows how to push the right buttons on the lonely people that need a connection, that want that, you know, they're insecure and stuff like, oh my god, here's this amazingly sweet, young, or just my own age, sweet, beautiful lady, and now she's talking to me and she's being really friendly towards me, and the only reason she's doing it is because she just want money out of you. You just want money out of you. I'm not saying everyone is like you need to look at you have to think about what I talked about before, how to figure out if the channel is about money or not. So if you go and look at this person's about page, and there's so many ways to donate to her and stuff like that, yeah, she's doing it because she wants your money. There are a lot of amazing, sweet, caring female streamers and content creators out there that really want to be your friend. But there is also a lot of them that just look at you as a pay pig. Yeah, irony is strong. Yeah. But it's about what are you willing to do to make a buck, you know. You see so many porn actresses and porn actors, you know, guys and girls, when they get like 50 years old, 40 years old, they want to get out of it, they start a family, and then their kids, you know, they get in puberty. And then their classmates figure out that their mom or their dad is like swinging around their dicks and titties all over the fucking internet and making porn, or have made porn. Now their kids are getting bullied in school and blah, 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 blah. There's so much problem with that shit. OnlyFans actresses and content creators, like softcore, hardcore porn actors and actresses, have a massive problem with that now. Because they're just looking at making a shit ton of money in a short time. And then they don't think about the future. They don't think about their kids. They don't think about their family figuring it out. There's so big drama about that. I've been in it for years. When they try to do something else or get out of it. Oh, are you not the one that I saw fucking sucking this horse cock on YouTube? Or not YouTube, but, you know, Pornhub or something like that. And then their kids are getting, you know, ostracized and bullied and whatnot. Just because they want to get a lot of... Imagine her fucking kids see this. Or her kids' schoolmates see this shit here. I saw your mom titties on YouTube, you know? Like, come on. You know, or a potential partner, let's say she's single. And she, I have this YouTube channel, and it's her, like, running around simulating. I don't know if she's like that, but just using her as an example here. And then you go, and the potential partner's like, oh my god, this is almost softcore fucking porn. I'm not having anything to do with that fucking chick. I don't know how many fucking guys or girls she's fucked over the years, you know. And then running away because she must be so self-absorbed and so fucking narcissistic that I can't deal with her. Because these kind of people tend to be really narcissistic and self-absorbed also, by the way. But again, look at the warning signs that I put down in that document, or I showed you with, like, how their about page is there multiple ways of donating to them, is most of their text and most of their explanation about who they are and what they're doing, about how you can give them money. Run away. Run away. Run the fuck away. I will wait. I'll bet a little bit that I can probably see a live streamer and a content creator on YouTube, and probably with like 80% certainty tell you how generous they are about the content they're making. Within like watching maybe a couple of hours of their content or a couple of streams. Because it's so fucking easy when you know what to look for. Really fucking easy. Because they think they are subtle, but they're not. That's the sad reality of it. That's the sad reality. And here's the thing, it's working. It's working. It's working. It's fucking working. Because there is a lot of vulnerable and lonely people. Like, I think like male loneliness has never been as high, and male virgins have never been as high as it is now. Yeah, Black Mirror episode, basically, yeah. Having a child and discover they are an OnlyFan person. Yeah, I could imagine being a dad and figure out that your daughter was like whoring herself out on OnlyFans. That would be that would be fucking weird. That would be fucking weird. Yeah, definitely be weird. Or wife, yeah, or wife for that matter. I don't think I could date anyone that have had an OnlyFans account or been uploading content like that on Pornhub or any other of those porn sites. I don't think I could. Because it speaks a little bit to how narcissistic they are. It speaks a little bit about like they are massive narcissists. That they think that they are sexy and hot enough and willing enough to then use that to exploit other people. Like if you say, oh my god, I have the biggest dick in the world and I can fucking masturbate on OnlyFans and get a shit ton of money. That's really narcissistic and self-absorbed to think that. So close-minded, yeah, I'm close-minded and misogynistic, yeah. Yeah, and no respect. Well, I do think they have respect for themselves, but they don't have respect for other people. They don't have respect for their potential children and stuff like that. I was being sarcastic, by the way, when I agreed with you. But it just tells me that you must really think highly of yourself if you think that you are sexy enough, and you probably are, but that you are aware, or that you have that mentality that, oh, I could get so fucking much money by whoring myself out. If they were a content creator, that's like if they didn't do the naked thing, and they were just being, if they were Amaran is probably the most narcissistic fucking human I've ever seen. Like, she don't give a fuck about anyone but herself. She really don't. The issue here is that if you take narcissism and put that into like a really fucking hot body, you have a fucking winning disaster. Basically. Because most narcissists are not afraid of going out there and putting themselves out there and doing stuff like that. And they will make a shit ton of money because they are hot. I don't personally I actually don't think Amaran is beautiful. I actually think she's ugly as fuck. Like, there are way other people that are way more fucking sexy than she is, but that's just personal preference. Yeah, maybe that's what I said. If you are somewhat normal to beautiful looking girl online, you will have such an easy time making content and making a living off it. It's not even debatable. It's not even, like, I've seen it so many times where I had a guy friend and a girlfriend, or a girl that's a friend, or however the fuck you will say that, do like a Twitch channel or YouTube channel at the same time, and the girl could be having the crappiest fucking webcam and microphone, and the guy could have the top-notch fucking productivity. The girl was like partnered way before him, way more views, blah 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 blah. And of course, he upgrades her equipment over time. I've seen it so fucking many times. And the guy's like, what am I doing wrong here? I'm like, you don't have titties. You don't have titties. I'm sorry to say, but you don't have titties. It's just, and here's the thing, it's how it is. It's just how it is. I'm not saying this to berate them or be negative about it. I'm just saying it to be honest about how this whole thing works. It's just, you don't need to show cleavage to get attention. No. So you're misunderstanding this. You don't need to show cleavage. You just need to be attractive. If you show cleavage, that will help you a lot. If you have a bikini on, that will help you even more. But if you are a sweet-looking, attractive girl, you will have 100 times easier time doing what you're doing. Yeah, you just need to be an okay girl. You need to be average and above-looking girl. But if you are if you are a little bit above average, you will have a way easier time. It's been like this since humankind. No, so women have always been doing things better in anything virtual. So photos, videos, anything creative where you are looking at the person. Anywhere where you are looking at the person, where you are seeing the person, our average attractive girl and up has always done better. And most of the time also got paid more than guys did. Do you think you and I would feel the same way if you had titties? If I was an attractive girl, I would be doing the same thing as they are doing. I would not go on OnlyFans and stuff, but I would be using my looks to get views, yeah. I would be on the thumbnail way more. I will not put my titties out there, but I would be normally closed, but put, my face on it. Yeah. But I wouldn't do OnlyFans or porn, or I wouldn't do this. I would be me as I am right now, but I would just be using my face way more, and I would make sure that I had webcam on anything I did. Of course, I would be using my looks for my advantage, but I would still be who I am right now. I will not sit here and give you like a false sense of oh my god, you're going to be my new boyfriend or something like that. I would just use it to make people watch me more without changing anything else than just using webcam on anything or everything and put myself in a thumbnail with maybe makeup on, pretty myself up a little bit. But that's as far as I would go. Yeah. Of course I would be like, if I was a handsome guy, if I was like a really fit, handsome guy, yeah, I would be, I would also be using myself more on webcams and thumbnails and stuff like that. Yeah, maybe you're right. You're right. You're so right. Again, I've seen it. I've seen it. I had so many friends that I've gained with. And don't think we're not talking hundreds of thousands, but a lot of people still that started on Twitch, and the female just 9 out of course there's this random fucking dude that just has the right personality and doing the all the right things, but 9 or 8 out of 10 times the females just skyrocketed way faster than the guys. And some of them became really successful streamers, and some of them plateaued. Because if you're just a cute girl, that will only get you so far. Because then the viewer starts to figure out, oh, she's not going to do this allow me to do this simp thing. And if I can't do this simp thing, I don't want to be around her anymore. So they're jumping over to someone else. So that's kind of like, if you look at that, that's kind of the conundrum on you on as a female, being a content creator as a female. Because there's always another female that are going to give the viewers more than you are. So when do you stop? Oh, should I be a little bit more friendly because there's always a female streamer that will be more friendly than I am? Oh, should I have more revealing clothes on because there will be a streamer that have more titties out? So what is your breaking point? What is your stop point as a female? And that is going to determine how successful you will be. Are you going full-blown Amorath? Or are you going something in the middle? Or are you keeping it casual? And most casual-looking girls, they don't do as well as push-up bra, sports bra girls. And they don't do as well as thong girls. And they don't do as well as semi-naked girls that play games. That's not patriarchy. Patriarchy means that men have it easier. And they have all the control. That matriarchy you're thinking about. And I don't even believe in those two things. I think they are really misrepresenting of what's going on. They are massively misrepresenting what's going on. But if a woman have the upper hand, is as bad as if a guy have it. And like I said, in anything that's visual, females has always have it better than guys. Always, in the majority of things. In the majority of things. It's not irony, it's just what it is. It's what it is. Can enough. It's what it is. It's. We don't have to put it into brackets. We don't have to sit here and blah blah blah. It's what the fuck it is. You know, it's just what it is. What I don't like is people pretending it to be something else. Just be honest about it. That's what I don't like, that people are dishonest about it. Be honest about it. That's all I care about. If you're whoring yourself out for the name of views, do it. I don't say you should not have the opportunity to do so. Do it. Go nuts. But don't sit and pretend that you are not doing it. Don't insult other people's intelligence by doing that. No. It's mostly Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, and I'm mostly either one of those days. And I mostly start about 4 to 5 my time. So I will if I stream, it will be a weekend day, so a Friday evening in my time, Sunday or Saturday or Sunday. Most of the time I start about 4 to 5. But on my Discord, I tend to do it to publicize it at least an hour before I go online. So if you're following my channel or following my Discord, I will do like a scheduled stream, like at least an hour most of the time, an hour before I go online. Sometimes I do it like at 12 o'clock, and then, you know, I'm like, okay, I'm live at this time, or I go into Discord and I say, hey, I may be streaming at this and this time. But I tend to, at least, like, minimum is like an hour before I go live, I will be making scheduling a live stream. So if you're following me, you will get a notification that Kent is scheduling a live stream for whatever time it is. But it's some days I can do it in a weekday, but it's mostly Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. And mostly Saturday or Sunday. If I stream in the weekdays, it will probably be Twitch, where I do some gaming streaming over there. But yeah. If you're following you will get a notification. And I think you will get 2 notifications if I'm not right or wrong. I think you will get one when I schedule the live stream. So it'd be like there's a scheduled live stream in like 2 or 3 or 4 hours. And then I think you will get one 30 minutes before it starts also. And then you can set like a like there's a button that says remind me. I think you need to click that one, then you'll get one 30 minutes before or something like that. I'm not sure how that works because I don't really watch anyone live on YouTube. I'm one of those weird people that I don't watch a lot of tech content on YouTube. And I don't watch almost any Linux YouTubers anymore. I mostly watch like educational content. Right now I'm watching Karens go amok in trials where they're trying to basically tell the judge and the lawyers how to do their job, and they're just getting fucking yelled at and screamed at and holding contempt of court, and it's so fucking funny. And I watch a lot of dash cam and body cam videos. That's what I've been watching the last couple of weeks, like Karens in court and crazy people in court and the body cam videos. And I'm watching Ted Lasso on Apple Plus because I got 3 months free Apple Plus with my phone. So I'm watching a little bit of Apple Plus content on the side also. What else do I watch? I watch a lot of the detractor videos about the Dark Side Phil, duty streams and stuff like that. I like watching that in the morning to wake up. What else do I watch? I watch like the odd, Apple tech video here and there. Mobile phone videos here and there. Consumer electronic reviews here and there. If there's a product I'm a little bit interested in. I'm trying to cut down on watching YouTube. Because I used to have YouTube running all the time in the background. Always have something running with YouTube on. And it's starting to be a little bit too much. Yeah, I'm going. Thank you. By the way, yeah, I'm going for documentaries and trying to watch things that I like to watch things where people know what they're talking about. If I get the feeling or I can see that they have no idea what they're talking about and they're just making the video for money or for getting the clicks and views and pretending that they are smart and stuff, I get put off the channel really fucking fast. And the sad reality is that most people on YouTube have no idea what they're talking about. And we're not just talking tech, everything. Most people on YouTube have no fucking clue what they're talking about when they're making a video. I do like to watch a lot of fail movies also, like people getting into, fail army and all that fucking shit. I like to watch a lot of military video stuff, like people talking about their experience as a army guy or soldier and stuff like that. Podcast and clips and whatnot. Planes I like to watch a lot also. Cars. Yeah, there definitely are some good airplanes and ship. So I would probably like this here, ship launch, 10 awesome wave trails. Like, I would watch that one. I would watch this one here. I would be watching this one here, no doubt about it. This one here may also be watching. How microchips are made will also be one that I will probably be watching if I... Now, I'm not logged in right now, but I will not be opposed to be watching that one either. Hugh Jeffy, I'm actually sub to. I do like watching his stuff once in a while. John Gadget makes some good EDC videos, so I will be watching him once in a while also. I do like to watch traveling videos. People traveling around the world. I do like watching those also. There are a few channels that I tend to watch from that also. Yeah, I watch a lot of different things. Sovereign citizens I've watched a lot, like sovereign citizens getting owned. It's so fucking funny watching sovereign citizens getting owned. Yeah, so they do that because they don't get views. That's why they're doing it. Because I'm not saying this to make people feel bad and watch every video they see on YouTube, because if the video is not worth your time, don't watch it. If you think it's not worth your time, don't watch it. But if you spend hours making a video and it gets you like 10 views, 100 views, 200 views, it starts to be, you don't get the reward. And money is not the reward, it's the views, it's the likes. Basically, nobody's watching your shit. It can be really draining and really tiresome to sit and spend hours and hours and hours doing something when you could be doing so many other things. And you could probably even do things that would make you way more money. Taking a project up, or having a part-time job, or helping a friend out, or something like that, And if you do that long enough, it starts to get to you. It starts to get to you. What am I doing wrong? Blah, blah, blah. And then the next step is, well, clickbait works. Clickbait works. That's why they're doing it. So, well, I'm spending so much time and effort. If I have to do clickbait, I have to do clickbait. That seems to be what I have to do. So they start to do clickbait, and then they figure out it works. They start to do it more and more and more and more. I've experimented with clickbait myself to see how much it works, and it works. It works. It's again. I'm not saying that to bitch and moan. I'm just saying that's how it is, and that's why they're doing it. I'm not saying it to make people feel like, oh my god, I have to support everyone I see. No, do whatever the fuck you want to do, but I'm just explaining why it is like that. Like, I would probably get 3-4 times more. So here's the thing. The best thing for my channel to do would be making reaction videos about DistroTube, Luke Smith, Mental Outlaw, and Chris Titus Tech. Because if I make a reaction video where I'm yelling and screaming and getting overly excited and doing everything times, amp everything up, amp the reaction up to like tenfold or something like that, I get so many fucking subscribers and views if I'm doing that. And it would be financially stupid not to do it. Every time Chris Titus Tech uploaded a video, or any popular Linux YouTuber uploaded a video, if I made a reaction video debunking them, or getting overly excited and, all of the things you do in a reaction video, according to YouTube's algorithm, people love that shit. You get what I'm saying here? But I don't think it's good content. I don't want to deal with the Linux fanboys that are licking those content creators' ass coming to my channel and yelling and screaming at me for days and days and days and days and days. I still get fucking Chris Titus Tech fans coming to my Chris Titus Tech videos I uploaded like almost 6 months ago, yelling at me. I just don't want to do that. But if I just stop reading the comment section and just say, fuck you, I'm just doing it for the money or for the views, that's what I should be doing. That's what I should be doing. That's exactly what I should be doing. Yeah, I've seen Chris Titus Tech do some reaction stuff now, yeah. Yeah, that's right, they like drama, yeah. Yeah, have a good night, man. Yeah, you did good today, Marble. You did good today. You did good today. More of this. More of this shit. And I will be honest, I have thought about doing it. Like, I'm not going to lie. I have looked at my views and my subscribers and stuff and been like, maybe I should just be like, don't give a fuck, and then just make the content that people apparently want to watch. Because it's somewhat not easy money, but if I make a Chris Titus Tech video or a DistroTube video or any video in that nature like that, like I used to, I don't have to upload that much, and I will still be getting more views and make more money. So it's like, should I do it or should I not do it? But those kind of things comes with a lot of negativity. So I'm uploading a video where I react to Chris Titus Tech doing a Windows talk, talking about Windows next week. And try and look at the comment section on that video during the week. It would be a funny little experiment. It would be a funny little experiment. No, it's not easy. I'm 100% agreeing with you. The only way you can make it on YouTube, you need to have really good production quality. That's number one. Really good camera work, really good microphone. And then you have to make really great content, or go the drama route. Go the drama route. Personality don't... No. Look at drama alerts. Are you going to tell me that Keemstar is a guy that just have the fucking most amazing personality in the world? No. No. Look at the Review Tech USA that has over 1 million subscribers. Does he have the most amazing personality on earth? No. But they are making really unique content. Review Tech is a lol cow. Keemstar is like the tabloids of YouTube. It's all about the content. Personality helps, but not a lot. Not a lot. Oh yeah, Review Tech can be a train wreck, yeah. Microphone quality is something you need to be aware of, yeah. I do like Review Tech USA. I do like him as a person. I just think that I think he did what every YouTuber don't want to do. He took the easy way out. He figured out that being a lol cow and doing all of this drama and all that shit really worked for him. And the dude is not a happy dude. Like, he's dealing with a lot of fucking trolling and shit like that. He's not a happy dude, but he's making money. I would not say like he's making a shit ton of money, but he's making money. And like, do you want to be a happy dude and make money, or do you want to be a not happy dude and make money? I kind of want to be a happy dude and make money at the same time. Because I'm just waiting for the day that the Review Tech gets a fucking breakdown. Or the same with the Dark... I don't think Darkside Phil will get a breakdown. He's too narcissistic to do that. But Review Tech is self-aware enough and human enough that he's a walking time bomb, you know. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But again, like I said, I can go the same route. I have found what works. So here's a really good example. I did I think it was over 2 weeks. I did some Chris Titus Tech reaction videos and some bitching and moaning about DistroTube and some few others. In that month, I got around 300 subscribers in a month for doing 1 or 2 videos about those guys. Versus right now I'm getting 24 or something like that. Because I'm starting to push away a lot of the Linux community out of my channel. I'm actually trying to get Linux users to stop watching my channel because I don't want to deal with that toxicity. So they are leaving in flocks right now. So I could do those, reaction videos about Chris Titus Tech and DistroTube, and I would probably have about 10,000 subscribers today if I keep doing that. Probably have about, or maybe 6,000-7,000. But I don't think I will be a happy person doing it. Because I don't like doing it, because those people make me angry. They make me irritated. They are ruining something that I love, that is Linux. And that frustrates the living shit out of me. Yeah, but if you find the right things to react to, that can actually be really beneficial. Because React videos is something, I think React videos is something that's going to stay for a long time. Because people love watching other people get, react to for some reason. They love watching people's opinion on other people's takes, apparently. That's why I bring it back. I've started doing it again. I'm starting to doing it again because without reaction videos on my channel was not doing that well. So I'm trying to figure out to do it in a way that is a little bit less stressful for me and will bring more drama. So I'm trying to do, so I'm not on purpose going to find videos that I know I will disagree with. Because people love to watch the videos that I did where I disagreed with everything they said. So I'm trying to find videos where I may disagree with something, but not all of it. Or see other people's take on it. And they may not do as well as if I'm disagreeing with everything, but they may do well enough. But imagine sitting for 2 hours. Imagine sitting for let's say, 15-30 minutes reacting to a video that you're disagreeing with 100% everything they're saying, and you're trying to give your take on it and just explaining how wrong they are. And then you have to sit for 2 or 3 hours editing that video, listen to them being fucking idiots again, and listen to yourself being animated about them being an idiot. So you get all those emotions up in you again. So you're getting a double dose of negativity, basically. It's not fun. If I had an editor, I could probably do it. But it's doing the reaction and then listen to myself reacting to stupidity. And then remembering why I got so fucking animated over that stupidity. It's like getting, fucking kicked in the balls twice. Yeah, it drains your fucking spirit a little bit, dude. It really does. I honestly made this channel here because I was watching DistroTube and Chris Titus Tech. I was a big fan of DistroTube and Chris Titus Tech. And I'm like, these dudes are saying more and more bad shit, crazy, wrong things. Let me make a YouTube channel about Linux saying the right things. And I'm like, people want to hear the right things. They just don't know that they are wrong. That's why they're watching them. Lo and behold, I could not have been more wrong in my life. Linux users don't care about right information. Linux users care about being told that they made the right decision. Being told that they are right. Being told that everything coming out of the Linux community is right. They want to live in an echo chamber of yes men and yes girls. I could never have been more wrong about that in my life. I thought that there's so many batshit crazy channels out there saying so much batshit crazy shit. We need some channels, and there are a few, but we need more channels to say the right things. Well, there is a reason why those batshit crazy channels are more popular than the other channels. It's because that's what the Linux community want to watch. They want to be patted on the head and be told, good boy, you did the right thing, you're on the right path of history, like you're doing, yes, Windows is the worst thing in the world, and Microsoft is the evilest company in the world, and yes, Microsoft is the sole reason why Linux never get anywhere, and yes, we are really not 3%, but maybe close to 20% of the desktop market. Like, they want to hear all of that batshit crazy things that has no base in reality. They don't care about good information. They care about confirming information. Yeah, it's all Microsoft fault. But here's another thing. And this is a YouTube problem. YouTube looks at what the priority or the majority of your videos are. And right now, that's Linux for me. There's no doubt about it. I have more Linux videos than non-Linux videos. And that will probably take a few years before that turns around. So until I have more non-Linux videos, or about the same, YouTube will still push me to the Linux creator or to the Linux viewers. And then they go on to my channel and say, oh, he's not doing Linux anymore. Oh, he's saying all of these things I don't like to hear. Oh, this is not a Distro2 like channel or Chris Titus Tech like channel. Oh, and then they are not watching it or thumbing it down or moving away. So I can either delete or private or whatever all my, maybe not delete, but maybe unlist all my Linux videos. That would then result in my channel getting a massive dip in views and whatnot, and then YouTube will look at it again like, oh, something is wrong with this channel. Let's stop recommending this channel. So that's the hole that I'm in right now. If I remove all my videos, YouTube will see that as a negative and stop recommending my channel because I don't have that many videos anymore, don't have that many views anymore, and something must have happened since he don't do as good anymore. Like his stats is not as they used to be because I'm not drawing views in from all the other videos, all my old videos. So some people don't like his channel anymore. That's how YouTube will look at it. Even though that it means that I privated my videos. And that's why I don't get views on old videos anymore. But that's not how YouTube look at it. They just, okay, people are not watching his content anymore, so we will stop promoting him. So no, so I mean, I'm right now. I'm in the situation where I'm re-educating my viewers to what my channel is about, and I'm re-educating YouTube what my channel is about, which is probably one of the worst things ever you can do, or at least hardest things you can do on YouTube. What I should have been doing is say fuck you to the 4,000 subs I have here, and then make a Windows Smack channel instead. So I have my Linux content separate from everything else. But that means that now I have more channels I have to manage. I have more shit I have to do. And it's... I don't like YouTuber like that. I don't like it. Because I honestly believe that it should be easy and doable, and YouTube should be fucking smart enough to make an algorithm to understand that if a content creator it wants to change direction, that's what he's doing or she is doing, and not penalizing them for trying something new. If you make a YouTube channel Pick a direction and stick with it. That's what YouTube wants you to do. If that's not working, delete that channel. Make a new channel with a new direction and stick with that. That's what YouTube wants you to do. And in my opinion, that's a really stupid fucking thing to do. It really is. But it's the most and the best thing as a content creator is to just, oh, I don't like where this channel is going. I want to try something new. It is way, way more beneficial and easier to just start all over again. New channel, new content, new direction. Oh, you do. You do. There's a lot of things people don't know about YouTube. And yeah, you're right about Red Hat. And it's I am honestly I am thinking about doing that. Just do like a Windows Mac is or just generalized electronics channel. But the thing is, it's not impossible. Like I have a benefit. I have a benefit. One is that I'm not that popular, so I don't get many views and I don't have many subscribers. So it's not undoable for me to change direction. It's just a matter of purging the people that I don't want to watch my content and then attracting the new ones. And what I do like every month or something like that, I look at videos that have not gotten any views for like 6 months to a couple of months, and then I just delete those or private those because they're not being put into the algorithm anymore. And that will help me or help YouTube to see less and less Linux videos on my channel. So it's only Linux videos I'm doing that with, by the way. So if I have Linux videos that have low views and have not been viewed in months, I just put them into a list I have called legacy content or something like that, and then I unlist them, because unlisting them means that if you have the link, you can still see it, and they will still count as views. If you private them, they don't count as views. So I need to do that maybe tomorrow again. It's been like a little over a month since I've done that. And by doing that, I am limiting the algorithm see less and less and less Linux videos. But that's also a process that takes a little bit of time. Like it will probably take me a year to turn this around now. Like I mean, I what you would call as a business, I'm in a rebuilding phase. I'm rebuilding my channel basically. But the benefit of doing it this way is that I am monetized. I do have, AdSense on, and I have memberships, and I have all of these things that are still beneficial for me by doing it this way. So if I started over, I would be earning no money at all. Versus here, I would be earning a little bit from AdSense. And the time it takes to relearn or rebuild the channel, I could probably do it a little bit faster if I started over. But I think it will come about the same. It will be about the same amount of time. And then things will start to pick up again. Or at least that's what I hope will happen. I do suspect that I will go into the negative with subscriptions at some point. Because, like I said, most of my subscribers are Linux fanatics. So there will be a point in time where I will, for maybe a month or 2 or 3 months, will be in the negative or hovering around 0 or the negative point. I hope that will not happen, but I suspect that will happen. And then it will start to go up again when I get built the base up. And if it don't go up again, then I have to make a new channel. But until I'm starting to plead subscribers because they're not willing to do this rebuilding with me, then I will just make a new channel. And then and that will probably be a Mac, Windows, or tech. I'll call it something. I don't know what I will call it. Probably find some catchy phrase where I can do both Windows and Mac and consumer electronics. Find some catchy word for that. Yeah, that's probably where I think I will go with it. And then use I will still do reaction videos because I do like doing them when they're not about that fucking when they're not about Linux content. And the reaction video coming out next week is with Chris Titus Tech, but it's not about Linux, and that's why I did it. I think I will start to react to some of his Windows videos now instead. I just don't want to do anything with Linux. But the first 2.5 years, 3 years, it was all about Linux on my channel. So I have to redo that. I have to basically counter steer the ship from all of that. You know, if that makes sense. Oh, there's wildfires in Hawaii. Oh. Yeah, it's a good one. I made a I made a 6-minute video into a 30-minute video unedited. And it will probably be like 20 minutes long when I'm edited, depending on... I hope I can make it as shorter. But I'm also... Again, I'm still debating. Should I just fucking embrace the toxicity and then just do all of these crazy reaction videos? And then just be, fuck it. I'm just harvesting the fucking money from AdSense. Because I have 2 other channels. I have the Laughing At channel and I have the EDC channel. And then I can just make the more serious content on those. And then I can make serious content. Like, what worked the best for me back in the day, or like 6 months ago, was making one of those crazy-ass Linux reaction videos as the first video. And then just make 2 other, like, random fucking normal tech videos the 2 other days. That seems to have worked really, really well for me. But the 2 videos I did that was just normal tech, how-to videos and stuff like that, they didn't do that well. But those crazy-ass reaction videos made up for it. Or if I was really fucking, like, if I was really brilliant, I would only do reaction videos. I would do 3 batshit crazy reaction videos every week. That would be optimized. That would be the probably the biggest thing I could do. But then I would be the class clown. I would not be taken seriously anymore in tech. That's the other thing you have to deal with. Oh, he's just a dude that makes, you know, that do these like crazy ass fucking over animated reaction videos to other people's stuff. That's who I'm going to be known as. But maybe that's not that bad if it, again, money, you know, if it makes me money. Yeah, money versus class clown. Well, it's not money versus class clown, it's being the class clown and making money. Or not being the class clown and being taken seriously. Maybe I should try it. Maybe I should try it for like 2 weeks. Do like 2 to 3 reaction videos a week. Maybe I should try that. Yeah, rich clown or poor serious man. Yeah. That should be my YouTube channel name. Rich clown, poor serious man. Yeah. Yeah, I maybe I should try that, like, not next week, but the week after that. Like, upload 2 reaction videos, just like I used to do back in, like, 4, 5, 6 months ago. Find, like, the most crazy fucking DistroTube video I can find, or the most crazy fucking eBoss video and whatnot, and then just fucking go for it. for like 2 or 3 weeks. And then I can be seriously here on like I can do serious live streams. Yeah. I've seen people talk about that one. I actually thought about that. Or Linux versus GNU Linux, yeah. Maybe I should try that. And then just ignore the comment section. Just ignore the living shit out of it. It could be a funny experiment to do. But I kind of think I know how it's going to be to work out. It will probably end up being way better than what I'm doing now anyway. Oh, maybe it's making sausages. You're Conga. Okay, chat is Conga. Awesome. Gosh, it's art. That must be you. Oh, dude. It's yeah. Yeah, but here's the thing. It's only toxic because it's Linux. I hate to say it, but it's the reality of it. Go watch almost any other Apple, Windows, coding, any other tech, like consumer electronics channel and stuff like that. The only people being toxic is mostly Linux users. And you even see Linux users go into Windows content creators channels or videos that has nothing to do with Linux just to be toxic. Just to be fucking toxic. Just to be toxic. I know what to do now. I know what to do now. The biggest troll on earth. Rebrand my channel to be the the anti-Linux guy. Make a YouTube channel just hating on Linux while using Linux. Just go full blown batshit crazy troll mode and just make one batshit crazy about Linux after another, mixed in with reaction videos about how stupid Linux users are. Just go full blown fucking, you know, like full blown. I don't know what the fuck you will call it. I don't know if there's any other channel doing it. But just go full blown fucking crazy. Yeah, toxic as hell. Yeah. Just roast everything that has to do with Linux. I will probably not get many subscribers, but I will probably get a lot of views out of it. Like, I will probably lose a shit ton of subscribers, but a lot of people watch it. Because, like you said, drama sells. . It could actually be funny as fuck. Or I could make it into a character. Like, I could make it into a character. You know, make a character that's this anti-Linux guy. And then call it the anti-Linux guy. And then, like, kind of like Francis with Boogie, when Boogie was actually worthwhile watching when he did Francis. And before we knew he was a toxic motherfucker. You know, like, the computer nerd, or what the fuck he's called, the guy that did, like, these angry reviews. Angry computer nerd. You know, make a character. And then upload, you know, once a week or once every week, a couple of weeks. That could actually be a really good idea. And just find, you know, just say stuff that we all think, but we don't, that we are afraid of saying about Linux. No, I don't. No. Don't have the. I don't. No. Not have the Red Hat logo in the background. I need a Windows logo in the background. Like, it has to be the Windows logo. Windows are Apple. Windows are Apple. And it could also be the anti-Linux guide reacts, so I can react to all of these crazy ass fucking videos. That could actually be really funny. Like, have a separate reactions playlist where I'm like, this stupid crazy ass fucking anti-Linux guy just going mental. Yeah, I can alternate between, yeah. Yeah. And then at the end of the video, I will put in like at the end screen, it would be like all of this was just made for fun. Because most people are not going to watch the last bit of the video anyway. I could just say, this was just for fun. Hope you all have a good day. Blah, 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 blah. Just to troll them even more. Because most people will not be watching it to the end. Yeah. I need to write that down. Oh, I'm about to fall off my chair here. Yeah, I need to write that down. I have like one of those sticky notes. Also need to make a video for my laughing at Jen. Anti-Linux guy. Yeah. So I could do, it's like, so 1 week I do a reaction video. And then the other week I do like a anti-Linux guy video. And then a reaction video, anti-Linux video guy, anti-Linux guy video. Yeah. That could be a really good idea. And I need a. Is there a GIF or GIF or what the fuck you call it of Bill Gates? Like I need a video where Bill Gates is throwing money at me or something like that. Like something like this here. Ah, that one is not that good. That's too crazy. Maybe this one. Yeah. Oh wait, maybe I should not break character and then just in the comment or not in the comment section, but in the description, like type that this is just meant for fun. Yeah, yeah. Do the disclaimer in the description. Because if I don't do that, some people definitely, like a lot of people, think that it's real. Oh, I need this one here so badly. Maybe this one here also. Good old Daddy Gates. I think I will call him Daddy Gates or Daddy Bill. Oh, it could be so funny. I'm already like thinking about videos. No, people, FreeBSD, nobody cares so much about FreeBSD. A lot of Linux users actually really like FreeBSD. Yeah, I will definitely do one where I'm shilling for Windows, or for Ubuntu, yeah. Calling Ubuntu the real true Linux because Microsoft owns all the shares in Ubuntu. Like, this is how stupid Linux users are, okay? I had people commenting in my channel saying that the only reason Ubuntu's doing that well and stuff like that is because Microsoft secretly owns most of the stocks in Ubuntu and blah blah. Like the craziness that they say is beyond belief. Beyond belief. Like they like I said, they secretly think that fucking Ubuntu is owned by Microsoft. Like, come on, dude. How the fuck is he still alive? Oh, Becky is in here. Lema is happy now. Becky is alive. Do I have copy paste enabled on this fucking VM? No, I don't. Yeah. It would be so funny. Oh, I have one person watching. Oh, someone took that a little bit. I just have to respond to someone. That was actually funny. I thought I would get more angry people. On my latest video. Oh, bulldog. I love bulldogs. Let's do something funny. This will surprise the living shit out of you guys. If you go onto my channel. Can't take this. What? Can't take. There's a channel called Can't take. Yeah. Or cheats. True watching. Nice. So if we go into videos. Let's do the fun game here. Let's look at my oldest video. 4 years ago. Oh shit, this channel 4 years ago. It's actually, yeah, it's about 4 years old. Upgrading from Debian stable to Ubuntu testing. This will probably be a video that I will remove. I kind of like these thumbnails here, to be honest. How to install Vivaldi in Fedora. This one here will probably also be deleted. And this one here will probably also be deleted. And this one here. Or moved into the... what is it called? What is the... legacy videos. Why I use Windows and proprietary software. That will probably be deleted. I hear a lot of people like Debian 12. I had a bad experience with it. This is me coming out as a Windows user. My apology, I'm a fraud, a scam, and a liar. I should make a new one of these. The Linux YouTuber ecosystem. I can't even fucking remember what that one is about. Let's look at my most viewed or most popular videos. What do I have up here? Oh. Wait, what? Be a teacher. How many subscribers does they? Oh, they don't have that many subscribers. Where are you from? England? Yeah, the people of Kent. That's the southern part of England. Okay, let's look at my most popular videos. Who would guess make your own Linux distro in 2000? It's 3 years old. This one here started to take over it. Install Samsung Notes on any Win. This one here, this don't work anymore, by the way. So this may stop getting views, but this is not working anymore. They just the last week or so, they fixed that. Why Linux and not BSD? And you know why this is popular? The thumbnail. Why open source is not more open source and not more used? I actually didn't expect that one to be that. Oh, this one, yeah, of course. Again, an open source video. I should do more open source videos, apparently. This one is getting up there quite okay. This one is also up there. This one here. Oh, dude. This one is also getting quite a few. Oh, I didn't know that. This is actually surprising for even me. More open source. I should do more open source videos, apparently. Yeah, but these are like 10 months old, 1 year old, you know, they are like 4 years old. I think this is one of my first reaction videos. 43 minutes. Why I think Arch Linux is overrated, yeah. Oh, girl. This one here is also like the reality of running Linux. This is getting quite popular. Like almost 6,000 views in 3 months. Interesting. Yeah, here Ubuntu is I see this one being really viewed a lot also. Why I don't recommend Ubuntu anymore? This is probably the craziest fucking video that the Linux experiment has ever made. I need to make a list of videos that have over, like, let's say 2,500 views. Me versus elitist Linux fan. This is also a reaction video. This is probably one of the first ones that I did. BSD videos also do quite well, or BOS. Yeah, this guy is fucking stupid. But here's the thing. Look, like now we're getting to about, let's go down to 2,000 views. That's here. This one is an educational-esque video. Not educational. Not educational. Not educational. Not educational. Not educational. Not educational. Educational. Not educational. Not educational. Educational. Not educational. Not educational. Not educational. Not educational. Not educational. Not educational. 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 Not educational. Not educational. Educational. Not educational. It's not educational. It's occasional. Not it's occasional. It's occasional. It's occasional. It's occasional. Not it's occasional. Not it's occasional. Not it's occasionals. Not it's occasionals. Not it's occasionals. Not it's occasional. It's occasional. Not occasional. Not educational. Not educational. Not it's occasional. It's occasional. It's occasional. Not it's occasional. Not it's occasional. It's occasional. Not 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 it's occasional. It's occasional. Not it's occasional. It's occasional. Not it's occasional. Not it's occasional. Not it's occasional. Not it's occasional. Kind educational. Kind educational. Not educational. Not educational. Educational. It's occasional. Not educational. It's occasional. It's occasional. It's occasional. Not educational. Not educational. Not educational. It's occasional. It's occasional. It's occasional. It's occasional. It's occasional. Not it's occasional. Not it's occasional. It's occasional. It's occasional. Not it's occasional. It's occasional. It's occasional. Not it's occasional. Not it's occasional. It's occasional. It's occasional. It's occasional. It's occasional. Not it's occasional. Not it's occasional. It's occasional. Not it's occasional. It's occasional. Not it's occasional. Oh well, mixed. It's more entertainment. Not it's occasional. 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 It's occasional. Not it's occasional. Not it's occasional. Not it's occasional. It's occasional. Not it's occasional. Not it's occasional. It's occasional. It's occasional. You kind of see a trend here. Most of my popular videos is not educational, that they are opinionated or entertainment videos. He would log it in a safe. Ah, dude. That's gold. That's gold. So people don't watch my educational content, apparently. Or not more. Well, my top 2 videos are educational videos. Hey, STO. But most of my most view videos are non-educational videos. They are opinions or entertainment videos. Like which one is like the is it the Ubuntu one that's only a month old and actually doing really, really well? Where is it? Yeah, this one is Ubuntu based Ubuntu. It's actually doing way better than I thought. Like, I would not expect a video being positive about Ubuntu will be doing this well. Probably because a lot of people that hate Ubuntu is watching it. This is eBoss Central just being a nutcase. Ubuntu Pro, clueless people angry, yeah. My I don't know Linux face. Yeah. They're all just in the echo chamber, yeah. No, that's the thing. That's the thing. You know, it's like, it's kind of the same. Like the Linux already have the users that's right for Linux. Like people that want to run Linux are already running Linux. You know, why Ubuntu rule the world? That's a year old. Maybe I should rename this here to stop lying about open source and free software instead of the truth about open source. Someone. This is the craziest thing in the world. I think I would be settling on Tumbleweed, to be honest. There are people that have bought this action cam. I actually don't know where the fuck it is. It's somewhere in my apartment, but I have no idea where this action cam is right now. But there were people buying this cam because of this video. It's the biggest piece of shit I've ever seen. The biggest piece of shit I have ever seen. Those were actually really good cakes, to be honest. That little girl there was fucking hot as balls, man. Not big, but fucking hot. How can you watch this video and say, I want that fucking action cam? How on earth is that even possible? I have no fucking idea. It has to be around Christmas, I think. When was this done? A year ago? It can't be this time. Why did that look so fucking weird? Oh, it's overlaying the fucking text. Oh, I didn't know that. That makes it really hard to fucking read. God damn it, YouTube. Do I need to move the text? I think I do. That makes the... Oh, that's fucking stupid. We can boot into Ubuntu. I haven't booted into my Ubuntu install in a couple of weeks. I do like Ubuntu. I've always been a big... I've been angry at Ubuntu, but I've used Ubuntu since the first distro came out. That's how long I've been using Ubuntu. And there have been times where Ubuntu was shit, but for the most time, Ubuntu has been really, really good. Like, there have been more good Linux Ubuntu distributions than have been bad Ubuntu distributions. And honestly, I think Ubuntu just keep getting better and better and better and better. A lot of people start out on Ubuntu. And I think that's why a lot of people hate Ubuntu, is because they started out on it. And they feel that, oh, well, I'm not this uber nerd because I'm still using Ubuntu and blah, 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 blah. They feel like they have to use something else. I have to use, Arch or some complicated shit like that. Well, Arch is not complicated, but, they have to use something more complicated than Ubuntu, because everyone starts out on Ubuntu. It's this newbie fucking distribution. So that means if I stay on Ubuntu, I'm a noob forever, and all of these misconceptions. Like, this is the only time I can, like, live with GNOME. I like GNOME like this, but that's the only time I can live with GNOME. Yeah, it's like the outcast, yeah. It's like the red-headed stepchild nobody wants to deal with. Incel bragging rights. Yeah, that will probably... Yeah, Arch is probably for incel bragging rights, yeah. Yeah, Linux before Ubuntu was like... People don't understand how big Ubuntu has been for Linux. They have no concept of it. Like, if you're just looking at the Linux world, there will be a time before Ubuntu and then a time after Ubuntu. Like, when Ubuntu came up. Like, Ubuntu is probably the distribution that has helped most people coming to Linux. It's like... It's really strange the way that people are looking at Ubuntu. But I think that's also one of the reasons why they don't like it. It's too popular. It's... I just hate that fucking mentality. Oh, it helps if I actually can fucking spell right. Oh yeah, we have 3 core bases. Fuck yeah. Oh yeah, Stabs is the devil. Yeah. Yep. They really did a lot of fucking great work for the Linux community. And they still do. They still fucking do. I know Pop OS is the new fucking fan favorite, but I honestly don't think that System 76 can do more than Ubuntu is doing. I like to be proven wrong, but I don't think they can. I think this whole cosmic desktop thing that they're doing, it will just be like another bocce. It's flashy, it's the talk of the town, but nobody really use it. Nobody really is going to use it other than a niche. Like, it would be XFCE, KD, and Gnome, and that's it. I actually used Pop OS for a long time as my main driver. I actually think I have it installed on a VM. Yeah, I have. I actually want to boot into that because I just installed it last week. And then I update. I haven't really done anything with it. It's the Debian machine that's called Pop OS. I'm using Pop OS. Yeah, Pop OS is doing a lot of great things, but it's not things that I would say will make it way more special than Ubuntu. Like, I don't like this store that much, to be honest. And it didn't prompt me for a password. Hey, nice. I don't like this menu either. This is really, like, well. I really don't like this menu. I kind of like this, though. Any stuff I don't use, yeah. Well, I need to download Chrome for this one. Well, do I have Chrome? No, I don't have Chrome. The font is crazy. It's too opinion. Yeah, I kind of feel that System 76 is too opinionated, yeah. Yep. That's true. I don't know. It feels like Pop OS has always just felt like a how can I explain it? Like a little bit better dressed up version of Ubuntu. It's a little bit better clothes on. It's a little bit more, nicer, but not enough that I would care. What I did like about it was that I was getting newer kernels faster and NVIDIA faster. But you can just set that up to be that with or do that with Ubuntu anyway. Like we are running the latest kernel here. It had like one or two, three, four little things that I really, really liked about it, and that was basically it. But it's trying to be Mac OS. Like, look, Mac OS. Mac OS. And it's not even doing it nicely. It looks like shit. Hey, honestly, it looks like shit. Like, this looks like shit. Like, literally shit with coffee stains on it. And this looks like shit with coffee stains on it. I never liked the defaults in Pop OS. I do like the defaults on Ubuntu way better. Theme and whatnot. So this was built like the 24th of July. You can get Ubuntu just as minimalistic. It's Pop OS. They like I said, Pop or System 76. They so want to be Mac OS or Apple in Ubuntu. I have the feeling they so want to be Apple. And they're doing all of the wrong things. All of the wrong things. Yes, it's Ubuntu with extensions, yep. Nobody needs another desktop environment. We don't. What we do need is the fucking desktop environments to work. We need better hardware support. We need better software support. Nobody gives a fuck about another desktop environment. And if they're going to copy the look and feel of GNOME anyway, it makes no fucking sense. I have never heard someone complaining about the lack of desktops environments on Linux. Never. Never. Fucking never. I never heard someone be like, I fucking wish we had another desktop environment. It's one of the few things that I think like 99% of Linux users and Linux haters would agree with. We don't need more desktop environments. I think that's where, like, it's one thing that I have never heard them bits about. What I have heard them bits about is we have too many desktop environments. Yes, you can get the NVIDIA drivers as easy on Ubuntu, yo. Yeah, you're right, Protothan, I can't speak, man. I actually don't like GNOME. I do like Ubuntu, though. Why do I get so many mistresses following me on Instagram? Holy shit, I have a lot of shit on Instagram. I is confused. Oh, hello. Okay, who are you? How much money do you want? No pictures, no followers, but following a shit ton of fucking people. That's a bot. That's a bot. They're trying to get your password and your money. I should make a video how to detect fake people on Instagram. Yep, James, I couldn't agree more. I could not agree more. Like again, I just don't get it with all these new like. Just stop it with those desktop invites. I know why. I know why. It's because it's the easiest thing that you can make that looks like it's having the biggest impact for the end user. Like, it's like categorically massive to see a new desktop environment as an end user. And it's something to get excited about and stuff like that, but it's really not giving anything to the Linux community. We will still be dealing with the same shit. Yeah, we're getting a little bit better multi-touch and stuff, but overall, work on the backends. But it's not sexy. And here's the thing. Logically, that makes me think that System 76, good old System 76, they are going for the girl that's all looks and no brain. That's their mentality, it looks like. Have they done back-end stuff? Yes. Are they doing a little bit of back-end stuff? Yes. But they want sexy. They want to stand out and they want sexy. Here's the thing. Every fucking desktop under Linux can be made to be sexy. You know, give us, like I said, I never heard a fucking Linux user complaining about the lack of desktops on Linux. I never heard a Linux hater talking about the lack of desktops on Linux. But everything else. A System 76 is expensive. Just fucking work on all the things that we want instead of... This is being tone deaf as fuck. Ubuntu tried to do their own desktop. Failed. I'm speechless. I'm fucking speechless. Where the fuck is the blog post link? Here it is. It looks nice. And we will get a dark theme. This looks like just mock-ups. Have they even done just like a simple fucking like... Oh my god, this definitely looked like someone took a shit all over the place. Why do they like brown so much? This is a little bit better. Making an API, tiling with mouse. It looks like they are years. years into having something released. This looks like... Honestly, this looks like shit. I'm sorry. Wayland fixes. Like, why not just focus on fixes for Wayland then? What the fuck happened there? Oh. Okay, that's apparently how we do it on the Pop OS then. This looks ugly as fuck. And it just looks like GNOME with a fucking theme, top bar. Yeah, but Wayland, just fix fucking Wayland. I don't get it. Then make them support it. Like, you don't need to fucking build a whole new desktop to get that shit working. Oh yeah, Wayland is a fucking shitfest. It looks like any other Linux GUI. Yeah, new version looks like crappier version. A new desktop that looks crappier than GNOME. Yeah. I don't know what it is with, like... It's like when people start to do anything with Linux, they just lose any fucking touch with reality. I don't know, like companies and users, they just like... It's like reality is like this fucking thing that don't exist anymore. And they're working on all of the fucking things that nobody, like, was asking for. I think the only people that do, like, Ubuntu right is... Linux is Ubuntu, SUSE, and Red Hat. Like, at least they're fucking listening to their user base. And doing, things to help the back end of Linux and whatnot. Fedora is not for power users. And then again, if you're using Fedora, you're not a power user. To become a power user, you need to do something that the average user base are not doing. aka do something that's more advanced than the average user base. So you have to use Fedora in a really, really specific way that most people don't to even be considered a power user. Using it for more powerful tasks than the average consumer base that are using that distribution are doing. And I'm sorry to say it, but you don't. According to the University of Reddit, and every Linux, yeah, that's right. I'm sorry. You are God amongst men. Void Linux, I don't give a fuck about Void Linux. No, nobody really talks about Silverblue anymore. Nobody really talks about Fedora anymore. They kinda ignored it. What do I have in the Mint installed? I think I installed I have Solus running on that one. Yeah, there's an issue with this VM. I need more distributions to install. Let's go back to OpenSUSE. A developer is not a power user. I'm sorry. Well, that's because cloud is what Google does. Google is not a traditional company, they are cloud company. So that's what they are focusing on. And why is Google a cloud company? Because then they can own all your fucking data. Like, Google is... If you want to say something in Linux is like Microsoft, Google is Microsoft. Yeah, Android is the worst fucking thing to create open source and Linux in ever. If you think Android is a good system, you're, yeah, I don't know, you're probably up this butthole here. Like, Android is doing way more intrusive shit than Windows have ever done to you. It's categorically one of the worst privacy and telemetry system in the world. iOS is not far from it. iOS is batshit crazy on that point also. Or in that area also. But at least iOS don't try to hide it. That's a good thing. Like if you use like a Samsung phone, Android is quite fast on Samsung also. So Ubuntu does have a rolling release. The rolling release of Ubuntu is their development branch. It's only being used in-house. So they technically have one, but you can't get your hands on it. It's kind of like their in-house development branch, so to speak. And it's not like 100% rolling. It's like a mid thingy kind of. It's like a Fedora-esque thing. But it's not been publicized. I think that someone got their hands on an ISO like that from them at one point, but I can't remember. I could be mistaken. But they have publicly said that they are developing in a rolling release, you know. Yeah, it's using the dev repos, yeah. And Pastel, or what the fuck it's called, the AUR for Ubuntu. Oh yeah, I have to remember these. I need to put these over into my on my Windows machine. Kinda not. I love my open source. Tumbleweed. I never use Leap. I don't like Leap. I honestly don't think anyone should run Leap. Other than like if you're in a work environment and stuff like that. A home user should not run Leap. Unless you really, 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 really need stability. For some fucking weird reason. Like you need something that is like atomic proof or something like that. I have not had Tumbleweed break on me in over a year. Over 2 years now. I never had an update break on me in like two years. On Tumbleweed. Why is it not changing wallpaper? How often are you changing wallpaper? I could see that being a good base to use, or a good way to use sleep. I kind of want a laptop just to install Tumbleweed on now. Oh, so it's just opening it like that. Gotcha. It's a goody distribution. Fuck, I've been using it since the 9. Maybe 2000. I can't actually remember if I got one in the 90s. Azusa distribution. Distro in the 90s. Yeah, the boot logo is quite nice, yeah. Yeah, I used to buy them in packages also, or in cardboard boxes back in the day. Back in the good olden days. I'm getting tired now. RT Linux partnered with Fedora, oh god. Elementary is really going down in popularity. Or in clicks. Yeah, EU love open source. Like love SUSE her in the EU. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I quite liked it. I actually used it as my main machine for like 6 months at one time. But then they started to get really slow with their development. And they start to focus more on making political decisions than actually making a distribution. Like, it became more and more about politics than actually making a fucking product. And then I was like, yeah, no. Just leave me alone. But it has potential, or it had potential of being a powerhouse. But they started to just be, it started to be too much political and too opinionated, and fuck it, man. They are like a year behind the official Ubuntu LTS release. So that means that you will always be running an outdated version of Ubuntu most of the time. But again, this is again an example of Nobody asked for a fucking desktop like this on Linux. And if you look at what they're doing, they're spending 90%, 99% of their time doing UI development instead of fixing fucking Linux. Another distribution where it's all about how pretty it looks and not fixing the fucking pig behind it. You can dress a pig up, you can give it as much fucking lipstick on as you want, mascara, eyeliner, it will still be a fucking pig. And I think that's this is why a lot of distribution fails. They spend way too much time trying to pretty something up that don't need to be more pretty, but it needs to fucking just work. It's not about that, because you can make it sexy and fix it in the back end anyway. Just make a fucking amazing theme. That's it. On a smoke and barbecue. I could love that. I will have some of that, man. Like, if you put the Elementary OS on a Macintosh, it's actually really nice. Because they use a lot of the same gestures and stuff like that. But again, nobody wants another code editor and stuff. Like, who cares? When the fucking shit in the backend still don't work. Like, it's and now she's standing all alone with this project almost, I think. I think most of the people have left her or something like that. Sadly enough. Or at least a few of the big guys have left. It's make me sad, man. Why can't they understand that this don't need to be fixed? I should download it. I don't even know what fucking, like, how up to date they are anymore. No, it's not, like, when I say politics, I mean Linux politics. They care more about moving things to flat packages and get away from snap packages instead of just fixing Linux. You know, that's the kind of politics that I'm talking about. It's not like personal politics. It's like, you know, Linux politics. It's more about Linux politics. Let me use that word instead. No, it was probably just me not explaining it correctly. It's more likely just me not explaining it correctly. Linux politics is what I mean by it. But yeah, I will agree with you. I don't care about their personal politics. I don't give a fuck about that. But they care more about the political play in Linux than actually fixing it. And again, it's well, they've been using LTS for forever. And it used to be like this, that every time a new LTS release came out, you waited like 3 or 4 months and then you got like a Elementary OS update. Now you wait over a year. Sometimes I think at one point, they released a new element area with 6 months before a new Ubuntu LTS came out. And that was still based on the old LTS release. So you were basically running a somewhat really outdated base in a lot of instances. Like you were like a generation or like a release behind for a long, long time. And that was when they started to lose a lot of interest. Dude, it's been. Just look here, man. Just look here. Just look, like this is just on distro watch. There's 272 distros active. And where's the inactive lists? There's like almost 600 inactive on top of this. Oh yeah, you see that in the weekly. So, in total in the database, there's almost 1,000 distributions. Under 50% of them are active. 45 dormants. 638 discontinued. 140 on the wait list. And for 24 on the evaluation list. These numbers are staggeringly fucking bad. Okay? Like, this is like, everyone that looks at this should be fucking angry as a fucking Italian guy that just fucking got bad pasta, okay? This is like categorically the worst thing about Linux. Like, look at how many discontinued distros that are. And how few active there are. And out of those active distributions, how many are actually really fucking distributions? And not just a respin with another fucking wallpaper and icon set. If you can't see that this is a massive fucking issue, I can't explain reality to you then. It's like, it's... Oh, God. This is so bad. So fucking bad. Oh, God. Like, it's... That's why I tell people I probably use Linux distributions that you have... Like, I probably used more Linux distributions you have never heard of than you have used Linux distributions in your life. James, it's really fucking easy. Lack of direction. Lack of direction. Lack of leadership. There is no universal direction within the Linux desktop. There is no universal leadership within Linux desktop. It's all small projects or companies doing their own thing. Ubuntu doing their thing, Red Hat doing their thing, SUSE doing their thing, and then all the projects in between. They have no clear direction on the desktop. There's no standardization. They're not working together. What I see here is 270 distributions actively competing with each other. Because there are only Fedora and Red Hat, SUSE and OpenSUSE and Ubuntu, maybe Mint, maybe Sorian are the only distributions that are going to draw new users to Linux that are worthwhile thinking about. So basically 265 other distributions are then competing for the existing user base. That would be like there is 5 companies that gets new customers into a product, and then there's 265 other companies trying to steal those customers away. And there are 640 companies that have failed. This is how we should look at this. Oh, we listen to Christmas music. That is how you should look at this. These are not friends. Fedora is competing with Red Hat, and not Red Hat, with SUSE and Ubuntu and Arch. They are all competing with each other. They may have a friendly competition, but they are all competing for Linux users. So not only is Linux competing with Windows and Mac OS for the desktop market, they are also competing with 270 or 269 other distributions out there. So instead of just competing with 2 other major OSs, basically, Linux is competing with 271 OSs, like you can look at it like that also. What is Windows competing against? 2 OSs, Mac and Linux. What is Mac competing against? 2 OSs, Windows and Linux. Only 2. Linux is competing with 271. And that's only, listen, this is only what's on DistroWatch. There are probably about a third more or three times more distributions that are not on the DistroWatch list that are also competing for the existing user base. This much fragmentation is not good, okay? It's just not good. A little bit of fragmentation can be really, really beneficial. This here is not good. And that's why you see a lot of distributions only having, maybe more than a handful, but like a really minute special use case. This is also why companies don't want to support Linux, because we have to potentially make it work on 270 fucking distributions. I know a lot of them is like, using the same base, but potentially that's the outcome. That's why we have flat packages and snap packages. We should not need flat packages and snap packages. We should not be needing a universal package format, because there should only be 1 or 2 package formats to begin with. It's these kind of stupidity that is hurting Linux massively for adoption. Every time I see, I get fucking angry every time I see these statistics here, or these numbers here. Like, it's... Think about all those developers for those distributions, those 270 distributions that are trying to fix the same problem, but not working together. Imagine what they could do if they all worked together. Imagine the fucking development power if they all worked together. Instead of having 200 people trying to fix Pulse audio by themselves and just submitting code but not really talking with each other. And they're doing it individually. Try and imagine how much work and how brilliant 200 developers could do stuff if they were coordinated, worked together, and organized. Imagine that. Imagine that. That would be fucking crazy. Crazy. But everyone is doing their own little thing, and then we're submitting the code upstream, and if they want it, they take it. If not, they piss it out of the fucking gutter. It's the... If you see this and you're like, oh, Linux is doing massively great, you need to be fucking slapped in the dick. I'm sorry, but you need a wake-up call. It's been Linux wars since day one, man. Linux has a really, really good ability. Let me put it another way. Linux developers has a really, really great ability to think that they are the smartest fucking cookie on earth. Like, how many fucking forks of a thing have you seen just because they didn't like a direction or a fucking font size or a name or a button placement? Like, it's happened so many times. And 99% of those forks die out within a year. I'm speechless. I've seen this for 26 years going on with Linux, and nothing has happened to combat this. Nothing. It just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. The more users we get, the more fragmentation we get, because someone gets into Linux, they learn how to install Arch, they look into Arch Linux or Arch ISO. Now I can make a Linux distribution, and then they make a fucking Arch ISO Linux distribution, and their way are the right way, and blah, 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 blah. The more users we are getting, the more fucking arrogant, narcissistic know-it-alls that don't know anything is this here just keep... This number will go up, this will go up massively more. This may even fucking go down. Hopefully. Yeah, of course he did. Yeah, he did. Oh, yeah, the Free Software Foundation is the worst fucking thing to happen to Linux ever. Yeah, the behavior against other people is not helping them, no. No, but it like... And then there's other, like, then you know, not only do you see this, that the majority of Linux distributions to ever exist are discontinued, then you see shit like this here. Oh yeah, why are people not using Linux? It's not because of the desktop environment. It's everything else. Let's make a new desktop environment. Let's do that, peeps. Let's try to fix something that definitely is not broken on Linux. Let's try and fix that. Let's fix that. Let's fix that. And not only let me fix it. Josephine is going to fix it. Bob is going to fix it. Amy is going to fix it. Joseph is going to fix it. Joe is going to fix it. And they're all going to do it in the same fucking... Or not in the same, but in their own little ways and not talking with each other. We all trying to fix the desktop. That's not the fucking issue. Like, I'm sorry, but the stupidity of that fucking shit makes me so fucking angry. It really fucking makes me angry. It's like I said in one of my videos, like going to the doctors and want to get a band-aid for your forehead while your arm is fucking laying in a ditch somewhere, and your arteries are spewing blood all over the place. Oh no, I need to fix the fucking head. wound I have up here. I need a band-aid, doctor. My arm, it's okay. Let's not think about that. And all of the excuses they come with to not fix the other things is equally as fucking stupid and mind-boggling crazy. Oh, they can't do anything about it. Of course you can. Of course you can always do something. You just don't want to. Because it takes effort. It's difficult. This is not difficult. This is not difficult compared to building a fucking kernel module. You know? Well, I had never had an issue with that bug. Yeah. It's like... It's like seeing your wife banging her head into a fucking casserole. And you're like, hey, honey, dude, come on, man. You do know that you're hurting yourself by doing that. You know? And then she's doing it over and over and over again, and you just can't explain to her that it's not healthy to bang your head into a casserole, okay? It's just like, can you not understand that that's not good for you? But she keeps fucking doing it. Because she thinks that's the only way to combat a headache or something like that. That's how I look at the Linux community now. They are doing every fucking thing to sabotage Linux themselves. They don't need Microsoft. They don't need Apple. The best thing Apple and Microsoft can do to Linux is just leave them alone. Because Linux people and Linux developers are doing a fucking perfect job themselves of ruining Linux for everyone else. They're doing a perfect job. Yeah, most YouTubers have no idea what they're talking about when it comes to Linux. Linux don't have to compete with Windows. Linux have to compete with Linux. Because another issue is that Linux wants to be Microsoft Windows. It's like me saying I want to be Chris Hemsworth, like when he's playing Thor. I am not him. I can never be him. Linux should want to be Linux. And Linux should want to be a better version of Linux than it was yesterday. Don't give a fuck about what anyone else is doing. Don't give a fuck about what everyone else is doing. But they are too caught up with pointing and blaming everyone else for the lack of things. And we should have been there. We should have been like that. And then they take these like, oh, we're 3% of the fucking gaming market or computer market. Oh, we have taken over Mac OS as the third or second most popular gaming console. You're taking over an OS that has been for decades regarded as the worst platform for gamers. And you're taking them over with 0.2%. That's like someone making a fucking, cough in the wrong direction. Like it's like almost like in margin of errors. And oh god. No. Oh, there's a reason why people fucking run away from Linux, okay? The majority I have seen try to make jabs at Windows. Oh, okay, yeah. I think I know what you mean, yeah. Windows. So here's the thing: Windows was bad, like in the 90s. Okay, in the 90s, Windows was really bad. in the 90s. Okay? Compare that with Linux in the 90s. If you ever have ran Linux in the 90s, you will have looked at it and be like, what is this piece of fucking crap that I have in my hand? It could barely run on anything. You had to purposely find hardware and buy hardware to make it work. Like, you basically have to do what you're doing with a Hackintosh today. That's what you needed to do to run Linux. You need to buy really, 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 really specific hardware. And then it kinda works. Kinda. Protected memory, we got that. Proper multitasking, let's not talk about that. Microsoft Windows was ahead of Linux for a long fucking time. I think it was like Ubuntu was kind of the ones, like when Ubuntu came around in 2004, but in the late 2000s was like when Linux started to become better than Microsoft in a lot of aspects, multitasking and stuff like that. But at that point, Microsoft was actually really good on the desktop, and Linux was only somewhat faster. Basically, it was not noticeable for most people faster on the desktop, and it's still the case today. Is Linux better at multitasking? Yeah. Will you noticing it as a user? No. Unless you're doing massively heavy multitasking tasks. And 9 out of 10 people not doing that. 9 out of 10 people not doing that. It's... yeah. Yeah, so Microsoft do that, are you sure, are you really sure, blah 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 thing to protect itself against the user. Apple do the same with iOS and macOS, and Android do the same shit. A good built OS will protect itself against the user. Why? Because most of issues that an OS have is user related. So Microsoft understand that. Apple understand that. Linux is like, the power of Linux is that you can just headbang the OS and then break it as much as you want. That should not be a fucking feature. The OS should protect itself against the user. The easier it is to fuck up, the more people are going to fuck it up. It's like the law of averages. It's just going to happen more. The law of possibilities. The easier it is to do something, the more people are going to do it. It's that fucking simple. We should not sit here and praise the OS for being fucking easy to break. It should be hard to break, but easy to customize and maintain. And Windows is kinda that. If you know what you're doing with Windows, you can do a lot of fucking things with Windows. But you need to know what the fuck you're doing. On Linux, you don't need to know what the fuck you're doing to jump into a config file and then you have flying dildos all over your fucking screen 5 minutes later. That's the difference. But apparently that's a feature. I would hate to be a IT support guy in a Linux-centered, desktop-centered company. Unless you're locking that shit down really well. It's just... blah. Yeah, you normal molding, but no, yeah, fuck yeah. Hackintosh is dying out, so you can't do that soon anymore. I have run Linux on laptops and computers and Linux on the same systems. And if I think about, if I'm saying to myself, Linux seems faster. It seems faster. If I don't say to myself I'm just using the system, I barely notice any speed performance differences. And I'm not running like $10,000 fucking equipment, okay? I always have lower end, mid-range laptops and computers. And I barely noticing, if at all, that Windows or Linux is running faster, one of the other. They are running kinda the same. If you told me to look out for a speed difference, I would probably find one. But if I was just doing my, whatever the fuck I'm doing and not thinking about, like, oh, is this running faster than the other, and I'm just doing work, I would probably not noticing it. I would not be like, oh my fucking god, I can definitely feel I'm running Windows. I will not noticing it at all. And so would you probably not either. It's just because you know that Linux is faster, and you are being aware of Linux is faster, so you're looking for ways to justify to your own self, or tell yourself to validate that thought that Linux is faster. And can you find that? Yeah, but is Linux faster because this is faster? This has nothing to do with Linux being fast. This is called animation speed. And this can be turned up and down in config files. And the faster this is, the system seems faster, but it's a placebo. That don't mean your system is faster. It just means that the animation speed in this desktop may be faster than the animation speed on Windows. You don't know if your system is faster before you do a shit ton of benchmarks. And you push your system to the max. Most people don't run their systems to the max. I am streaming right now with a VM with 4 cores, 6 gigs of RAM. I'm utilizing 19% of my GPU, 12% of my CPU, and about 80% of my RAM. So it would run as fast if it was using, let's say Linux would be using 15% or 10% CPU. And it would be using 75% of my RAM, and it would be using 10% of my GPU. I will not notice that one bit until I looked at my numbers. And you would either. Because the only way you see a difference is when you're maxing everything out. Most of the time, you will only see a difference when you're maxing your systems to the max. What you will notice is this here. This here you will notice. But this is just an illusion of speed. This is just, animation speed. And I actually think there's a way to do that in, here. I don't know if this works. Sometimes it works, sometimes it don't. It's actually a little bit slower now, yeah. Oh, well, it actually feels slower. Let's make it up to the slowest it can be. This actually... Is it just me or does this feel faster? It's kind of the same. But yeah, you can mess with the animation speed in GNOME and KDE and XFC in config files. Linux seems more locked down to me than Windows. Not on the desktop. Yeah. Linux and Windows performance-wise is not that far apart. It depends on the workload. It depends on the workload. Again, you will not... If I spun you around and I set up KDE to look exactly like Windows, and you were just browsing the internet, you were just doing your normal everyday shit, and you have to predict, let's say, 10 times what machine you're on, you will not get a 80% success rate. You will not even get a 60% success rate. If we did 10 times, like 10 times 3 times. Because you will be guessing most of the time. I will agree, Windows on hard drives is slow. But it's only slow when you're doing a shit ton of file transferring. If you're doing a lot of file transferring, yeah. But you're not doing massive file transferings all the time. So you're probably noticing it if you're moving big files from one place to another. That's one of those few cases where you will be noticing it. But how often do you do that? And if you have a really, really good spinning hard drive that's like, let's say, 72 RPMs, you'll be noticing it even less. And Linux will become slow on non-SSDs also, if they are not having a high RPM rate. People don't understand, Jamie, how to look at benchmarks and resource management and stuff like that, because they think that 8 gig used on this machine is the same as 8 gig used on that machine. They don't take into account that, well, this machine have 16 gigs, the other one only have 8 gig. Sorry, let me put it another way. They see a 16 gig machine using 10 gig of RAM, and then they see an 8 gig machine using 4 gigs of RAM, and they don't know why that's the case. And they're like, oh, look, this machine uses more RAM than that machine. Why the fuck is that? It's because you don't understand what the operating system is doing in the back end. And that's one of the cases with Windows versus Linux. That's the reason why GNOME uses more RAM than, let's say, a VM or a Windows Manager do. That's also, it's the same reason why Windows utilize as much RAM as possible. Because they're doing a lot of preloading and precaching and all that fucking shit. Where Linux is not doing it that much. Most people, like I said before in my stream, most people on the internet have no idea what they're talking about. That's the nicest way I can say it. They read an article from some fucking idiot that don't know what they're talking about. And then they're just regurgitating that because, oh, it sounds nice, it sounds believable, I like what they're saying, and then they're just regurgitating it. If I want Linux on this machine, or my previous machine, that when I was dual booting, I did not notice any measurable difference at all. Speed-wise. It was not like, oh my god, my pants are fucking flying off here on Linux. And then when I go into like Windows, it was like, oh my god, we're back in 95 again. And like I said, I had more software crashes on Linux and more, blue screens of death. Linux don't have that, but the same Linux equivalent to blue screens of death, which basically is systems hold ups. I've had more issues with that on Linux the last 7 years than on Windows. And I do nothing but the bare minimum to keep Windows running. And I nursed every fucking Linux distribution I had on my machine. I nursed it. I did best practices. I did everything to make sure that it didn't fuck up. And they still fucked up. Windows, I just updated, did disk cleaning, ran an antivirus each night, that's it. So it didn't give a fuck about anything else. A lot of issues that people say they have with Windows are most of the time people not running Windows, or people just regurgitating what they hear on the internet, or they have a blatant bias that they just can't admit towards Windows. And it's okay to have a bias, but don't let that be a fact. I once saw a YouTuber who resells PC to buy... Oh well. Oh, good old GNOME extensions. Yeah. Debian has a smooth desktop experience, yeah. But again, your desktop that feels fast on Linux. Let's say you're running two different distributions with two different desktops. And you're like, oh my god, this distribution is so much faster than the other one because the desktop environment is faster. That's not Linux being faster. That's the desktop environment being faster. Really big difference. If you were going to render video, they would probably render it at the same speed. If you were going to unzip a massive file, they will probably be done in the same speed. But in the meantime, one UI will be more snappier than the other. Like I said, most people on the internet have no fucking idea what they're talking about. Most Linux users and Linux YouTubers have no idea what they're talking about. That's the sad reality of it. Because they don't want to sit and read fucking man pages till their dicks falls off. And they don't have the concept of separating what's actually what. GNOME is not Linux, so to speak. It's GNOME. It's just run on Linux. You know, you could say that the GNOME UI is faster than the Windows UI. That's not saying that Windows is slower than Linux. It's just saying that the UI, the desktop environment, is faster or more snappier on one versus the other. But if you did like a Geekbench or rendered a video and stuff like that, you may be surprised. Why does this feel snappier, but is almost identical to the Windows counterpart? And that's kind of the whole craziness again within the Linux community, is that there is so many pseudo intellects, if you will call it that, when it comes to computing and Linux, because you have been told that, oh, you're a Linux user, now you're a smart fucking idiot. You know, you are a brilliant guy or girl, you use Linux, congratulations. You know more than the average person, and you don't. You don't. Running Linux will not teach you anything about computers. It will teach you about Linux a little bit, but it will not teach you about any fucking worthwhile computer skill. So Oracle Solaris, that is not Linux at all, runs GNOME desktop. I think it does, yeah. And I think you can also get XFCE on it. But they tend to run a really outdated version. I actually forgot that Solaris was still a thing, to be honest. Let's try Open Indiana, one of those what is it called? Distributions of Solaris. They're actually really good. They're actually really, really good file system servers. Like Solaris is actually really good file system server. They were actually used a lot. Solaris was before Oracle bought it. They were used a lot on the server market. Yeah, but not for long, Lamer. I'm just getting fed up with the Linux shit again. No. How long have I been on for? Eight hours? Holy shit. 9 hours almost? Damn. Holy crap. I'm that bored today, apparently. Also, I had like a really big fucking can of energy drink, like 4 hours ago or something like that. An energy drink just fucking. We could try and do a 24-hour stream if I ever reach 5,000 subscribers. We could try and do a 24-hour, and then I could do some gaming in mixed in with it, or you know, and stuff like that. Maybe have people coming on talking, or maybe not go 24 hours. That would be too much, but 20 maybe, 20, 15. Find like a, you know, like maybe like 15. Maybe 15 or 20 hours, I think, would be good. I've done a few 24-hour streams in my lifetime as a content creator with other people. And after like 21, 22 hours, it just becomes a shit show. It just becomes a shit show. Either people, they leave because the creators get so fucking tired they can't barely do anything. At least if the creator is doing it, you know, if it's one creator, two creators doing it non-stop. I have seen streams where they like one creator takes a nap and then come back, and the other one takes a nap, and that's always been good to watch. But I would say about 10-hour mark, if you're just doing it one man or one girl, it tends to become like, it starts to become, without breaks and stuff like that, like a 10-hour stream, it starts to become like a shit show. But mine always starts to become a shit show after 5 minutes, so. But we could do for like 15 hours, I think would be a good idea to try out. You know, 5K, 15 hours streaming. That could be a good idea. That could actually be a really good idea. Spec is still streaming. I think, oh yes, he's still streaming. And you're not even in there telling her that you want her body. This is actually a really good song. It's called Notice Me. Why is that so funny? It is, but I love pissing Linux users off. I love. Is this is the video I saw on the speed test, Windows versus Linux versus Mac. You can't post links in my channel. There's too many porn bots to allow that. If you want to post link, go onto my Discord and then go into video posting and then post it in there. And you can thank all the fucking stupid ass porn bots for that. I do hope I get to see some pictures from Laura's off-roading. Oh, he did? How is he doing, by the way? I haven't talked to him in a long time. Yeah, but dude, that's the thing, man. That's the thing. That's the thing. That's what most people that try Linux end up doing. That's what I say when I say that most people, they use Linux for like 3 to 5 years and then they move on. They move on. They either dual boot or move completely on. That's not a good statistic to have in the Linux community. It's not good, man. It's really, so it's really weird to think about when you think about it. But you get what I'm saying here, you know, like it's really it's really weird. And I do think so here's my thinking about why that is, okay? One of the biggest thing I think is that Linux is just not doing what they wanted to do, and they're trying to shoehorn Linux in to do something that it's just not doing for them. But they really wanted to do that thing, so they're doing everything they can. It's like, you know, it's like making a relationship work with a really bad girlfriend, but you really want to make it work. So doing everything you can to make it work, and then you just realize it's not going to work. And then the other part is the toxicity within the community. And another part is the distro wars, the package wars, the Linux versus everyone else, the TPL open source versus everyone else. The politics of Linux, basically. It becomes really tiresome the longer you stay in it. The longer you stay in it, the more irritating it becomes, the more tiresome it becomes. And you just like, I don't want to boot up Linux, go onto a Linux forum or Linux video to sit and hear people bitch and moan and complain about this not working, and then go and alienating everyone that will probably help you make it work, and go and alienate every company that could get it to work because, oh, they're not doing it the right way, they're not doing it the open source way, so therefore bitch and moan, but we want your shit anyway. I really want NVIDIA drivers, but it has to be open source, or else you're a bad company, and the worst company in the world, you know. We really want you to work with us, but bits and moan, it gets really tiresome. And then, oh my god, you're an Ubuntu user and Flatpak was it's just one fucking negativity after another, and one draining political fucking meaningless fucking debate after another. Linux wants to be in a world that don't exist. And it's the only world Linux wants to be part of. If that world can't exist, Linux don't want to exist, basically. Like, roughly speaking, really dramatized here. Or dramatized, what the word is. Linux don't want to be in a world where Windows is here, and Windows is doing well, and proprietary software is here, and proprietary software is doing well. Linux don't want to live in that world. And if you are a user and you're getting confronted with that all the fucking time, if you're being told over and over again, oh, you made the right political decision to use Linux, and like, you fucking dipshit, I just like using something new or trying something new and blah blah blah. But you're still being told and force-fed all of these fucking crazy ideas that you don't want to be part of, but you have to be part of because you're using a fucking piece of software. That gets really irritating really fast. Fucking so fast. And most people don't have time for that bullshit. They just want to do whatever they want to do, have things work, and then get on with their life. They don't want to sit and have a nerdy debate about computer politics for 10 hours while their computer still don't fucking run right. They just want to fix their computer. They don't want to, oh my god, it's because you're using this proprietary fucking thing. Let me tell you why that's bad. Dude, just help me fix this. No. I will help you, but let me just explain to you in the next, let's say, 5 hours why this is a bad thing and you should have made a different choice. And nobody wants to fucking be judged like that. And there's nobody that are judging other people more than fucking Linux users. Like, it's not even a fucking... Like, it's not even a joke anymore. Like, every time I hear Linux users say that, oh, we are so inclusive and open, I'm like, fuck no. Fuck no. Try and go up to that fucking user and say, oh, I prefer Windows over Linux. Oh, I just bought a fucking iPhone. Oh, I'm getting a Mac Mini. Try and go up and say that to that same fucking Linux user. And your testicles will be in a fucking vice. Yeah, I get it. For 20 years, I have understood why people leave Linux. And it don't take a fucking genius to understand that. I'm stupid as a fucking doorknob, and I can figure it out. You're the snowball to rush the universe of the Linux YouTube community, leading a revolution against the Linux. Yeah. Let's make a That should be the motto for the anti-Linux guy. That should be the motto for the anti-Linux guy. Join the revolution against the Linux revolution. That should be the motto for the anti-Linux guy. I can't wait to make a video as the anti-Linux guy. That would be so funny. I can't wait to make a video. I'm going to record it tomorrow. I'm going to record our anti-Linux guy video tomorrow. And it would probably be, I think it would be why it should not be called GNU Linux. Why I just use what I use and say, hell, yeah, I that's why I want to stop making Linux content. I don't want to do Linux content anymore. I really don't. It's not beneficial for my mind or my channel because I'm not just a sheep. There is a lot of optimism within Linux, there's a lot to be optimistic about within Linux, but not to the degree that Linux is going to take over and revolutionize the desktop market. Like, you should be excited about new technologies in Linux. You should be excited about a new Ubuntu. Like, I get excited about new distribution releases all the fucking time. I can't wait for a new Ubuntu release. I fucking love that shit. I love to see what's going on and what they're doing and stuff like that. But I don't, it's not like, oh my god, this is going to fucking make everyone want Linux and stuff. It's just like, we're getting some new toys on the Ubuntu side. That's how I look at it. So you should be excited. If you like Linux, you should be excited about new things in Linux. But that don't mean that because you are excited that you are then, saying that, oh my god, Windows is the worst thing ever. And I get excited about new Windows releases. I get excited about, like, me and Lamer was watching the latest Apple event. Now they're doing a development event today or tomorrow. I can't remember. I kind of want to see that also. Like, I get excited about that shit. But I like technology. I love technology. I love software. I love operating system. So if FreeBSD comes out with a new release, I'm a little bit like giggly inside. I love seeing Haiku come out with a new release. That probably excites me more than Linux and Windows, to be honest. So I get that you can get excited, but I think we also have to be honest about that excitement, because it's just not enough. It's not enough. And it won't be enough until Linux fucking gets its act together. And I really don't believe one company can do that. I don't believe one company can do that. Because Ubuntu has its act together. System 76 has its act together. Even though I don't agree with the direction they're going, but they still have a defined mission that they are on. The same with SUSE, the same with Red Hat and Fedora and OpenSUSE. The problem is that they are not all on the same direction together. So could there become another Ubuntu where a company say, let's take Linux this way and become the more used Linux distribution? Yes. But it will not fix the Linux desktop as a whole, because then it will just replace Ubuntu's dominance on the Linux market, aka it will be the same shit as we have right now. It'll just be another fucking company. We will still have fragmentation, we still have political fucking dipshittery, we will still have fucking low user base and blah 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 blah. You know. Yeah, Debian also have his act together, but what we need is everyone or most people in the Linux community has their act together. We need 3 or 5 fucking Linux distributions and that's it. And we need all of these amazing developers to work together, communicate, be focused. We need Linux to be run more like a fucking platoon in the army or marines or where you will call it, and less like a fucking hippie outing, sitting around the campfire and twiddling each other's fucking navel cavities and doing whatever the fuck we feel like. We need to be more organized. We need to be more focused. We need to be more. We need clear leadership and direction, and less just I don't know. I don't fucking know. You know. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck I feel like today. Humans don't do well if they are not organized. That is proven fact. That's a proven fact. Humans don't do well if they're not organized. You're using KDE, right? Yeah, Kubuntu, yeah, they have had that for a long time. I just don't mess with anything outside Ubuntu. Yeah, but humans do their best work if they are organized. They just do. And the more people that are organized together, the better we do. That's a fact. And we have been doing that as humans ever since we started to develop somewhat of a brain. And started to become organized within each other, like tribes and gather hunters and stuff like that. That's a sign of organization. And Linux is not organized. Linux is organized in small cells. So, you know, Solus people are organized, Ubuntu people are organized, but they are so small that it's almost meaningless. What Ubuntu kind of need is, if you think about it, Ubuntu is like in the hunter-gatherer kind of state right now. It needs to be more organized. Well, Fedora people is also organized. We need to get away from. We need to be more organized. We need to be more together. And until that happens, like I saw someone say that, oh, it's so amazing. Linux has 3% of the desktop market. We have doubled in 10 years. I'm like, do you even know what that means? And he was like, oh, we are in 10% of the desktop market. That's in the near future. Yeah, that's in like about 18 years. If the statistics of Linux the last 10 years is going to be the way that Linux is evolving, it will take about 18 or 17, 18 years to get to 10% of the desktop market. I don't think there will be much desktop computers around in about 20 years. It would be not laptops, but tablets and what have you not. You know, or something similar to tablets. Like the desktop is dying out anyway. Selling less and less and doing more and more poorly and what have you not. You know. Maybe tiny PCs, yeah, maybe. And let's be honest, 10% of the desktop, that's not even Mac numbers. What is Mac, like 15 or 20%? That would take about 30 years for Linux to get there. Who will tell how fucking amazing Mac OS and Windows will be in 30 years? The real statistic is that Linux move 1% per 10 years. If that's the case, that on average Linux move 1% per 10 years, to get to 10% will take like 60 or 70 years. 70 years. Let's say 60. Most of us would be dead before Linux reaches 10% then. And at that point, we will definitely not have desktops at home. It will be something fucking else we're computing on. Like, I would be 100 years old in 60 years. So I may be alive. I may be alive. If I start to fucking lose some weight and whatnot. You know, it's... They don't understand how bad Linux is actually doing on the desktop. They really don't. They really fucking don't. The year of the Linux desktop will never come. I don't even think we will have Android or iOS or iPad OS or what the fuck it's called. Like in 10, 20 years, we'll probably have some other systems. Like how long have Apple has been for 20 years has been on the Mac OS 10 kind of code base. That's a fucking long time. And it will not be surprised that we will get like a Mac OS 11-ish kind of system. With M1 chipsets M chipsets becoming more and more advanced. That require a new base. That will not be unheard of. And Windows moving over to ARM, we will probably also get new kernel and blah 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 blah. ARM is the future. Or system on a your system on a chip is the future. More and more things are moving over to system on a chip, and that means less customizability basically. For the end user also. But it also will mean cheaper products for the end user. Like, here's something that you should think about. Mac OS today is almost... Of course there are code, but Mac OS today is mostly rewritten code than it was in 2001. I think it was 2001 the first Mac OS 10 came out. And Windows 11 today is not the same as Windows XP. They probably rewritten most of the kernel like twice or something like that up to now. You'll probably only see like a few legacy code in their code bases on both systems today. They're just continuing the same naming scheme for the sake of branding, basically. But I would be surprised about how little or how much that are still carrying over from that code base all the way back to then. Probably less than you think. But, you know, just for the, you know, marketing and, you know, all of that fucking shit, it just makes sense to, you know, they probably have rewritten their base multiple times. And rewriting a base, you can still use some legacy code. You don't have to rewrite it 100%. But they have rewritten a lot of systems over the years. So it's more than likely not even close to be the same systems anymore. Well, not update the OS, but they have to heavily modify and redo the kernel and whatnot and the libraries and stuff like that to work with ARM. And they're doing it already right now. That's why we have a Windows for ARM. Hey, good morning, man. So yeah, they kind of have to rewrite a lot of shit to get their OS to work on ARM natively. And like I said, we already have an ARM version of Windows. It's just not that good. It's actually shit. Really fucking shitty. But there's a lot of things that needs to be rewritten, yeah. Recompile and whatnot. Yeah, building your own, like, let's just say 95%, I don't know if this is the correct number, but let's just say 95% of computer users don't build their own systems anymore. It's only computer nerds, programmers, and people, and gamers. Those kind of people are the only one that are modifying and building their own machines. Everyone else are either buying a tablet, laptop, or pre-built. That's it. That's all they do. Like, if you're a PC builder, like you like building PCs, you are a dinosaur. You are grandpa. Like, it's... You're a grandpa. I don't even think that most, tech savvy, in quotes, people in that's like in university and school knows what a fucking CPU is. But they're still regarded as tech savvy people because they know how to modify a tablet. They know how to change the fucking wallpaper on a tablet. They know how to change the wallpaper on a phone. That's them being tech savvy nowadays. They couldn't build anything to save their fucking lives. Server is also going to become more and more... it's becoming cheaper and cheaper to buy and throw out. And that's a massive issue. That's a massive issue. But it is becoming cheaper and cheaper to just buy and throw out. Servers tend to have a way longer lifespan than most computer things. And they will probably also be the systems that are mostly customizable for the end user. But I will not be surprised if servers are going to become less and less upgradable and whatnot. Because again, it makes sense. System on a chip technology is so fucking efficient. So efficient. So efficient. And a company could save so much money on the electricity alone if they got, a more energy efficient machine. But there will always be a use case for a desktop computer. Always. But how that looks would be really specific to that use case. I'm done with pre-builds unless it's a laptop or mini. Well, you probably won't have a choice in the not so near future. The more and more manufacturers going over to system on a chip design and stuff like that, you just don't have a choice. You may be able to change out hard disks and stuff like that, but RAM, GPU, CPU, that would be it. You probably still can, make a desktop with, different fans and LED in it and stuff like that, but the core components, they will probably end up being all done on a motherboard. And that's it. Just be built into the motherboard. That would just be it. So already today we can do less and less on our computers. Yeah, devs just want their shit to be done, yeah. It's a weird thing, man. It's a really strange thing. But it is what it is. It fucking is what it is, man. We can't really do anything about it. And to some degree, I don't think we should, because that's the future, you know. Trying to change that is holding back evolution. Yeah, like a lot of machines that you see in companies and in work environments and whatnot, they are all small form factor computers. Like an ATX case with a graphic card and so on is getting less and less useful. My development machine at work is a HP mini computer. aka it's just a laptop in a small box, basically. And it's doing an amazing job. And it's like a 2020 or 19 computer. Unless you have a specific use case for a massive GPU, you don't need a big fucking tower. You really don't. There will be use cases where you need a big, massive, heavy not pre-built, but heavily modified desktop. But for most situations, I don't think there is one full form factor ATX case at work, other than the dev. I think he's the only one that have one. The developer. Everything else is like semi-small form factors or small form factor computers. So they are like Lenovo's tiny thing, you know. Think about like a laptop in a small case. Like the motherboard is the one that they would be using in a laptop. And then we have some the ones like not mini ITX. Well, it would probably be called a mini ITX computer. We have a few of those. Yeah, Nook Mac Mini size. Yeah, we have a lot of those. Yeah, you can get an external GPU if you want to. Yeah. But that's all you need. Like, you don't... Computers have been so powerful for over a decade now that for most workloads, you don't need a shit ton of horsepower. Especially when we're talking machines that only run a few programs for a production environment. Or system management environment, or stock environment, you know, like managing like I don't know, like parcel depots and stuff like that, you know. Most software that people use to administrate and run companies don't take a lot of horsepower. They really don't. If you're talking video editing, development, graphical work and stuff like that, that's where you need the horsepower. That's where you need the horsepower. Gaming, but that's not out. Like, most people don't game for work, you know. It's wrong. System on a chip is anti-consumer. Is anti-consumer. Don't get me wrong, but if I could sell you a really powerful computer for half the price than you're buying it today, but you can't upgrade it. Like, if I could sell the computer you have right now, I could sell you that computer. Let's say you spend $1,000 on your computer that you have right now. I'm like, you know what? You can get the exact same computer for $500, but you can't upgrade it. You're going to buy it. It can do exactly the same as your computer right now. you're going to buy it. It will last just as long as the computer you have right now before it needs to be upgraded. And then you buy another one for the half of the price that, you just buy a new computer for $500. That is going to be the future. The less upgradability in general mean better and faster and cheaper production. Means you will get cheaper product unless you are Apple. Okay? Like, don't fool yourself. Unless you are Apple, but everyone else than Apple will be giving you better and cheaper and more efficient computers. So not only are you saving money on the product, you're also saving money on the electrical bill. You are having a smaller form factor, so you have more space to do with what you want. I thought my stream was long. No, I can go on for ages, man. I'm bored. And again, like I said, if you can get what you have right now for half the price, but you can't upgrade it, most people say, or even if you can get a better system for half the price, but you can't upgrade it, people will still say yes. People love to buy and throw away because it's manageable and it's cheaper most of the time. That's the stupidity of it. It's cheaper and more convenient. Yes, I'm on Plasma. I've used Plasma most of my streams. Most baselines are good enough. The Mac Mini baseline. So here's the thing, 8 gig of RAM. You don't know how that system handles 8 gigs of RAM. 8 gig of RAM on Mac OS, Windows, and Linux is not the same. It's not the same. It's not the same. Oh, I also use Ring. I use everything. I still use Linux. I just don't talk about Linux much publicly. I don't want to deal with the lunatics in the Linux community, so I don't talk much about it publicly anymore. I mostly only use Linux in my live streams publicly. And a ARM CPU is vastly different than a traditional CPU, so you can't compare that either. You need to understand the OS and the technology before you can make a informed decision, and most people don't. It's all about how I don't know how to fucking explain it really simple in my tired state, but how fast, for example, how fast you can empty and fill up the RAM has a lot to say about how much RAM you need. For once. That could be one example. And the closer the RAM is to the CPU, the faster it can potentially, fill up and relieve the information. And then, of course, timing and megahertz and all that built together. So that has also a lot to say about that. And then there is the how does the operating system and its technology handle RAM? How is it using page file or paging file or swap files or partitions. You know, how is it doing that? You know. Yeah, but here's the thing, just because you exceed the RAM limits, that's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing to exceed the RAM limit. And also, are you really exceeding the RAM limit, or is the OS just reallocating lesser priority programs into, let's say, the paging file to give your priority programs more headroom? You know, like, let's say you have Notepad open and you're starting to do like video editing, and they're like, you know what? Video editing takes a little bit more RAM, so let's put Notepad into a swap file and let's keep more video editing stuff in the RAM modules. You know, stuff like that. So you may see an increase in RAM by running or reach the RAM limit by running in this case, the video editor. But in reality, you actually only not in reality, but the active focus program, aka the video editor, is the only one running really in RAM, and your Notepad could then be in your swap file. And you may use that like 2 or 3 times while you're video editing. And then you're done video editing, it's then refreshing the RAM, taking Notepad back into the RAM, because now you're going to use that for a while. You know, so yeah, you may succeed, but you may not feel it. You know, because you're not going to use the thing that's running off the page file, if at all. You know, so you don't really feel that you're running out of RAM. But if you were like video editing and doing Blender shit and compiling the Linux kernel, you'll probably feel it. You know, like that's when, you know, like, you can probably feel having, you know, a big amount of RAM. Compressing the memory, so many things could be going on. And like I said here, like again, like I said before, people get too worked up about looking at numbers while they're doing stuff. Numbers don't tell the whole difference. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? That's the issue. Do you notice that when you're doing these tasks, that your system is getting massively slower? That's when you have an issue. If you don't feel it, it's not important how it does it. It matters if it's hindering you in doing the workloads that you want to do. How it's doing it and how it's managing it is more than close to unimportant for you as a user. It can be an interesting thing as a techie to analyze, look at, research, and understand. But if it don't make your computer, you know, feel sluggish and slow and unusable and yada 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 yada, it don't make a difference for you as a user. You know, it don't matter what kind of physical or virtual RAM state your program is in if you can't feel it. Basically, it don't matter to you. Yeah, can you feel it's coming in the air tonight? Yeah. Takes longer for my UEFI splash screen to load than the OS. Yeah. You know, it's like, again, like I said, a lot of people, they get too, marathon, yeah. Yeah, I've been going for like 10 hours or something like that. People get too fed up with looking at numbers. And they don't know what those numbers mean. And a lot of times they don't really mean anything. Well, they do, but for most people, it's not, you know, a big issue. Put it that way. You know, because they don't feel it. If you couldn't see the numbers, if you could not observe those numbers, would you care? Would you care? You should not worry. Again, do you feel a difference? If not, don't care. Not always for the kernel. There have been regression in the Linux kernel a lot of times. I actually think 6.0 was one of the biggest regressions that they ever had. You know. So here's how you should look at it. You upgrade your computer when you feel your computer becoming slower. Not when your CPU numbers and your RAM numbers tell you that you need a new that it's becoming, in quote, slower or used more. You buy new stuff when the stuff that you have can't do the jobs that you want it to do. And that's something you gauge without looking at the numbers. The numbers can give the numbers can give you an idea about, like, maybe my CPU is on its last, you know, like, maybe I don't have many years left because I'm running 80% CPU speed all the time. My fans is going nuts all the time. Or my GPU is running, like, every time I play a game, my GPU is running like fucking 80 to 90%. That don't mean that you can't game. It just means that you're taxing your GPU more and more, and you may be thinking about getting a new GPU. But you could still be playing on that GPU for 2, 3, 4 years, depending on what games you're playing. It's the same with RAM. Until you feel it becoming an issue, that's when you start. You should, okay, what's happening right now? Is it my CPU? Is it my RAM? Blah 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 blah. You know. Yeah, I have like a 7600 or whatever the fuck the i5 version of the new Zen 4 is called. The only time I feel I upgraded my computer with a Zen 4, DDR5, and the Intel GPU is when I'm gaming and rendering. Editing and rendering. Gaming, editing, and rendering. That's the only time I feel I got a new computer. I don't game all the time. I don't render all the time. I don't edit all the time. Yeah, compiling. Yeah, when I'm compiling also. Right now, my computer having a virtual machine on Windows with 4 cores, 8 gigs of RAM, having Streamlabs open, having what is it called? Spotify open, all kind of web browsers open, and blah blah blah. This machine right now runs exactly like my old machine. I don't feel any difference at all right now doing these streams here, or or recording videos. I feel no difference whatsoever. Why? Because I'm not taxing my computer 100% when I'm doing these tasks. I didn't do it under my old system. I'm not doing it now. So let's say my old system was using, let's just say, 25% of my total system resources. Now I may only be using 10. But that's not enough for you to notice, because you're not running it 100%. So you don't feel it. Because there's still headroom in your computer resources. And that's what it actually is all about. How much headroom before I reach the endpoint. And if you never reached the limit of your resources, you won't feel a difference. You won't feel a difference. I started to reach the limit on gaming on my old GPU. Like, I could feel my old GPU could not handle gaming anymore. So when I got a new GPU, I could feel it. But the new CPU and RAM, I only noticing that doing video editing, rendering, and stuff like that. Maybe gaming once in a while, if it's like a little bit more CPU intensive games. Other than that, you could not tell me what system I was running if I didn't know I was running my new system. Oh yeah, 3060 is actually really good. It's actually a really good system. Or GPU. Like, if you took my old computer and this one here, and it was set up like desktop-wise exactly the same as my current Windows install, and I was just doing browsing, YouTubing, looking at YouTube, I could probably not tell you what machine I was on. It would be guessing. Yeah, but people that buy because of benchmarks are people that really love to waste money. Rendering, my computer don't use 100% of my computer when it's rendering. That's the thing. If you're using 100% of a resources, you're bottlenecking. You should not be bottlenecking. If you're bottlenecking, that's meaning that you need a new system. When I render videos on Premiere Pro, I tend to use about between... depends on what it's doing, of course, but let's just say on average, like, it hovers between 30 to 60% of my CPU. And about 19 to 20 TPU. That's it. Then if it's doing a non-optimized workload, the CPU can go up to 100% for a really short time and then go down again. Because this workload is really CPU intensive. It could be some transitioning, some things, artifacts or effects and stuff like that. That's like massively CPU bound. Hey, if I could afford a 490, I would be having a 490. That is, yeah. Sometimes you boys buy shit, boy. You buy shit because you can afford it. And again, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. I have to go. It's almost 1 a.m. here, man. I need to wash clothes in 9 hours. I have a time in my laundry mat underneath me in 9 hours. I have a date with washing machines in 9 hours. I probably should get some sleep. I will probably wake up at 6 a.m. anyway, but I need some sleep, and then I need to edit a video tomorrow, I think, and then don't do anything else, man. But yeah, take care, have fun, have a good day, do whatever the fuck you guys are doing. And see you all later. Remember to subscribe and like and comment and all that fucking YouTube shit. I need to be better at saying that. But yeah, I don't even know how long I've been streaming for. How can I see that? How the fuck can I see that? I don't know. I started at about 4 p.m. So you do the math. It says mine says 9 hours. But it's probably more than that. Anyway, I don't know. It's not important. Yeah, 9 hours and 55 minutes. So almost 10 hours. Almost 10 hours. I don't know. Anyway, see you all later. Have an amazing day. Bye-bye.